fooled me, we can't get fooled again.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you, sir?
Because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
If you don't like what we tell you to believe in, we'll kill you.
All right, kids. Listen. Don't listen to this podcast.
Don't listen to this.
If you're not of age.
What's of age?
18.
So 16?
18. We're a bunch of dudes, and we're going to say some really bad words.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Conspiracy Podcast. I'm Eric.
I am Sean.
This is Jorge. What's up, guys?
Welcome back to another episode.
Oh,
Hope you guys are doing good.
I know. Hope you're enjoying your commute, or if you work at home, your
Workout, your walk.
yeah.
I don't know.
Or if you're independently wealthy, message us. We'd love a sponsorship. We'll shout you out 17 times an episode.
Okay, so this is an episode, and this is actually going to be a series, and this is on UFOs, UAPs, Roswell, Area 51.
Yeah, the whole smorgasbord.
Yeah, well, this is going to be the series on UFOs.
Yeah.
We're going to touch on Roswell.
All things unidentified.
Yeah, we're going to touch on Roswell. We're going to touch on
Area 51.
Area 51, ancient UFOs.
Yes.
We're not going to get so much into the whole ancient aliens, but we will get into the UFO part
Aspect
of it.
of that. Yes.
Because Eric doesn't subscribe to that, but me and Sean...
Ancient employees.
Yeah, well, let's see. I'm sure you guys will hear as I'm telling this story, they're going to jump in with, well, what that's some bullshit right there.
So Eric knows nothing and did no research. So,
But here we go. We're going to start, and we like to do where we tell the beginning of something and then move forward and try to understand what happened, how it happened, who are the players.
we're storytellers.
Yeah, and then maybe...
it's been happening for thousands of years.
That's right. That's right. So UFOs. Unidentified flying objects.
I mean, technically, if there was just a plane that didn't have a call sign, would that be an unidentified
Yes.
plane?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
okay.
It's unidentified.
They also, nowadays, they call it a UAP.
I know. They had to change it. They had
What is
to.
that?
Unidentified
Aerial
aerial phenomenon.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why they changed it?
They're probably just trying to change the SEO.
Yeah.
It's like people can't search it. They don't know. They're like, "Where's the new shit on the UFOs?"
It's true. I mean, I guess they think UFO goes with alien.
Yeah, it's true.
And
so
UAP goes with,
anything.
like an
Which is
anomaly.
really aliens.
Yeah,
like,
an anomaly in the,
exactly.
the whole thing. So hopefully we won't get off on a tangent about other universes and galaxies and other human
or hopefully
aliens.
we will.
Yeah, we definitely are going to.
Hopefully we can stay the course.
No,
but
0%.
we'll see. So
We'll see over under on time before we delve into that. 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Let's get into it now.
You know what? Now that you bring it up,
But here, I want to ask at the very beginning: have you had a UFO experience?
I have. Yes,
You have.
I have
you?
not, no.
You've
And
not.
Mine's
Sean?
really quick.
Here we go.
Because I've always wanted to, and
Yeah.
I never had it. So, for a little bit of time, my parents had a wedding rental business where they would rent out tables and chairs and all this cool shit for weddings. So I was helping them. We had to go over the Skyway Bridge to go there.
It's in Tampa.
yeah,
Tampa.
you tell me about
it's
this.
like St. Pete connector. Kind of thing.
Exactly. So it's a huge bridge. It goes really high in the air. So we're coming back, and it's 1:30, 2 a.m. and I'm in my dad's car with my brother, and my dad's in the U-Haul behind us with all the shit in it.
Yeah.
And so we're going up the Skyway, and I'm on the phone with my dad.
Okay.
So I'm on the phone with my dad. We're talking about something, and all of a sudden, literally, my signal just deletes. Zero signal. No signal.
Okay.
The phone drops, and I look, and it's no signal. There's no bars, no nothing. I'm like, what the fuck?
What year is this?
This was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. Oh, this is brand new.
Oh no, wait, no, sorry, 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years ago.
Okay.
And
Because I mean, if you said 98, I'd be like, well, the phone service maybe dropped, and it's not a big deal.
yeah, it was before my. It was when
But
my
don't
parents.
you usually have bad service in that area anyway?
I've never had a call drop on the Skyway.
Jorge's like shooting holes right
I
No,
know.
Where were you exactly on the bridge?
No, I've personally never had a call drop on.
I do.
on,
I do, by
on
the
the
way.
Skyway.
But
Probably have T-Mobile.
but the rest of this is super cool.
No, at the time I had Verizon, and
Which they're the most reliable.
yeah, I was like, we were then.
Per them.
No, I used to,
Rooters.
per them.
That
No,
was
I
like-
used to have it.
Isn't that their slogan?
I now have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Nope. So
Alright, go.
we're going and the call drops, and I'm like, oh, that's fucking weird. And I'm trying to call him back and say nothing. And then all of a sudden, I just when I look over, because on the Skyway, I just look over, and I literally see it's a fucking orb, like an orb of green light. It's a green orb, and I'm
Just like neon green.
dude, it's vibrant green. If you could see our roadcaster, it's like that green.
Oh, wow.
Damn.
Neon-y.
Yeah,
So
it's like a neon green, and it's
Yeah.
and
It's not like a faint thing. You're like,
no,
what is that? It's
and
like,
and I just want to preface this with like, this thing is static, not moving, and so I don't. Most of you, if you're not from Florida, you don't know the Causeway. The Skyway Bridge. It's called the Skyway for a reason. It's like 200-300 feet in the air,
Yeah, it's
400
huge.
feet in the air.
It's
huge.
it's very sharp up.
It's up
and
and
then
you're
down.
fucking high and it's windy as
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You're going 70, 80 and like your car's getting pushed around because
Yeah.
it's like windy as shit. And this thing is static. And my brother sees it too. And what the fuck is that? Is it a drone or something?
Yeah.
Okay, weird. And this is 2 a.m. And literally this ball goes "Bit," and then it's over there. And I'm like, what? And it goes "Bit, bit," and then like literally goes boom, boom, and like back and forth. And we're like, what the fuck? And then it goes pew, and it just fucking goes up in the air and disappears.
Really?
And we're, what the fuck? Trying to call my dad. And then literally, cell service comes back. I don't know, maybe like a minute and a half, 2 minutes later. And then the first thing in my dad's mouth was, what the fuck was that? And you saw it? He's like, of course I fucking saw it. What the fuck was that? And it was almost,
like how big was it?
I mean, I can't,
Like
it was all I was.
Also,
it
how
was-
far was it?
It was just light. So, I mean, it was probably away from me, I don't know, maybe 50 feet, 60
Wow,
feet
wow,
away.
that's
Close.
And it was just like a ball.
At the top of the bridge, basically.
Top of the bridge,
Over the
ball.
water, essentially.
And so my first thought was like, okay, it's a drone of some sort.
Sure.
But the fact that it moves so fast and almost just like appeared in a different place, and then
Yeah.
appeared back, and then went boop, 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 and then just flew into the air, and I didn't have any plausible explanation for how it could move that fast.
And how big was it?
I mean,
Like size of a car, size of a plane?
It's hard to say because it was
it's hard
outside
to
of the
say.
car that
and
he
also,
was in.
And also,
Yeah.
it's pitch black, and all I see is a
True.
light. So I don't know how big. I couldn't see anything other than the light.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can't give
Size
you
of a car or bigger?
I don't know. The light itself was probably for how big it was. I mean, from my vantage point, I can't tell. I can't tell you. If something was right in front of me, imagine a stop sign like right in front of you.
Yeah.
That's how big the light appeared, as if. But that's from
Yeah, yeah.
50 to 100 feet away.
Okay.
That's how big it was.
Okay.
But it looked that big.
Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
if it bring it close, it's probably way bigger. But it was the fucking wildest shit.
Wow.
And I didn't have any.
2 a.m, you know?
I was trying to make an explanation for it. I was
Sure.
trying to understand
logical explanation.
how what could have done that.
Yeah.
And it was so fucking fast. It was just pew, 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 and then just like flew up and it was gone.
Yeah.
So that was my UFO story. And the fact that the cell signal died as soon as it showed up.
Yeah.
Cell signal died.
And then it comes back as soon
And
as it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And literally 15 seconds after it left, the cell signal came back.
Because your
fucking
dad
crazy.
called.
Yeah, because me and my dad was, after we got home, we sat and talked about it
Yeah.
for like an hour.
Yeah.
And he said he was repeatedly dialing, as soon as he was repeatedly hitting my number.
Wow.
The whole time.
What's crazy about that story is that there's somebody else.
Yeah, my dad was in the car behind
Right.
me. and
Usually these stories are, I'm out in the woods.
alone.
Jerking off, and then, I see, and then it's like, and then you're all by yourself, and you're like, ooh.
And I was in the car with
Yeah.
my brother, and he saw it too. So there's 3 people that
Yeah.
saw the same thing.
Interesting.
And we're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But that's my only experience.
Okay, so aside from alien, could you find an explanation?
No. I
Really?
couldn't.
Like
Not something that moves
that fast.
fast.
It was way too fast to be a drone, dude. It was instant. It was like almost instantaneously.
Were you driving?
Yeah, I was driving.
Yeah.
And my brother
And-
was in the passenger seat next to me.
Yeah.
And also, I guess the cell signal part of it, like I don't know.
That was just weird.
What do you explain
Some
that?
sort of like electromagnetic
Well, no,
pulse
but then-
shutdown.
But then it would affect your car.
no, it would affect. It would
no.
an
Actually, no.
EMP affects all electronic devices.
But based on the technology we know.
This would be like
It's
something
based on what we know on how to
Well, no.
EMP. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but the thing is, how do you prevent waves?
Cellular.
Radio waves.
We don't know.
I don't know if there's any
Yeah,
technology to
we
stop a
don't.
wave.
Yeah.
I don't.
But from the sounds of it, they know. They, as in the UFO.
Whatever the thing
The UFO,
is,
yeah.
could stop radio waves from, because that's what is emitting from your phone. It's a radio wave,
Yeah.
and so it stopped that from happening.
Yeah, I got you. Okay.
It was really weird. Dude. I was freaked out. I was genuinely freaked out. I always thought I'd be super pumped,
Alright.
like alien. I was terrified. I was
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
terrified. I was like, because I'm on a bridge. Like,
Right,
what if they like
totally.
nuke the bridge? I'm dead.
totally.
Like,
You should have had your brother take out the phone camera.
camera.
dude,
I
we
know.
were in awe. We were.
Well, yeah,
we
probably
were
like,
kind of
holy
like,
shit,
dude,
what is
But
this?
you know, that never happens.
Yeah.
it does nowadays.
Well,
Anyways, but that's
Fake
that's
news.
that's my UFO story.
that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool.
I don't,
That's
like I
cool
said, I
story.
don't know what it was,
Yeah,
but
it's
it
a cool
was really
story.
weird.
Okay,
What
so
about you?
so before I've never.
No, same.
Yeah, nothing.
You just said something right now that reminded me of. You've seen that one movie, Fire in the Sky?
Yep,
Yeah, that's a cool movie, man.
that's insane. You
I
should
don't think
watch.
I've seen it.
You should watch
What?
it. You would love it.
Fire in the
It's
Sky?
about an abduction.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, based
they-
on a true story.
Wait, is it about the one?
That's right.
The,
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
the
based on a
couple,
true story.
the man, the husband and wife. That one.
No, just a man. Just a
yeah,
guy,
Just a
right?
guy
Yeah.
out in the woods. He gets abducted, and then they fucking
They do all
probe
these
him,
tests and-
then they bring him back.
I never
and-
understood the probing. They're like, what's going on in his butt?
That's what we would do. That's shit. That's
Let's
what we
find
do.
out.
Oh,
We
yeah.
fucking probe all over the place. We
Oh,
found
that's a
one of
great
these
question,
little
though.
fuckers.
It's a great question.
Like,
Like,
don't
no,
they have
think
like
about it.
technology
Okay.
to scan you? Just as a
Here,
scan?
yeah,
Why do
but
they have to like
let
insert?
let me put it into perspective. Okay, you are an alien race.
Okay.
Yeah, you're an alien race.
You got a different
Yeah.
planet. You're like,
You're exploring. Yeah. Oh, hey, you found life.
what's happening over
Awesome. You found life. You found beings. You found humanoids or whatever. And
Yeah.
you go, oh my gosh, we got it. Animals. That's really what
Yeah.
they probably look at
Creatures.
it. Yeah, they found some creatures, right? So you have all this technology, and you get one up in your ship, and then you go, oh, they have. I don't know.
They have orifices.
They have 4 holes. They have 4 holes. Let's plug all of them.
Oh my God.
And run the test within.
Sounds like a super weird porno.
Yeah. They-
I know from our human, our human mind.
Let's see what happens when all the holes are filled.
That's what happens when you push in and out.
Is it reacting? He's like, hey, Steve, come here. We got another one.
Okay, but before we jump into this, because this is going to be, like I said, multiple episodes, and I just wanted the audience to know where we stand right now.
Yeah.
So the question is, aliens, yes or no?
100% easy. It's
Yes.
without a shadow,
Aliens,
without a shadow of a doubt.
100%.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go with yes too.
Statistically impossible. To
I'm gonna
bring
go.
up
I'm gonna go with yes too. Now There's a backup question though.
Okay.
Okay. Backup question.
Yeah.
Visiting.
Oh, for sure.
Yes.
I think aliens live here.
Okay. Okay. So see, I'm.
I don't know about that one.
So I'm yes to 1, but no to 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yes, 2, no 1. So you're all
Wait,
yes.
what?
Wait.
No. 1 is do they exist?
And then visiting.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. that's
Visiting
right.
is yeah.
I was like, wait a
Fucking
minute.
math.
So
God
wait a minute.
damn it.
Yeah, aliens are visiting, but
Yeah.
they don't exist. Huh?
Sorry.
Think about it.
No. Sorry.
gonna do a
No,
survey on this one.
No, number 3 was if they're living here.
Oh no! I just
that was-
I just
Wait,
said that
he
they were
added
living.
that.
His
I
internet.
added it. Okay, yeah.
Not crazy.
I
God
do
damn it.
believe that there are there's alien life forms that are currently habitating on Earth.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just letting our audience know where we stand ahead of time.
So pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
So if I get DMs, death threats because I'm a psycho,
Yeah.
I know. It was
So
you.
Sean and Jorge both believe that A, they exist, and B, they visit.
Correct.
Yeah.
I believe they exist, but I don't believe they visit.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right.
All right.
Here we go. UFOs, everybody.
Yes.
So for the longest time, people have observed the sky and have sometimes seen what appeared to be unusual sights and strange phenomena in the skies, meteors, comets. At some point, we didn't even know planets existed, but you could see little sparks of light, and you could go, "What is that?"
And you looked at the heavens.
going way back.
What's happening here? What's going on up there?
Can
What's
you imagine-
beyond ourselves?
Can you imagine 1,000 years ago seeing the
Aurora
Borealis?
Borealis,
Yeah. Can you imagine seeing that?
Oh
You'd be
my
like,
God.
These are fucking aliens.
Oh, no, dude, it would be like it'd be almost like
You know,
sure. be like a spiritual kind of thing.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
oh my God, like this is.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I could be like, oh, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk a little bit about UFOs a long time ago. Okay. So one of
Galaxy
the
far,
first,
far away.
So aside from pyramids, where there's drawings on the walls and things like that.
There are some recorded incidents out there.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And one of the first one is Halley's Comet. Yeah. So it was first recorded by Chinese astronomers in 240 BC, possibly as early as 467 BC, as a strange and unknown guest light in the sky.
What I mean, possibly 220 years earlier.
Well,
How's
because
it
you
possible?
allude to, back then they write in poetry.
The
They
sky,
allude to it
the
in-
sky was on fire.
Yeah, they allude to it, but we can track when Halley's Comet was coming.
Okay. I
And
see.
so then you can go, oh, at that time, this dude wrote a poem about a
streak
guest
in the-
light.
yeah, okay.
A guest light.
A
you know?
guest light.
Yes. So being a bright comet that visits the inner solar system every 76 years, it was often identified as a unique, isolated event in ancient historical documents, whose authors were unaware that it was a repeating phenomenon.
It had to be like an omen. And they're like, oh, fucking the emperor is falling.
That would be so terrifying.
We're fucked.
If I saw it back then in 240 BC, it'd be like, die, get down.
I know. Get back to the hut, honey. We gotta get the fuck out of here. Get to the chopper.
Such accounts in history were often treated as supernatural, angels, or other sort of religious.
Of
Yeah,
course.
I
That's
can
the
see
only
that.
way you
Yeah.
can explain it away.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, the sun god is coming to kill us.
Yeah, fucking Ra's
Yes,
fucking
yes.
pissed.
I shouldn't have cheated on my wife with her, so now the sun god's going to come down and kill me.
Was he like, what the fuck? Is he like fucking
That was my accent.
like a restaurant owner in Mississippi?
That was my accent.
my wife was coming down to get me.
You don't think they had that accent back then?
Not in 240 BC China.
Sounds like some like Mississippi preacher.
I know,
or something.
right? And the Lord, he just said, he put his hands down on me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but people who subscribe to this theory, they believe that there were ancient astronauts. And they refer to ancient mythologies to support those viewpoints. They propose that the ancient creation myths, which describe gods that were descending from heavens to earth to instruct or create humanity, were in fact ancient visitors.
Yeah, like the Anunnaki and all that shit.
That's right. So that's what their belief in the kind of mix between religious and astronomy and UFOs. But essentially, those are UFOs. So if you saw a comet,
And you don't know what it is.
Yeah, and you're
it's
like-
fucking
you're like-
unidentified.
you're like, Papa, what is this? And then you go, oh, well, that's
That's a UFO.
It's-
son.
that's
also-
Amun Ra.
It's
coming
also
down.
because they didn't know what flight exists.
Yes,
like,
they
they,
didn't-
they couldn't fly.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine?
No, I can't.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Terrifying.
Oh, dude, literally,
Absolutely
just
terrifying.
absolute terror.
Even
It's-
a shooting star, I'd be like,
yeah. Imagine you're riding on your horse through the fucking desert, then a Humvee rolls up, and you're like, oh my, what the fuck is happening?
True.
seriously. So, in the ancient Sumerian myth of Unama-Elas, inscribed on tablets in part of the library of Ashurbanipal, it is mentioned that humankind was created to serve gods known as the Anunnaki.
Exactly.
Proponents of this hypothesis argue that the Anunnaki were actually aliens who arrived on Earth to mine gold for their own purposes and for their own civilization. And according to those proponents, the Anunnaki eventually realized that gold mining was harming their own race, and it led them to creating humans
Yeah, they needed the servant race
as
to
a
do it
form
for them.
of slave labor.
And they would supposedly the Anunnaki mixed part of their DNA with the
The humans and
the DNA of like the
apes.
apes or
Yeah.
other primitive inhabitants, and then created humanoids
Yeah.
out of that.
Where are you at on this story? I know you know a bunch about it.
Yeah, I've read a lot about the Anunnaki. I don't necessarily fully believe it. I mean, I definitely
I believe
think
they were here.
I
when they
definitely think,
came.
yeah, I definitely think that they came, and yeah, they were here after something. You know, gold is an easy thing to say, but obviously I don't know how valuable gold is as an element in the universe. You know,
I know,
Like,
right?
maybe they could be coming from like
Yeah.
quartz or some shit. Like, oh, this is the greatest material in the universe.
Also, I
don't
love
know.
that it's gold because it's what we think is valuable.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. I think
Yeah.
we might have dubbed that in. I know, obviously, I get gold is very useful. It's malleable. It's conductive, and it's all these things. But to an alien race, gold could mean nothing.
I know.
Like,
What if our asset is the least valuable to us.
It's like carbon.
Yeah, like the most ridiculous thing. Yeah, that we're like we take for granted.
They're like, get all the dirt now.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, like trees. There's just culture. Oh my God, they have so many trees.
They're like, what the? We have 7 on our planet.
Yeah, it'd be surprising. So that's why I think it's kind of funny because
we're adding in what they want.
Gold. Yeah,
But I
Yeah.
do.
So you don't think they were ever here either?
no.
Eric doesn't think they visited.
No. I mean, it's hard to
clarifying.
say no because obviously there could be. You could label somebody something, and then that story forms.
Well, see,
So, for example, and I believe Jesus existed.
me too. Totally.
Right?
I totally believe Jesus was a real dude.
I don't know if I believe everything in the Bible, but
Yeah.
I do believe he existed. And I do believe he was trying to do good, and I do believe he was actually a great guy. I mean, in my view, I believe Jesus is a good guy.
I fully believe that.
But but I don't necessarily believe in all the in a lot of the stuff in the Bible.
yeah.
So, with that being said,
Because it was like a lot of different people that put the stories together and then passed them on
Have
for.
you played the telephone game?
It's 2000. It's 2,000-year-old telephone.
It's insanity. So it's billion people passing through a story.
Yeah.
You know, and it's
And there's also, if you look, I mean, I think there's something like 70 or 80 different iterations of the Bible. Like that's what makes it okay. There's too many cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
like,
But like I said, I do believe in a lot of what Jesus did and said. But I'm trying to use that as the analogy,
well,
like the comparison.
That's
right?
why I believe the Anunnaki actually did exist. Because if you look at, I mean, all the accounts are, people came from the stars and they came down and they became the gods. So what's the only logical explanation? They're actually gods, or they're like other people are like, oh, look at these idiots.
Yeah.
Like when they come down, I'm like,
Or, I mean, to bring it down to earth a little bit, or it's a king who has a big ego who says, I came from the gods.
no, because he was like a baby at one point. And so like they had to,
No,
someone
but
had to like wipe his ass.
I know, but then you kill that person.
The only person
Very
that took
simple.
care of it.
Yeah, very simple solution. Yeah. And then you go, hey, let's get some writers together. Let's put together a wall. You know what I mean? Let's put together a wall.
I like these hieroglyphs.
Yeah.
Make me bigger. Make me bigger.
Yeah. What do you want to be called? What do you want to be called, Naki? Let's call me Anunnaki. Hey. Anyways, so I'm just saying I see that
I see
more
your side.
as a likely
I see your side.
progression. Because how many grandmothers told this story over a campfire? Millions.
I mean, but they also inscribed it. The oldest form of human communication on Earth has this data in it, which is the Sumerian ancient Sumerian text is the oldest text that we have of humankind, and
totally.
they are explaining it. So I'm saying it's the
But
oldest
we also
reference
have
we
we
have
also
to humans.
just imagine we also have anime porn right now. And so just imagine if
What does that have to do
Yeah,
with
I
it?
know. Where are
just
you going with
imagine
this?
anime porn survived
On the
10,000
Sumerian text,
10,000 years from now, and then they're like they must have been animated people having sex.
like real life animated people.
Yeah, it just happens to be what survived.
Who's to say there are?
Yeah,
know
but
what I mean?
10,000 years from now, everything's recorded
Do you
now.
think they didn't have?
They can be like,
do you think-
YouTube, let me look this
I know,
up.
right?
Do you
For
think
real.
they didn't have fiction stories back then?
Yeah. No, I do hear what you're saying.
Oh, so
Like,
you're
saying-
it could definitely be something that morphed into this.
So
Yes.
Eric is saying like it's a Sumerian text are just like the oldest bedtime story.
Yeah, absolutely,
Just like-
absolutely.
but they wrote it on like a stone.
Can you imagine in 10,000 years something goes really wrong and then all that survives is Peter Pan? They're like, who lived in that time? Oh, it was in London. There was this guy named Peter.
The God
he
child.
was the god. Yeah, Peter was the god.
Peter
who
was
could
a
fly.
200-year-old, 6-year-old.
Yeah, and he was immortal,
I know, right?
and the devil was this guy named Hook.
And he was
It's
kidnapping your
Yes.
children. like
You see
taking
what I
them
mean?
to-
You could just kind of evolve it into.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Anyways, we're going on a tangent here, but we did say that this is a possible
Possibility
thing.
that this
So
would
here are some things that are petroglyphic evidence. Okay, and so this kind of more supports what you guys are saying. So supporters of ancient astronaut hypothesis point to a Hopi cave drawings of Kanichis, which are spirit beings found in the desert, as a link between the origins of the tribes and star people. They also highlight similar etchings found in various locations as evidence of extraterrestrial visits to numerous ancient civilizations.
Yeah, they could have definitely been on peyote or something.
Yeah, I mean, here's the weird thing. And for the sake of anything, I don't even need to tell you all of these stories. This is different tribes, different civilizations who all had a similar where they have, the god on the cave.
And there's consistent. There's like some sort of consistency in terms of the story. So it's not completely different. That they gave him underground.
Yeah, right. And they even there's some that have shapes. Egyptians have it too. The shapes look a little bit like a helicopter.
Some sort of vehicle or like a space, almost like a space. Like, see this one that looks like he's in a seat, like on a spaceship or something, like a rocket or some shit.
Yeah, and you're like, well,
my thing is
a little weird.
Like, would it really be like shaped like a rocket though?
I know.
That's my only thing.
There's a couple that you could look up, and it's a bird, but it kind of looks like a plane.
It's a bird. It's Superman.
But the wings are super straight. And it kind of has the body of a 747.
A tube.
Yeah, and it just has a beak. And you're like, well, and so that's, So, and then you also have, you have Da Vinci and his inventions that were well ahead of his time. I mean, you have helicopters, but he's an inventor. So
no, but you also
argue.
You think there are interesting technologies that were super advanced in comparison to what their time. Like, for example, I think it was in the Greeks, and he created these defense systems using the sun and mirrors and shit.
Yeah.
That would like like a laser beam.
Yeah, they're rad.
And like, how do they make that shit with it? They didn't even had mirrors back then. He was using fucking gold plates to like reflect the sun and like burn ships down and shit.
Right.
But we can't do that right now. Like, how the fuck did he do that?
I don't know.
1,500 years ago.
I know, but that I kind of chalk up to the ingenuity of man.
That's true.
Yeah.
I know you guys like that argument.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's
He always goes
That's
back to
Eric's
that.
excuse for everything. I know. How do we build something that can't be built? Man is a very ingenuitive thing.
So there's another story, and then you guys, I'm sure you've heard of it, which is the elongated skulls. Do you remember the elongated skulls?
It was the Egyptian,
Yeah, close.
folks.
Close, yeah. Peru. Yeah.
Oh, really?
No, the Egyptian.
I totally thought Egyptian.
No, because remember they used to wear like the little things, and there was a whole concept. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm sure there was an Egyptian who did it.
there was. I'm right about this.
Yeah.
You know I'm right.
Yeah.
I did
So-
not think Peru.
But you've seen those, right?
No, in Egypt.
No, but have you seen the elongated skulls and all that sort of thing?
Yeah, yeah.
You've seen
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I mean, I think Indiana Jones did a movie on it.
Oh yeah,
The crystal
the
skull.
crystal. Yeah,
it's really
yeah,
long
okay.
and all that sort of thing. Okay, so first off, before I start talking about it, what do you guys think about that?
I mean, I think that
They're long.
they're pretty long.
They're
It's
long.
a little weird.
Yeah, they're long. Yeah.
And maybe there's some sort of disease or something that could explain that, but I don't know what
Or
that
deformity
is.
or-
Maybe it was aliens, I don't know.
No. Let's take a wild fly
guess
left field here.
So in what is now Peru, the Paracas civilization, and they were estimated between 750 BC and 100 AD. They deployed a strategy which was tightly wrapping the head in cloth
Oh yeah.
to elongate or deform the cranium.
Like for fun? Like why?
Kind of like I think it's the Africans, right? Then don't they
Oh,
wear
the neck thing? The neck,
wear
the weird like
yeah,
neck chain? Yeah.
yeah, they elongate their neck.
But like why? What they even do
So
it
you're
with
trying
like
to look
their
good?
No, they even do it. You see, like the tribes people with the dishes and shit in their
Yes.
ears, and they're like, "Why do you have a tea dish in your ear?" They're like,
Oh yeah, the
shit."
big things. I don't know.
But why? But why? Let's elongate our skull.
Maybe they say
it
the
makes
same
us
thing.
smarter.
Yeah, maybe shit.
Maybe
Maybe that's
say
what they thought.
Maybe they say the same thing about like stuff we do.
What
Like
you
fake
what are you talking
boobs,
about?
like-
Tattoos?
No,
or-
yeah, whatever. I don't know things that maybe we do now
Piercings,
that are that maybe they
tattoo,
go.
yeah.
They say the same thing. They're like, why do these
like those people that
stupid
like
people?
permanently make themselves into a cat or whatever. You seen that shit?
Yeah, well, those people are fucking psychos, bro. Like,
There's a term for it.
What is it?
What is it?
Furries?
I don't know what it is. We'll have to
Oh, thanks,
We'll have
Eric.
to research
There's
that.
a term for it that I
Yeah,
cannot
don't know
tell
what
you.
it is, yeah. Okay, so in the 1920s, a Peruvian archaeologist named Julio Tello,
Okay.
yeah, did I do that
Julio.
good? Who established himself as the father of Peruvian archaeology, he uncovered hundreds of elongated skulls from that civilization, the Paracas. Some with partially attached scalps and hair.
Weird. What?
These artifacts, you can go see them. They remain on display at various science and museums around Peru and have become the subject of conspiracies, which is, UFO enthusiasts and paranormal say they are extraterrestrial gray aliens.
Huh.
Because I guess the Greys were supposed to have like the elongated head.
Yeah, the
Which-
bigger brains.
Which I was, I don't know, I'm like, okay. Like,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
sure, like-
I guess what you were saying, they're wrapping it to. But it's crazy how you can change the body like that.
Yeah, you can slowly morph it.
I saw something that gamers, 'cause they
Okay.
wear the headset so much.
Oh my god, I'm super excited for what he's gonna say. I don't know what. I don't know what it is. Go.
I saw this shit actually.
Yeah,
so they
okay.
buzz their head and they have like an indent in their
Oh,
skull.
yeah, I've
because
seen
they wear
that.
these headphones all the time for hours every day.
Why would you get earbuds at that point?
Is that
I know, right? Yeah.
Is that a real thing?
Oh yeah.
I saw it. Yeah.
Really?
You know, I saw a weird thing that it was like in ancient China. So for women, I don't know. I think they had said like what the station of the woman was.
Oh,
whatever they would.
You're talking about the
they would-
feet?
They would break their fucking feet.
Yes.
So that they could fit. So their feet look small and fit in these like tiny little shoes. And it's like you see their foot and it's mangled. They would like break their foot just to smash their foot into a shoe.
Because it's supposed to be like
It's-
more
yeah,
like beautiful or
it looks
whatever.
Cute.
Right?
It's
Yeah.
cute.
It's cute.
It's cute. I'm like a little,
Somebody had a foot fetish. And I'm gonna break your
Yeah,
feet.
the emperor's like break all the fucking
Yeah.
That's the early OnlyFans.
Nothing bigger than a size 5. Fucking break all
Yeah.
their feet.
Your feet's too big. Get out.
I know it's dead.
Off with their head.
like,
Yeah.
like the dictator.
So since his findings, scientists have sought out the motivations behind the practices. And the elongation or the artificial deformation of the skull may appear unusual to us, but for the groups that practice it in ancient times, and in some cases to this day, elongated and intentionally shaped craniums symbolized beauty and status.
Fucking some weird ass beauty.
Yeah.
Some awkward ass beauty.
You see like a girl walking down, you're like, damn,
Look at that skull, girl.
that skull's super long.
I like big skulls.
Like, the thing is, I watched this. It was like a Key and Peele skit.
Yeah. No, they're Indians.
The Indian
Yeah.
guy, he's
I
like,
haven't seen that one.
they're looking like saw like her ankle,
Yeah.
and it's like you see
You
this.
saw an ankle? You saw an ankle?
And then there's something.
Yeah. I saw that. That's pretty
It's
good.
so funny because like all they have to go off is the eye slit and then like the feet. Oh my god.
So the Maya also took a similar approach and likely used this to.
Whoa. Now you talking about my Mexicans? Careful,
Are they-
Eric.
Wait.
Mayans are from Mexico.
but you-
Yeah.
But you recognize that?
What? I mean, it's a fact. They
He's
were
like,
from
you-
Mexico.
No, I
You
know, but I
identify-
mean,
you
but I-
identify
you-
as a Mayan.
But I mean, when, like in your chats.
No, not really.
All right, it's like
My ancestors, Mayas, no.
So the Mengeto people who are in the Congo, they used a cloth to tightly bind the heads of female children beginning a month after birth
oh, it's yeah.
Damn.
in a tradition called Lupambo.
It's because the skull hasn't fully fused.
That's true.
And so like it's still
Yeah.
malleable.
Yeah. So that's something that they did. And regarding the women's elongated heads as a status symbol denoting attractiveness and intelligence.
It's like that bitch smart as fuck.
Yeah.
She's so fine. Look at that head.
So, but this hasn't really been seen since the 50s.
I would like to know. I would like to know how long these motherfuckers live. They're like dying in
Also,
their
I would like
20s
to
and
know,
shit.
like, what is the longest skull?
What is the most beautiful? The longest looking-
Anyway, so that's pretty much the elongated skulls, and there's some studies that were done recently, and it was okay. These are not aliens; these are humans that
They had a
slowly,
modify-
a weird
they
fetish.
modify
slowly,
their body.
Yeah, they slowly morph
Just
their
less,
bodies.
just less attractive.
Yes, yes, yeah, exactly.
This is it's
So,
your head instead of
I
your
don't know. I don't know if you subscribe to the elongated skull
No.
theory.
Yeah, no.
I think it's
Not
just.
really.
I think it's a bunch of people who are misguided, and they're like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
this is gonna be awesome,"
yeah.
and then we're. Those tribes people do a lot of weird shit.
I
You
know.
know, some like
true.
they have the weird welt tattoo thing, and
Yeah.
then some they put the sticks through their face, and
Yeah.
this is what they do. It's their people. That's fine, but I don't think aliens are making them do it. Like,
Yeah.
so yeah,
But then, anyways,
it was pretty segmented just to like the elites, like the royals who had the elongated heads, meaning to say that like
Yeah.
they were like in essence descendants or offspring from
Yeah.
like the Anunnaki, and
Yeah.
they kind of kept that bloodline, and that was like
Right.
the ruling power bloodline.
Yeah. Or if you bang your sister for 1,000 years, you might look a little weird.
You might start to get a little deformed.
Maybe don't do that.
Why does the head look so weird? Yeah, fucking normal.
I don't know. Don't worry.
I'm the emperor.
Yeah, don't worry. Your grandma looked the same way.
What do you say?
Yeah.
Kill him.
Anyways, I don't necessarily want to get into the alien part of it.
I mean, it's another topic.
It's another
topic.
Because there's a lot more content, and I don't want to not do it justice.
Of course.
So, So let's move to Rome. So Julius Obsequens was a Roman writer, and it was believed that he lived during the middle of the 4th century AD. The only work that's associated with him is something called the Book of Prodigies. So we don't know a lot about him, but there's one book, right? And it was constructed as an account of the wonders and the signs that he saw that occurred in Rome between 249 and 12 BC.
I mean, it was quite amazing, them creating running water and the aqueduct system and plumbing and all this shit that was extraordinarily advanced, fucking out of control.
Mm-hmm. Man is extraordinary.
Ingenuity of man is extraordinary.
I'm gonna get a hat.
Man is extraordinary.
Man is wonderful.
Never doubt the power of man.
So an aspect of his work excited UFO enthusiasts because a lot of in his work is he's talking about the sky, things that are moving in the sky, asteroids, meteor showers, etc., and things that he can't explain. So it's one of the first actual texts of holy shit, something's going on in the sky. And
it was like the first episode of Ancient Aliens on his
But here's the part that you kind of go, oh, well, this is ridiculous. Is he wrote it 400 years after it happened.
Oh, so he didn't even see it. He wasn't there.
Yes, so it's a second-hand account.
It's always, God damn it.
It's always a second-hand account.
It's like everyone who sees it's illiterate.
I know.
I know. What happened?
That's why I think plagiarism.
And that one guy
so
wants to solidify his name. He's like, I'm gonna do a book about this.
Yes.
Get my name in the history.
He's almost first-hand accounts of.
Almost.
Actually, what's funny is I was doing some research and I decided to abandon it. It was going to be on King Arthur.
Oh.
I thought it would be a cool, but it's more mythology.
Yeah.
It's not really,
conspiracy
in our thing.
Like,
Yeah, so I just kind of.
Like pretty much like Merlin was an alien and it was like magic powers.
Interesting thing that happened similar is King Arthur was written about hundreds of years later.
After the fact, why, if he was really that shit, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, so it's the same thing.
The life and times.
Yeah, it's almost the creativeness of writers and
of course
coming up with story and stuff. I guess it's original.
Yeah, I mean it's also like I think
it's not a sequel. No, meaning it's creative.
No, I mean like look at
they come up with it.
Look at how widely popular anything fantasy related is.
Oh yeah,
because people are always want things to be more than what their normal everyday grind is.
Right.
You want something outside of that. You want some sort of escape or release to the magic and the fantasy and the how awesome things could be or are that we don't know about.
It's called imagination.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. All right. So then in China, Shen Ku, 1031 to 1095, was a Song Chinese government scholar and official, and he was a polymath inventor, and he wrote a vivid passage in his Dream Pool essays. And it was about an unidentified flying object.
In his dreams?
His essays were called Dream Pool.
Oh, okay. I thought it was literally had a dream. I had a dream there was something flying around.
He recorded.
Let me do a whole book about my dream.
Right.
He recorded the testimony of eyewitnesses in Anhui, Jingshu, and Yangzhou, who stated that a flying object with opening doors would shine a blinding light from its interior. It was shaped like a pearl, casting shadows from trees for 10 miles in radius and capable of taking off at tremendous speeds.
Whoa, that sounds like some fun. That sounds like the shit I saw up the skyway.
I know, right?
Shining pearl, fast as fuck.
Okay, so in Nuremberg in 1561, a woodcut, which is just a slab of the early printed things where they could put a design or an image on it, a woodcut by Hans Glaser appeared, and it featured a celestial phenomenon that was over Nuremberg, right? And it was, of course, secondhand depiction, of a atmospheric optical phenomenon.
So it's pretty much there's no first-hand
looks
account.
like a pearl.
There's
and
no
it-
first.
and it
I
shines
mean-
light.
There's no first-hand accounts until 2020.
Some people then argued, half the people basically were saying, oh, this is a scientific revolution and something is occurring. But then the other half of the people were like, this is
some other shit
this
happening.
this is UFOs. This is UFOs. So, okay. So fast forward again, and now we're in 1878, and we're in Texas.
Ooh.
Yeah, from the Denison Daily News, printed an article.
I already don't trust it. The Denison Diggly News.
Diggly
The
Wiggly.
Diggly Denison News.
Diggly Wiggly.
Like the most trusted establishment in Texas. Like the fuck?
So they printed an article in which John Martin, a local farmer, reported seeing a large, dark, circular object resembling a balloon flying at wonderful speeds.
Wonderful.
And according to the newspaper account, Martin said it appeared to be the size of a saucer from his perspective, marking one of the first uses of the word saucer.
Because he's like a farmer. And he's like,
1878.
look like a fucking.
At that time, ballooning was becoming increasingly popular and a sophisticated endeavor for the rich. It was a
But they
like
were-
skydiving,
okay.
hot air ballooning.
But they weren't fast though.
No, they
No,
were
they're
not
slow
fast.
as shit.
Yeah, they would literally be like, "There's a balloon" for hours, staring at the balloon.
Like, okay, so it's getting popular, but
Yeah.
they weren't shaped like saucers.
And I've never seen a balloon that has moved at wonderful speeds.
Well, that too. But I'm just saying, even if fine, it's getting popular, but
Would you ever use the term
Wonderful?
saucer?
wonderful.
No, saucer to describe a balloon.
No, never.
Balloon,
I would say it.
Saucer is known as being thin.
Yeah, thin, yeah.
yeah. A
Disc,
balloon
it's like a
is
disc.
known as being not thin.
Yeah,
it's
big,
like
fat
almost-
orb.
right?
Yeah, you call it. Man, I'm really ballooned up.
Like,
Doesn't mean I went
not
thin.
that saucer.
Yeah. So it's definitely the opposite of that.
Yeah.
From November 1896 to April 1897, United States newspapers carried numerous reports of mystery airships reminiscent of modern UFO waves. Scores of people even reported talking to the pilots, and some people feared that Thomas Edison was creating an artificial star that could fly around the country and attack everybody.
Thomas Edison, the consummate fucking criminal.
So he was the
stealing everybody's
famous,
inventions.
He was the famous tech
Here we
guy at
go.
the time, right?
No, but that's what I said.
No, I know.
Edison was he stole all fucking Tesla's
I know.
patents,
No.
and then
But-
he became like. Fucking,
But he was known as the famous person at the time.
yeah, of course.
So they, they.
I
put
made
him-
the
yeah,
I made the light bulb.
On April 16th, 1897, a letter was found that purported to be an enciphered communication between an airship operator and Edison. When asked his opinion of the reports, Edison said, "You can take it from me that it is a pure fake."
Take it from me, the person supposedly implicated in this. Trust me, I didn't do it.
So from 1897 till about the 1940s, really died down.
Just nothing.
Nothing really happened with UFOs.
Everyone
Like,
had
there's not.
Well, everyone had their head down.
Yeah, they really. I don't know. The Great Depression.
Yeah, right. They're like, I don't give a shit what's
Yeah.
happening up there. I gotta survive.
Now here's where it gets really wild, and we'll touch on this in a later episode. But theories are
I know what
that
you're
we
saying.
started to experiment with the nuclear weapons.
Yeah, like after yep, and then they started showing up.
Yeah. So the theories are in the 40s we started to really Manhattan Project and Oppenheimer and all that sort of thing. We started to experiment in New Mexico,
Yep.
right? With nuclear weapons and testing.
Yeah. just
Then
detonating them in the desert.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, let's see what
Then
happens.
in 1945, we bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Right? So the idea is that we shook the rafters of the universe. We alerted somebody.
They're like, you're picking up those.
We made noise enough to alert somebody.
Like, what's that noise over there?
Hey, Paul, I'm picking up some radiation in Sector 5. What the fuck's going on over there? I thought there were idiots over there. Come on, let's go check it out.
Send a couple idiots over there. Check it out.
Yeah, right. Let's send a patrol 2.
Check out Blue Ball 5. Blue Ball 5. Check it out.
Could you imagine if in the grand scheme there's the Galactic Park Service? And Earth isn't there.
Why not?
Send
Yeah.
some fucking rangers over there to see what's happening on Exhibit A.
Yeah. We're like little ants.
I know, right?
Get those goddamn fire ants
Oh
again.
my god, they're gonna kill themselves again.
Jeez,
Like,
man.
how much money we make off this attraction?
Remember those dinosaur ants? I mean, jeez, they really fucked shit up, huh?
Those dinosaur ants. We had to flick a rock at them.
Yeah. So, in World War II, Allied and Axis fighters pilots, they reported seeing fire in the sky. They reported seeing some sort of lights, and they called them Foo Fighters. And that's where that term comes from. Some people think it was hallucinations from oxygen deprivation, possibly German rockets, possibly drugs, that sort of thing. But the airmen of the 415th Night Fighter Squadron said it felt like the beginning of the War of the Worlds. Lieutenant Fred Ringwald was the first to see it. He was riding as an observer in a night fighter pilot with Lieutenant Donald Myers on radar. It was late November evening in 1945, partly cloudy with a quarter moon. They were roaming the Rhine Valley just north of Strasbourg on the French-German border. Ringwald said, "I wonder what those lights are over there in the hills." There were 8 to 10 of them in a row, glowing fiery orange. Then the men saw them off right wing. They checked with Allied ground radar, but they registered nothing. Thinking that the lights might be some kind of German air weapon, turned the plane to fight, only to have the lights completely vanish. At first, the men said nothing to each other because they thought they were going to be ostracized for it. But the sightings spread through the entire unit, and the entire unit saw it.
So saw some weird lights, and then they turned off.
Yeah.
But they were on the ground, though. The lights were on the ground, though, right?
Over there in the hills.
Okay, so it seems like
close.
they're on the ground.
Yeah. So, and then they started calling it, that's where the term Foo Fighters came from. But there's another story of that a month later or so, and it's 5 or 6 flashing red and green lights in a T shape. And the lights seemed to follow him, closing in to about 8 o'clock and 1,000 feet.
Oh, shit, they're in the air.
Before
this time
disappearing.
they're getting
Yeah.
fucking...
Yeah.
They're like,
Yeah.
why is their plane so slow?
Yeah. But, and then again, there's another one 5 days later where one crew reported 2 lights in orange glowing for 2 minutes, and they peel off and run away. Very similar, kind of like to your story where you see something and then it just...
It just vanishes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then there was one by Samuel Krasny, lieutenant, a wingless cigar-shaped object glowing red just a few yards off his wingtip. Krasny, justifiably spooked, instructed the pilot to attempt evasive maneuvers, but the glowing object stayed right next to the jet for several minutes before it flew off and disappeared.
Oh, fuck that. Can you imagine you're looking over and you're like, Mission Command, I've got a cigar flying next to me.
Yeah, seriously.
No, that's like the one that recently came out that the guy called it the Tic Tac.
Yeah, the Tic Tac.
Yeah.
This was like white, but it was also kind of shaped like a Tic Tac.
And he's like, I've got a
I got a
Oscar Mayer
Tic Tac.
wiener that's flying right next to me. Hot.
Right.
Coming out. Like,
So eventually, airmen named the lights Foo Fighters, and it was from a comic called Smokey Stover, in which Smokey, which was a firefighter, would declare, "Where there's foo, there's fire." And they call them Foo Fighters.
where there's food, what is it for?
Like, it's just the fire. Where there's foo, where there's, like smoke.
I guess, I mean,
Where there's smoke, there's fire, Yeah.
foo.
Anyways. By 1946, which is right after the war, 2,000 reports were collected of unidentified aerial objects.
Damn. I think some of those are probably, bullshit or whatever.
Some thought they were ghost rockets. Some thought they were V2, V1 rockets. Some thought they were... Not all of them are alien of origin, but
For sure. That's what I'm saying.
They're like, what is that? I have no idea. I never will know.
Yeah,
And
see,
that's
the
it,
ones with the guys in the planes are probably, to me, the most valid, because
Yeah.
you're not on the ground.
Right.
This thing is clearly tracking you, following you, and then breaks off.
Right.
It's really hard to mistake that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
know.
exactly. Yeah.
Whereas on the ground, I'm like,
Yeah.
sure, it looks like an alien to me.
So then, in June of 1947, on a farm, a farmer stumbles upon some debris. And that debris was unknown, and it was foreign, and it was unsure. So he decided he should probably take it in. And so he did, and where he took it was Roswell, New Mexico.
Dun, dun, dun.
And that's where we're going to leave off this episode of UFOs, UAPs, and all that sort of thing.
The origins of.
The origins. So these are this is just the history of UFOs, where they've been, what I mean, where they came from,
I mean,
it's been for thousands of years.
I mean, they seem to. It's almost every major civilization has had some little touch. Touch
and
on
we
it.
just touched on it. I mean,
Yeah.
the History Channel has made billions of dollars off of just having
my
a
God.
never-ending show
Literally.
about every culture.
Ancient aliens.
And the guy with the hair and all
God,
that
the
sort
hair.
of thing.
The guy with the hair.
Giannopoulos.
Who has no reason to be on that channel. He has zero qualifications.
But he's entertaining. He's entertaining. He's passionate.
His hair is entertaining.
Yeah, he's passionate.
I love they pull him up and they're just like, I forget what they say under his name.
No, he's like Starship Newsletter.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally it's his own blog. It's like, this guy's legit.
Kind of like three dudes just talking about this shit on a podcast. Like, who are they?
Listen,
So true.
we have all
So
the
true.
we have all the credentials
I
now.
love how we just talk smack about everybody else.
We're fucking qualified.
Yeah.
I went to school, almost got a degree. Very close.
So there you go. Next time we're gonna take on Roswell and everything that happened with Roswell and the cover up, and then we're gonna take on Area 51, and then we're gonna take on what's been happening lately.
Recently.
Yeah, the Chinese balloon being shot down by our military.
Multiple.
The commander that was on Rogan with
David Fravor.
Fravor. Yeah, so there's a lot more to.
Yeah, he's had a few on there.
Yeah.
Not
So
just him.
there's a lot more to be had. I don't know. What do you think so far on the history of it?
You know what I think, David. Why are you even asking me?
Yeah, me and Sean are just like diving into the
even
next
our
one.
listeners
Let's
know what
get
I
into the
think.
next one.
The listeners are like, what? Pretty sure I'm still auditioning to be on H&M. I want to be an. I mean, I totally. I've always been on board on this. I mean, the universe is far too vast for, just us on this little speck of sand in the middle of a beach that's the size of infinity.
Yeah. So you think that in the past with some of these stories that they were people checking out Earth?
Yeah.
And then
That it was legit.
Yeah.
I think it
some
was,
of
I think it
them
was
are-
probably easy if you're bored and you're advanced and maybe you're like, sweet, I can just be a god for a little bit, Why not?
Yeah, but specifically those stories, I think, some could be legit, and then
Yeah.
a lot of them are just.
I
kinda
think
like
so.
fucking,
Some are crazy.
They don't know what the hell's going on. Obviously, no technology, no nothing. So it's scary. It's whatever, or it's one of those things like, creative guy just writes something and puts a story down on paper.
Yeah.
That's very true.
And gets even more creative as he's writing it.
Yeah.
But
He's like, ooh,
But-
look, make all their heads all long. Yeah, there we go.
Look like aliens.
Ooh, what is an alien? I don't fucking know.
I love how they look exactly like us, just with a big head.
changed like
Why? Yeah.
I know. I think it just we're so conceited that
I know.
they have to look
They
like
have
us.
to look like us. It was probably some kid who's, I hate that chick. She's got a huge head. I'm going to draw her.
She's like,
That's it.
she's telling his boys,
Yeah.
trust me, man, I saw her ship land
Super-
here.
What do you think?
I guess I was saying about the stories, some of those, sure, some of those I do believe. In general, I do think that they have been, well, like I said at the beginning, I think they've been visiting for a long time,
Yeah.
which we're going to get into in the next episodes for sure, and kind of, what's it called? Sustain my theory a little more.
Yeah. Back, support yours.
There you go.
Yeah, support it. Yeah.
I like sustain.
Sustain.
All right, on. Well, we got a lot more to go into. We'd love your feedback. Like we said, catch us with an email, send us a message. Whatever you believe in, hopefully we provide some information and some knowledge here.
Yeah.
So we'll see you next time on UFOs, UAPs, Part 2.
Yes, please.
Catch you guys later.
Nighty night.
Hey, everybody, welcome back to the Conspiracy Podcast.
Yo.
Happy you guys are listening again. Thanks for not going anywhere.
Thanks for waiting.
Yeah.
Until Tuesday.
So my name is Eric.
I'm Sean.
This is Jorge.
There you go.
And now you know who we
Now
are.
that we got that.
And also, some of y'all like, who's who? Go look at our Instagram. We put some pictures up there if you want to look at it.
We should have name tags like, hi, my name
Yeah.
is my name is Sean.
I know. So you guys pumped? You ready? Do you know what we did part 1 was ancient UFOs and
Yes, and
I am pumped, man. This is one of the
Yeah.
things that we always talk about for
I know.
years.
this is the original. This is like the original conspiracy.
I feel like we're gonna get the most shit for these episodes.
Probably.
Because
people have been researching it their whole lives. They'll be like, you
Oh, yeah.
fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You missed everything.
Yeah, you didn't talk about this.
I mean, the History Channel has figured out 200 episodes.
It's like, and we're about to get
We have 4. I don't know what to do with that. Because I get bored. It's never ending.
Well,
It's a
no,
story. I mean, I don't get bored.
No, if we did that much content, our listeners would be like, please stop. We're done. I revoke my membership. The fucking...
Cancel my Patreon.
I know. Get me out of here.
So I thought that we cannot continue, or I guess this is the perfect spot to talk about Roswell.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like Roswell was the birth of
the alien conspiracy?
Of the UFOs and the, that whole thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I thought, hey, what is the story of Roswell?
Eric, why don't you tell us?
Yeah.
I was really curious
Do
about
you
the
guys
story of
know
Roswell.
it? Do you guys know it pretty good?
I know ish, yeah.
Yeah, ish.
Ish. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna. Yeah.
You're gonna learn.
I'm gonna learn some
be
shit.
You're going to learn today.
You're gonna learn today.
I'm gonna get learned.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
I'm like, I don't know why I'm laughing at that. It's not funny at all.
Edit that out.
Yeah, actually, we did get a suggestion to do the Boy Scout scandal, and I said we would ask Jorge because
Yeah, if
I
he
didn't
would
know
allow
if
us.
I didn't know if it was a touchy subject.
I know that's a conflict of interest with the Eagle Scout over here.
I don't know. We'll talk
Everything's
about
fair
it.
game.
Yeah, we'll talk about
bring
it.
it on. Bring it on.
I'm pretty sure Jorge's in the Illuminati because he's an Eagle Scout. That's like a secret club. Only 2.5 million people on the planet.
For that, I gotta look for all my like old school merit badges. I'm gonna come with my uniform on that day.
You should come fully. Oh man.
Now that would be a special episode.
That's
like,
right.
We'd go live for that.
What's
so.
crazy about this whole story and this whole thing is the Ancient Aliens crew on History Channel, they're touring right now. And they're selling out arenas.
Which is bizarre.
Arenas?
I mean, semi-arenas.
Yeah,
not,
like
not,
a-
the
Not like a
top.
little
This is
pub. Not like a little pub.
It's
Like,
not T-Swift, but it's, I would pay.
I wouldn't pay to
Anyway,
see those
no.
fucking guys. Are
Maybe,
you
maybe
crazy?
a promo.
That's
well,
what the History Channel's
we'll-
for.
we'll get a
Why would I
media-
pay?
Maybe we'll get a media badge. Try to get a freezies.
oh yeah.
If I got a media badge, I'd pretty much go anywhere.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think we need more followers for that, though.
Help us, please. Help us get
Okay, let's jump in. Roswell. So sometime between mid-June and early July 1947, a rancher by the name of W.W. Mack.
What the fuck does the
Appraisal.
WW stand for?
I don't know. He didn't like his first two.
William Wallace Mack.
So he found the wreckage on his property in Lincoln County, New Mexico. Side note, Lincoln County is the county that was the wars with Billy the Kid.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Lincoln County.
Funny little
Funny little side thing.
little
Yeah.
tombstone trivia.
Yeah. Yeah, and whoever that says we don't do research, eat a dick. There you go. Yeah. So this place, it's approximately 75 miles north of Roswell, right? And before this, there were several flying disc and flying saucer stories that appeared in national press that summer. So it is that summer, right?
Okay.
It's 47.
Yeah, but that was like
And
back.
that appeared in that area, or just
No, just in the U.S.
In the U.S.,
In the
okay.
U.S., right? So there was a bit of a flying saucer frenzy.
Yeah.
And it was like that was back then. You couldn't really get your camera out. You gotta like, like spin the wheel. The fucking
Yeah.
thing.
So Mac, this guy's name's Mac, because he knew about this frenzy of saucers, that's why he thought it was something of that origin.
Okay, so he's like, this is
You
what
know what I mean?
has
Like,
to be.
yeah. It was the hot right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the
I just
hot.
read the papers.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's a salsa.
So this is what he found. He found rubber strips, tinfoil, and thick paper.
Classic UFO material. And some glue.
And
Some fucking erasers.
yeah. And also some sort of like net, not net, but a sheet.
Yeah,
I don't
it
want to
was,
say
it was almost
sheet.
like almost like an aluminum blanket.
Yeah, like a thin, very thin,
Yeah.
kind of like one of those
long
like
blanket.
makes you warm. Like
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah. And if you've ever been to the Kennedy Space Center, you can get like an astronaut blanket,
yeah, it's
and
like
it's thin,
Yeah,
made
yeah.
of foil.
yeah.
And you're like,
I don't
"This
know.
is great."
I don't know how this keeps you warm, but it does some weird
exactly.
way.
So he brought all of the stuff to Sheriff George Wilcox of Roswell, who in turn brought it to the attention of Colonel William Blanchard, the commanding officer of the Roswell Army Airfield, which is the RAAF.
Okay.
Yeah. The next day, the RAAF released a statement writing that the many rumors regarding the flying disc became a reality yesterday when the intelligence office of the 509th Bomb Group of the 8th Air Force, Roswell Army Airfield, was fortunate enough to gain possession of a disc through the cooperation of a local rancher and the sheriff's office.
So they actually found it. Like I remember that came out and they said that.
Yeah.
But then, in terms of like, what you said earlier, is like he had some rubber strips and some fucking aluminum foil. This is like basic ass shit.
Little tin foil that looked like a hat.
And I had some dowel rods and there's some fucking rubber strips.
I mean, I don't know what to say.
It's a small. Maybe
part of
Maybe it was the new aliens with the little tiny aliens. It's like the disc
Mexican,
is like a frisbee. It's like a
I
little
love
metal
how,
frisbee.
By the way, that whole story, I love how it's the Mexican Congress, and there's these little mini.
This
aliens.
little
The one you sent.
the little Mexican. Hello.
I know.
¿Qué pasa, güey?
We posted it.
If they don't know what you posted.
Oh, we posted a thing about the Mexican Congress was presented by a researcher, these little aliens, and they were the corpses
Probably like
of aliens.
3 feet.
Yeah, 3
Maybe,
feet.
like, yeah.
Yeah, they look really tiny.
And they were like preserved in some sort of thing. But,
yeah.
but they did scans of inside their body and shit.
Yeah, it kind of looked like your kid did an art project.
Like paper mache.
Yeah,
Like,
plaster of Paris, and then 1,000 years went by, and they're like, "What the fuck is this?"
and then you put it in like a time capsule. And they're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
Open it up later.
Exactly.
It's an alien.
Yeah, so I just thought it was funny that it was the Mexican
And
Congress.
they're
Yeah,
this big.
one of our best comments was, "Why do you think they got to be big? Why are aliens big?"
I guess that's true.
I mean, it's just a funny coincidence.
So according to that statement, Major Jesse Marshall, an intelligence officer, the government then changed the story about it being a saucer a few times.
Yeah, I know they changed it, and they were like, it was a balloon.
Yeah,
It was
don't worry about
fucking
it.
hot air
Nothing to
balloon.
see here.
So the following day, the Roswell Daily Record, which is dope newspaper.
Oh, shut the fuck.
Here we go.
Whoa.
No. They ran a story about the crash and their claim, but the U.S. Army officials quickly reversed themselves on saying it wasn't a flying saucer, stating that they found debris and it was actually just a weather balloon. So they released photographs of Major Marshall posing with these pieces of the supposed weather balloon as proof, and we'll post this on social media.
It's funny.
But it's him going,
I know, it's funny because they literally had 2 days to just move the real shit, and they're like, all right, just give me some fucking random shit
Yeah.
from the broom closet. Look what we found.
but this
Oh, my God.
this was the beginning of where they sent out a release.
No, there was an actual.
they said it.
The actual paper said that they found it, and then they literally the next day it's like
Back and forth about it.
And then they
which-
said, no. This is a balloon.
So it probably would happen. Guys, like, what's the problem? People deserve to know. The government, they don't really need to know everything.
You know, the FBI or the CIA was like, what you guys doing in Roswell, huh? No.
We're sending a
Yeah.
consultant out, like, to fucking handle this PR nightmare.
But like we had talked about, this Roswell incident took place during this whole craze of 1947. And
It's like right after 2 years after the war, and like, fucking,
yeah, and you know, there was a pilot named Kenneth Arnold, and he had said that he saw an object flying at incredible speed. And that kind of started it, right? And Arnold's description of what became known as flying saucers incited a wave of 800 sightings that year. 800.
I feel like there's probably 8 valid ones, and like most people are just like,
Yeah.
It's like one of those things that we talked about before. It's like everybody wants to get in on it. It's like, yeah, me too. And I'm the one that killed.
I just saw Tupac in public.
Yes. Why is that? I don't get it.
Everybody
don't
wants
wanna-
it. Everyone
they just
just
wanna
wants
get
a little
part
bit
of
of
it.
fame. Yeah, it's like
Do you think it's a fame thing?
Oh yeah, it's just people just want attention.
Yeah.
It's like a weird like thing that attention. They're happy to lie just to, which I don't want.
I'm like the
I want
opposite,
the
like-
podcast to get attention, but I don't want me personally to get attention.
On that note, this is brought to you by our social media. Please subscribe.
I know, it's like, we need your money
Yeah.
to keep doing this.
Many of these accounts, these 800 accounts, they just basically repeated Arnold's description.
The exact same thing.
Yeah, of seeing planes.
It was incredible speed.
Yeah, of seeing planes that had incredible speed, and they were like glass domes, and they had vapor trails and propellers, and I'm like, this is a plane.
Yeah, it's an actual plane.
You saw a plane.
These propellers on it. I couldn't believe it. It was
wings on it and
it was
moves
so-
super fast.
so outworldly.
So on the 4th of July in 1947, United Airlines Flight 105 reported seeing multiple flying discs. During that summer, Americans associated saucers with, they basically are now turning planes and other things in the sky into flying saucers.
Well, I mean, it could be circular.
Yeah. And then it became the extraterrestrials are visiting.
Well, I can see that story taking off for sure. It's like, but yeah, I mean, I think everybody starts to want to see the saucers. So it's like anything in the sky now, it's like a sighting, right?
Yeah, it's true. So decades later, conspiracy theories claim that debris from an alien spaceship had been covered up by the government. In response, in 1994,
So many moons later,
the United States Air Force published a report concluding that the crash object was a top secret nuclear test surveillance balloon from Project Mogul, which was a project that they were working on with fucking balloons and, that sort of thing to monitor. They were trying to monitor other people's capabilities of nuclear weapons via balloon surveillance.
Oh, so you fly a balloon up to the stratosphere and like no one can detect it, and it's like just like hovers over and fuck yeah. Let me see that nuclear shit.
Yeah.
But clearly that failed. It's like it fell out in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Couldn't even get that shit like out of the country.
It keeps getting weird. Okay, so for decades, UFO researchers were skeptical of them changing their account,
Which is
makes sense. Yeah. So then in '94, when this report came out, the U.S. Air Force released a report where they agreed that the weather story, the weather balloon, was bogus.
When was this?
'94.
Right. But
But
didn't
they
you
also-
just say that they
just said it was a weather balloon. It was a balloon that was the
Well, what they're saying is that in '94 they said, okay, you got us. Hey, you got us. In '47,
like 50 years
we
later.
made this up because we wanted to hide Project Mogul.
Right.
But my thing is like it's funny.
So
that
they admitted.
the original guy who made the first statement was, "It's true. There are flying saucers. They found a piece of a flying saucer."
Yep.
Whereas I don't know how you could mistake a balloon for being part of a flying
I
saucer.
know. I guess it's just debris, so you don't know. I don't know.
That's why I think that there's more. I think there had to be more because
know.
I just can't see him seeing some debris and being, it's a fucking flying saucer, bro. It's true.
That's true.
Well, except for the like we said, there was stories going around in that year.
But why would a military man go to that conclusion?
Yeah, but why would he?
Maybe
If it was true that they were having this top
Maybe he
secret
wanted-
program, whatever you called it, I forgot.
Mogul.
But the Mogul?
Project Mogul.
Mogul, yeah. Why would he talk about that if it's top secret, right?
No,
so,
I would
so
just
then
be
he's
like,
let me go with the other story.
Well, why even have a news thing? Just be like, it was fucking nothing. It was fucking trash.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of rags. I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah,
You don't normally hear the government say, "Yeah, we covered it up."
Right.
Yeah, but it was for for a completely legitimate reason.
Yeah, we were protecting America.
I know. National security.
National
Oh my
security.
God.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah.
every single time.
That's the going statement.
Oh yeah.
National security.
Well, it just reminds me of
Just
especially,
wait.
Remember
Especially
remember
after the Patriot Act.
Just wait until
terrorizer,
Terrorist.
Dude, just wait until we do 9/11.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's dark.
I know we were gonna release it on 9/11, but
So here's some of the info from the explanation. They said the wreckage came from a spy device created for an until then classified project called Project Mogul. The device, a connected string of high-altitude balloons equipped with microphones, was designed to float. It was designed to float over the USSR.
with the microphones, we can hear the nuclear weapons. Like, what the fuck are the microphones
And
for?
it was designed to detect sound waves at a stealth distance.
They're talking. They're detecting sound. Oh shit! The communication's happening down there. Those fucking Russians do
Isn't that
speak.
crazy? Yeah.
It's crazy.
So these balloons would monitor the Soviet government's attempt at testing their own atomic bombs.
Oh, so,
So they wanted to
they
pick
wanted
up like
to pick up like
if they're-
massive waves.
Yeah.
Okay.
That seems like such a shitty plan. Like, why would they do? I can see somebody. What if we just fed some fucking balloons over there, some mics on it? You know what?
That sounds amazing.
What's it gonna take? Like, it's just the worst idea ever.
So
Well, this is also back in the 40s, so they didn't have any technology.
Sure, they're like,
That's the top-notch technology back then.
what if we ask if they're doing it?
Right. So essentially, at the end of that explanation was that the cover-up was to hide the details of the spy work, which we
I love how it's
already
like,
kind of
I
established.
love how it's just like, of course we lied to you. It's just
Yeah.
we're doing a super secret project.
Yeah. So here's the other.
Wait. So far though, you think they lied because it was actually a
Fuck no.
Okay. All right.
For that fucking
checking,
high
'cause
school
Sean-
fucking science fair project idea to go spy on the USSR is ridiculous.
Okay, so here's the part you're gonna love. You're gonna love this so much. Some eyewitnesses said that there were bodies taken from the site.
I have heard that. Yeah.
Okay,
But
this was explained in this '94 report as parachute crash dummies.
What the fuck?
okay, so in our experience, the Super Secret Pro, we had to pretend that there was people on the.
So Smith, go ahead and put a 3-foot high little alien crash dummy. Just go ahead and put it up on the same. We want to see what it does.
They won't think they're Americans if the dummies are really small.
Put it up there. There's Project Mogul.
Project
Mogul.
Sounds like Project Muggle.
Yeah. Okay, so Roger Lannis, a historian and curator for the Division of Space History at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, says those two reports close most of the remaining questions about Roswell.
Because people just believe it.
Yeah,
Fuck it.
And so, and this is what he says, and I quote, he says, "You do not divulge state secrets in the context of national security. My surmise is that they probably saw the initial flying saucer explanation as a useful cover story," end quote. So Donald Schmidt, a UFO researcher who has spent nearly 3 decades investigating Roswell and is the co-founder of the International UFO Museum and Research Center in Roswell, says that the explanation makes little sense. The flying saucer story, he contends, was so ostentatious that it was bound to draw attention to the area. With its sensitive military operations at the time, doing so would seem highly counter to the interests of the War Department. So
I agree with that. It's like, that's a shitty cover story because then people are like, oh, now I gotta go there.
Yeah.
As opposed
top secret.
As opposed to it being like, oh, it's, a fucking porta potty fell out of the sky. I don't know what happened. People are like, oh, whatever.
So this is what Schmidt says. He says 2 hours west of Roswell was the first atomic bomb, and that was detonated.
You had the first test.
Yeah, so you remember during the war, we were testing, this is the whole Oppenheimer story and sort of thing. And so they were testing that 2 hours west of Roswell.
So that's why they're bringing the activity there because people are like, this fucking, what's happening over here? I wonder if Japan's getting a lot of fucking UFO activity.
So he goes on, he says, you had ongoing atomic research at Los Alamos. You had all this testing of captured German V-2 rockets at White Sands. And at Roswell, you had the first atomic bomb squadron headquartered. The thought that they would have intentionally set up any type of publicity as a distraction, if anything, they needed less attention, not more.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
I mean, even just that point alone makes you think like, okay, what actually happened?
I know.
Because maybe they're trying to do 5D chess moves. They're like, that's what you think we would do. But then draw attention away from the attention we were looking to not draw in the first place. like what? Oh.
It's true, actually.
I know you.
Yeah.
You know you.
I know that I know you.
It's true.
What's crazy in this whole story is that from 1947 until, essentially the incident was forgotten until 1978. It just kind of went by the wayside. People.
And then the internet happened. The internet got created. Reddit. They're like, what the fuck?
So in 1978, retired Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Marcel was interviewed by UFOologists, which is my favorite word.
Ufologist?
Ufologist. UFOologist.
That's what I should have been.
By the way, what?
It's like, damn it.
Ufologist.
Can we just call ourselves some shit?
We should be
Yeah.
ufologists.
Like what? Because there was no certification for that. UFOologist.
What's the plural of ufology? Ufologi?
Study of?
Ufology?
Yeah. In that interview, Marcel revealed that the weather balloon had been a cover story to divert public attention. Based on this, Marcel speculated that the debris must have been extraterrestrial origin. His interview led to complex conspiracy theories about alien spacecraft recovery and military cover-ups by UFOologists.
It's just so hard to say.
Ufologists.
Ufologist is easier to say because UFOologist, there'd be another O, it'd be like 2 O's.
Yeah.
That's right.
So in 1979, this is over 3 decades later, conspiracy theorists began to claim that extraterrestrial occupants had been recovered by the military at Roswell. In response to claims of alien occupants, a second USAF report in 97 reviewed testimonies about aliens and found them to be baseless, made up, or inspired by those parachute dummies that we talked about earlier. So conspiracy theories about the event persist despite explanations linking that incident to Project Mogul. The balloon, or having been described as the world's most famous, most exhaustively investigated, and most thorough debunked UFO claim.
I always like debunked.
Debunked. Yeah.
100% debunked.
Its myth has become a cultural phenomenon.
That's true.
And the Roswell incident continues to be of interest in popular media. I mean, this is in movies. This is,
people still go there.
I mean, remember,
people still panhandlers still make money selling like alien merch.
You remember
like
Independence Day?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
What a classic.
Well, that was Area 51, but.
I'm back.
But no, actually, what's funny is I went there a month or two ago, and
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah, not even kidding. I didn't go do the
tour.
I went there for
the alien tour.
Yeah, I went there for a reunion, and I had to drive north, but I flew into that area, and there's little like alien keychains.
I'm telling you, people
It's
sell
all
this
over the
merch.
town. Yeah, and it's like alien bar.
You know what's the only thing that's making their money? Like it's just like without that,
It's crazy.
maybe they latched onto it just to survive.
Shit, I want to go.
I definitely want to go.
I want to go check it out.
We need more Patreon members.
go to the alien bars, drink some alien beers, and
alien shots.
hang out. Yeah.
Just some more info on what was gathered up. Yeah. So when the debris was gathered up, the tinfoil, paper, tape, sticks made a bundle about 3 feet long.
So there's sticks. They made a fucking UFO out of sticks.
3 feet long,
Space sticks.
7 or 8 inches thick. And while the rubber made a bundle about 18 to 20 inches long and about 8 inches thick, in all, he estimated the entire lot would have weighed maybe 5 pounds.
So there was like microscopic aliens. Like the fucking.
There was no sign of any metal in the area, which might have been used for an engine. No sign of propellers of any kind, although at least one paper fin had been glued onto something like the tinfoil part. There were no words to be found anywhere on the instrument, meaning there was no, alien, E.T. was here, insignia. Like on a United plane, you would see United and numbers and that sort of thing. There was considerable Scotch tape and some tape with flowers printed upon
Scotch tape. What the fuck?
as part of being used in construction. No strings or wires were to be found, but there were some eyelets in the paper to indicate that some sort of attachment may have been used.
There was some cardboard and there was
Some twigs.
some crayons.
And this is from Brazel, the guy we had talked about before, right? And that was his quote. So scholars of folklore have charted the evolution of the Roswell myth over the course of decades. They claim it began in the final year of World War II, when Japan released thousands of Fugo balloon bombs designed to cause damage and spread panic in the U.S.
What's a Fugo balloon bomb?
It's
Basically,
basically
something that did not work.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, it's basically just a balloon that you would go up and then
it
you would,
just drops
Yeah, you
bomb?
put 1,000 balloons and you would
See where they land.
You put them on the West Coast. You put them on the West Coast and you fly them in, and then they have bombs in them.
Okay.
And then like eventually they run out of air and it's like,
Yeah.
it's like in a car and it
It's
explodes.
like, boom. Okay.
That's a balloon.
I know. It's crazy, actually. A couple other stories about this, a couple other stories about Roswell, and a couple other things, right? So days after the Roswell incident on July 11th, the press reported the recovery of a 30-inch disc from the yard of a home in Idaho. And on July 12th, it was reported nationally that the Twin Falls disc was a hoax. Press reports stated that 4 teenagers confessed to creating the disc. Then photos of the object were then publicly released. The object was described as containing radio tubes, electric coils, and wires underneath a dome. The Twin Falls hoax, with its nationally published image, showed an Army officer holding a disc-like object of mundane construction and has been called the coup de grace of press coverage of the 1947.
It's like the
disc. So in 1949, con artist tricked journalist Frank Scully in the magazine Variety into publishing the story of a crashed saucer with dead alien bodies near Aztec, New Mexico. The story told of humanoid bodies about 3 feet tall.
Oh, there you go. Mexicans were right.
What if they're like futuristic Mexicans that came back? We're coming home.
Including metal that
Casa, su casa.
including metal that is much stronger than anything found on Earth, and an alien writing found in the wreckage. These elements would later reappear in some versions of the Roswell myth. That also was debunked as a fake.
So no 3 feet aliens?
No.
Damn it.
Yep. In 1989, in response to an episode of Unsolved Mysteries, awesome.
Classic.
In Unsolved Mysteries, they discussed the Roswell bodies. Mortician Glenn Dennis recounted a story of a nurse who had assisted in an alien autopsy. So this just kind of fueled the thing.
The flame.
This story wasn't legitimized, nor was it debunked. It just is a story.
Persisted.
Yeah. In 91, Brigadier General Thomas Dubus corroborated the claims that the weather balloon was a cover story, consistently denied the existence of bodies.
They were dummy. They were crash dummies. Duh.
I know.
Everyone knows that we threw the crash dummies. It's just so weird. That, like, why would there be human dummies? I don't understand. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't have to be an alien. It's just, why are there dummies there? Like, doesn't
Very true.
Explain that.
Very true. So real quick, I wanted to go over what was Project Mogul, right? So Project Mogul, the initial events occurred at the first summer of the Cold War. So by 1947, the United States top secret project had launched thousands of balloons carrying devices to listen to Soviet atomic tests.
Still, it's just like, I mean, have you ever watched a movie from the 40s? Like, yeah, their mics were so advanced.
In June of 47, researchers launched a long train of these balloons, designated Flight 4. They tracked Flight 4 flying northeast toward Corona and lost contact within 17 miles of Mac's ranch. Remember Mac? He was the guy who found it at the beginning, right? So they actually have on record one of the balloons got lost
right around
nearby the ranch. Yeah.
Weird they didn't find any microphone equipment in the wreckage.
But
rubber.
But essentially, its purpose was to employ high-altitude balloons equipped with microphones for the long-distance detection of sound waves that were generated by the atomic bomb tests.
I just don't know how you would discern a sound wave being, oh, that's from a bomb, atomic bomb. I know it. The frequency.
You would think you would be able to detect an atomic bomb via
well,
sound.
also, if they're that high,
right?
they're so high up there, what else are they going to detect as far as sound? Like,
No,
it's got to
I'm
be
saying,
something big
but my
to
thing
be able
is,
to
like,
catch it.
But still.
So then you just assume that that's what they're testing.
But see, that's what gets really ridiculous. Is what if a little meteor like comes through? Oh, they got the nukes! Kill them all! They're gonna base it off a sound wave that they can't really prove where it came from.
Yeah.
It seems ridiculous. Let's like make a huge global decision. How are you gonna go to the United?
This is in the absence of drones.
You're gonna go to the UN. You're like,
back then, so
we know the Russians got nukes. Well, how? Okay. So we have a balloon.
Listen, okay.
Hear me out. We put a mic on a balloon, okay? And it heard something. And so the fact that it heard something means that there's nukes.
They probably couldn't even record it.
I know. They sound like they have USB drives. It's like a giant fucking mainframe computer up there recording the data. It's just ridiculous.
Okay, so let's move to 1980. And this is where the things got real, the myth of it all, and the
spicy.
We started taking off a little more.
Yeah, because I mean, if you talk about Roswell, and it's aliens.
Oh yeah,
right,
100%.
So in 1980, there was a book written called The Roswell Incident. This was done by Charles Berlitz and William Moore. These guys were known for writing about topics such as the Philadelphia experiment and the Bermuda Triangle.
That's weird as fuck. They were trying to like teleport like naval ships. It's like weird.
So this book argues that extraterrestrial craft was flying over New Mexico desert to observe those nuclear weapons activities when a lightning strike killed the alien crew.
It's so specific.
Yeah. It suggests that after discovering the crash, the U.S. government engaged in the cover-up. The book featured accounts of debris described by Marshall as nothing made on this earth. Other accounts suggested that the material he recovered had super strength not associated with a weather balloon.
But the lightning affected it.
The book
Not strong enough, aliens.
The book also introduced the contention that debris recovered by Marshall at the ranch was substituted for debris from a weather device as part of the cover-up.
Does seem possible, for sure. That you could just switch the debris.
Yeah. It claimed that the debris from the ranch was not permitted a close inspection by the press. The authors claimed to have interviewed 90 witnesses, but only 25 testimonies appeared in the book, with 7 claiming to have seen the debris.
I want to know how they came to the conclusion that they got struck by lightning. I'm like, where did that come from? They fucking struck by lightning, killing all aliens.
So that's their idea.
But the thing is, this is coming from the guys that wrote the book on
I know, on
Bermuda
the
Triangle, which we already did a whole episode on that.
Meaning,
We
yeah.
already got
Check
into
it out,
all
yeah.
that.
Trust me on this one.
Are we in the same vein?
Yeah.
I know, like,
Oh, well, we didn't write a book. I guess that's more official, isn't it? Okay, so the first claim of the alien bodies was in 1980. Officers from Roswell Army Airfield investigated the debris. By the 80s, popular accounts combined the debris investigation with humanoid bodies recovered. The Roswell incident was the first book to introduce this second-hand stories of an engineer named Barney and a group of archaeology students who encountered the wreckage and the alien bodies.
well, when did they? Why the fuck were they there? What? When did these people get there? What?
Yeah.
I thought it was his Max, and he's like,
But
I'm
the next sentence is these stories conflicted with the basic story of
yeah, I'm like, what?
retrieval of debris.
Oh, they were
from
like,
a
we were
sheep-
there. We were
from
all
the-
there.
Yeah, because theirs talks about a sheep ranch nearby.
And what was his?
And
rank?
his was just not it wasn't a sheep
it was
ranch.
just a ranch.
It was its own- yeah, regular ranch.
Yeah, so,
It's like the
WW
Yeah.
Mac.
Hidden Valley Ranch.
Yeah.
No one else got that
Anyways.
joke except for me, I guess. It's so stupid. I hate myself for saying it.
Okay, so here are just a couple of stories. I want to tell you these stories, and
Yeah.
this is just some more
Information.
for or against, right? So there's something called the Majestic 12.
That sounds like a Quentin Tarantino movie.
It's a rad name, actually. 1987, a team consisting of Friedman Moore and television producer Jamie Shandura released the Majestic 12 documents. Purportedly a 1952 briefing by Eisenhower, these documents presented version 2 of the Roswell story, in which the bodies were ejected from the craft before it exploded over the ranch.
Dummies bodies, or are we talking about alien bodies? Or like, what are we talking about here?
Whose bodies are we talking?
This is just another one of those stories.
Yeah.
In 91, these were exposed as forged documents.
Oh my god.
1989, this is called The Mortician's Tale of Roswell Alien Autopsy.
What? Wow, that's
On August 5th, 1989, Stanton Friedman interviewed former mortician Glenn Dennis, who claimed to have received calls from the airbase regarding body preservation and inquiries about small, sealed caskets.
I just don't know why the military, they don't have their own medical staff there. They're like, call the mortician. We need his expert opinion.
Especially in these top secret.
I know, it's like top
secret
Lie to the
military
American
base.
public, and they're like, we need you.
He also claimed that a local nurse told him that she had witnessed an alien autopsy.
I'm sorry, it's just so, it's so ridiculous. A local nurse, we need Jan. Get over here now. Get to the fucking airfield. Like, we'll get you in.
Get to the chopper.
Full clearance.
To this day, Glenn Dennis is a prominent figure in the Roswell incident for conspiracy theorists.
See, this guy was at the beginning and got super famous for a clearly a lie.
Yeah.
I just don't see why they would go to an outside mortician. Hey, we need you to like come work on the aliens first, brother. You can't tell nobody about it. You can't say nothing. like I don't understand.
1995. This is called the autopsy film. In 1995, film footage purporting to show an alien autopsy
I think I've seen this.
claimed to have
Fucking
been
shit.
taken by a U.S. military official shortly after Roswell was released by Ray Santilli. The footage caused international sensation. Actually featured in an X-Files episode in 1996.
I know, I think I've seen it. It's like,
Yes.
but it's like 3 megapixels. It's so shit.
That's it. That's all I got on that story. I mean,
X-Files was the shit, by the way.
X-Files
Oh my
was the shit.
gosh.
Yeah.
I
We
keep
started-
watching
we
it.
started
I recently
rewatching
watched
it, yeah.
I gotta rewatch it. Yeah.
I
It's
gotta
good.
say.
It's on Hulu. I use Eric's Hulu.
I mean, I gotta say,
Scully?
Scully's hot.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Although at the
Let's
beginning,
object
at the beginning, she's like 23 and she's like an FBI detective.
I know, right?
Like,
Makes
how
no
the fuck
sense.
did you get to that
I know
at 23?
You just graduated. Like,
Yeah,
what
I was
the
working
fuck?
at Jamba Juice.
It's like literally. I think I was working at P.F. Chang's. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, so in 1997, Lieutenant Colonel Philip Corso wrote an autobiography. In it, he claimed that he was shown a non-human body being transported through Fort Riley, Kansas in 1947. Corso also claimed he helped oversee a project to reverse engineer recovered crash debris. His story was met with skepticism and inconsistencies.
I would love to be a nobody like this guy and just have an autobiography. I think I feel like.
But did he say anything specifically about the Roswell? Like, is it just the
That's
general
it.
thing, right? Because
That's
in
it.
general, I mean, I could believe that. Working on reverse engineering
Although,
some
you
shit
know,
they found.
You know what I always thought was interesting in the episode that we did, and it's not one of our bigger episodes, but the D.B. Cooper one.
Yeah.
We talked about where everybody's on their deathbed just
I
claiming
know.
shit.
I know. It's like, literally.
They're just claiming shit.
Why did you wait till you die? I'm D.B. Cooper.
Yeah. Like everybody wants to be something at the end because they got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
It's like, what are you going to do? Sue me? Like, it's
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna die in a minute.
it's so stupid.
Yeah. I was abducted by aliens and I got probed.
It's like,
Like, what is that gonna do? You know? Anyways,
I just don't understand people's logic.
This is
behind it.
weird,
It's like,
right?
Why?
Yeah.
Like, what do you gain in
Also,
this?
there's people who admit to horrible things.
Yeah, murderers and like,
Yeah, horrible things.
We
Yeah.
have all the, what? It's not you. It's not
I
you.
know.
At all.
There's-
No, it was me. I
We
swear.
already solved this one. We
There's
got
a
all
crazy-
the DNA evidence.
There's
It's
a
not you.
There's a crazy statistic that I saw where I think there's been 10 people on their deathbed who have confessed to being the Zodiac killer.
Really?
Yeah, and you're like,
Okay.
you butchered, you stabbed. Why would you? Why is this?
They're
I
not.
don't.
It's just like,
God, some people.
it's a weird, I don't know why people are so desperate for, maybe it's some sort
Remembrance?
of like life validation. Oh,
yeah,
I
maybe
did.
they didn't do nothing.
I changed people's lives. I did some, even if it was bad. I made some sort of impact on the world.
Trying
kind
to
of thing. Like,
save their name or something. And
I don't know.
I
Even like an infamy.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yeah. So in 2005, Nicholas Redfern authored Body Snatchers in the Desert, suggesting that the Roswell crash may have been the result of a top-secret high-altitude balloon test involving deformed Japanese POWs that were acquired in World War II.
okay.
okay, bring the bodies, take them up in the balloons, and just bring them over to the base. Like, I don't like. That actually is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why
know.
this guy. This is the worst possible theory.
Okay, so in 2007, Donald Schmidt and Tom Carey published Witness to Roswell, which has featured a document said to be sworn affidavit by
Which means
Walter
nothing. Sorry.
Hott, and the document claimed that in 1947, it had been discussed by a high-ranking staff that Hott saw alien bodies.
A sworn
Yes.
affidavit just means this guy's. I swear I saw.
swear.
It. I synced it.
Officer.
Yeah.
I swear, officer.
Officer, I swear. I still tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I mean, really, what I'm doing is I'm telling all the crazy stories.
I mean,
I'm telling all the stories. that
Didn't
this
Bill
happened.
Clinton have a
Yeah.
sworn affidavit saying he didn't have sexual relations with that one? Then he was like, okay, I did. I'm sorry. Whoopsie.
So in 2011, okay, so in 2020, an Air Force historian revealed a recently declassified report that was from 1951 in an incident in which 2 Roswell personnel wore poorly fitting radioactive suits, including oxygen masks, while retrieving a weather balloon after an atomic test. On one occasion, they encountered a lone woman in the desert who fainted when they saw them. And to someone unaccustomed to modern gear, these personnel could have appeared alien. So basically, this story, So this story is basically saying that in 1951 there were Roswell personnel and they were wearing full suits and they were walking around.
Suits,
Yeah, they were walking around and they saw a woman. She fainted and she's like, "They're aliens."
Yeah.
Okay.
But in reality,
I can see that. They were dudes. Just like straight bros.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so then there's Project Blue Book. And here's basically what Project Blue Book is.
So it was the quick synopsis was just it was the code name for a systematic study of unidentified flying objects by the U.S. Air Force. It's from March of 1952, and it was terminated in December of 1969.
Yeah, so what the whole goal of this was to evaluate the UFO reports so they could determine if there was any threats to national security.
I see. So it was like the invest of
National security.
Everything national security.
No, national
No, I
security.
mean they were getting hundreds and hundreds of incidents and reports, and so it was the project to
I'm sure like,
investigate.
they got all the cold calls, like the hotline.
12,000 UFO reports. It says.
God, can you imagine fielding those calls? I seen one again. And like,
Wow.
okay, like where are you?
Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
So in December of '69, like Sean said, the Secretary of the Air Force announced the termination of Project Blue Book. Just in the 40s to 60s, there was a total of 12,618 sightings reported to Project Blue Book. Of those 12,000, 701 remained unidentified.
I mean, but that could just be someone in their backyard, like I saw it, and they're like,
Yes.
okay, and what we can do for you.
The decision,
Fuck off.
Exactly, leave us alone.
the decision to discontinue UFO investigations was based on an evaluation by the University of Colorado entitled Scientific Study of Unidentified Flying Objects. And this was based on all of the reports from the 40s, 50s, 60s.
Okay.
And as a result of those investigations and studies and experience gained from investigating them, the conclusions are as follows of Project Blue Book. 1, no UFO reported, investigated, and evaluated by the Air Force has ever given any indication of a threat to our national security.
Well, not necessarily a threat, but doesn't mean that it don't exist. And now, like nowadays, they're like,
Yeah.
okay, they're real.
Number 2, there has been no evidence submitted to or discovered by the Air Force that sightings categorized as unidentified represented technological developments or principles beyond the range of present-day scientific knowledge.
That's already been debunked by the federal government.
Yep.
Number 3, there has been no evidence indicating that sightings categorized as unidentified are extraterrestrial vehicles.
Well, they won't necessarily say that they are, but they say,
Project Blue Book.
we don't know what they are.
So then they closed down after that.
They closed it down.
They're like, shut the shit down.
Shut it down.
Shut this shit down. Like, too many people are calling into the hotline.
Too many
Shut
people
it
want to
down.
like
Yeah.
make themselves famous. Fuck this. Shut it
I
down.
mean, but there are
then-
funny stories. Like, I think this was on Joe Rogan when he was talking to Fravor. He would, they'd be flying over, in San Diego, and they'd see, people with campfires on the beach, and they fucking turn their fucking lights off and
And
dip
they
down
do
and
it.
slam the afterburners up, and they
Yeah.
just, freaking out. They're like, it's aliens, and they would just like troll people. So I can see like there's shit like that that does happen.
Right.
No, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
All right, that's Roswell. I don't know, that's the story. That's the formation of the beginning of
that was the start-
all of
the
the,
start of the
aliens and
Yeah.
UFOs and that sort of thing. So I guess
Does it feel different when you're there? Does it feel alienish?
Feel the aliens
Can you
in
feel
the
like
area?
the energy?
the energy, the alien energy.
No, what's wild is that it's very, I mean,
Desolate?
nothing.
Like,
no,
there's
there's
nothing.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's a desert. It's what you would see in cowboy movies.
Yeah.
Where they're riding through the plateaus of the New Mexico landscape, and
It's interesting too because I wonder how long it takes us to be like, fine, we'll live here in this like this super place.
Actually, my dad grew up there.
Well, sucks for him.
No, my dad.
Well, you see what I had happened. What I meant was
My chickens and the savings.
My dad grew up in northern New Mexico and right outside of Albuquerque, and
I think your dad's part of the conspiracy.
Yeah.
Should have had him as guest.
So what do you think? Do you think Roswell? I mean, let's talk about
I
Roswell.
think
Let's
there's
not talk about
definitely-
No, Roswell specifically.
Roswell specifically. This situation, this incident,
incident.
this thing.
For this thing specifically, I don't think it was flying saucer. I don't think it was an alien. I think.
Oh, you think it was just a balloon thing?
I think it was just some. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
I think it was. I don't think it was UFO. I don't think it was like alien.
No.
But I think it was something else. But they didn't want to tell us what it was.
Right. So they were working on this top secret.
No, but I don't think it was the fucking balloons with the
Mogul.
microphones on it.
It's not
like
Mogul.
I don't think. I think that's bullshit. I think that's just a fucking bullshit. I think it was something else. And then they're like,
Top secret.
yeah, I think maybe
some other project, not Mogul.
Yeah, I think maybe they were developing some other type of technology that they didn't want people to know about, and then it kind of probably looked weird, and the guy was like, "It's a flying saucer," and he's like, "Oh shit, we don't want him."
Yeah.
It's like,
And at the time, wasn't remember the radio show of War of the Worlds?
yes,
You know, Orson Welles, and you know that was hot at
Oh,
that
yeah.
time. You know, it was terrifying.
it is.
Yeah.
That's fucking.
Yeah.
So I just think that it was something else, and I think it sparked a lot. But obviously, I still believe that aliens have been here, and like I'm fully on board
Oh,
for
yeah,
that. But I just think
Wait to the next episode.
I just think specifically with Roswell, I think it was just. I think the guy thought it was an alien thing, but it was something. The military was trying to do some other shit, and then there was, oh well, if people think it's, we don't want them to think it's aliens because then they're gonna start think it's weird shit, and then
People are gonna start freaking out. They're gonna start panicking.
I know, and they're like, fuck.
So we can't say that. And then they had to go back and forth on their story.
And then what's the safest thing anyone's ever seen? A weather balloon.
Yeah.
It's
Like dummies.
I don't know, with fucking crash. They're not even real.
No, I think also like you know we were talking about there was talk about aliens in the country and things like that. So it just kind of fueled that narrative, that story,
That fervor.
and it was easy to jump on that. If you're the news, that's your job. You're trying to get attention so you can sell ads,
And it was hot.
and that was hot back then.
Or what if it's at this time the government's already in cahoots with the aliens and they're like, no, we can't, fuck them. That wasn't part of the agreement.
It's not time
I
yet.
signed the FA. I can't say anything about
Wait until
aliens.
2022, and then we tell everybody.
But,
exactly.
but you're joking, right?
But what?
You don't think the aliens are in cahoots with the government
Oh.
right now?
I mean, why is that so weird?
No, I don't.
You don't think that?
I don't think that one.
You don't think that? Sean, maybe?
Maybe the only.
I
one.
think it's
50-50?
totally possible.
50-50?
I think it's totally possible. Why wouldn't it be? I mean,
So
it
you're
seems
like
su-
70-30 or
no, it seems super reasonable. Okay.
99-1?
Listen. Let me break to you this way. So, Jorge, you believe that aliens are there and they
Yeah.
come down and they check out the planet?
Yeah,
right?
I do.
No.
Why wouldn't?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
Well,
sorry.
I know you don't. I'm not talking to you, Eric. Drink your fucking High Life. That was like a commercial. That was a perfect. I know. Okay, so all right, so this advanced civilization that can literally travel to our planet, why wouldn't they be like, "Hey, what's up"?
Yeah, but what's the
They're
odds
like,
that they're
no.
only in cahoots with the U.S.? Not.
No, I'm not saying
Oh,
that.
so you're
I'm
talking
not
about
saying that.
worldwide.
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
you were saying worldwide? You
No,
said,
he's talking about.
No,
okay,
I didn't mean like only U.S. only. I'm just saying
The
why-
UN.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they go to the powers?
They're part of the. They're part of the.
Part of the
yearly-
UN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, that would be the most plausible thing. If I was an alien race and I came here, I wouldn't be, well, let's just let them see us and then vanish. You know, I'd be like, hey, who's in charge, motherfucker? I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to start a line of communication with you. Why wouldn't they? I don't know. It seems like the plausible thing to do. I'm saying, if I was an alien, that's what I would fucking do.
Right.
Like, I'd be like, hey, what's up?
Right.
Like, let me talk to the leader.
All right.
I don't know.
Well, I think we're going to take that up in episode 4. We're going to go real deep on it and beat the shit out of Sean.
Technically, it's episode 3. No, episode 3 is Area 51, but
And
then
then we'll do a 4.
we are doing 4. Sorry,
We'll do a 4, and it'll be non-scripted, very...
Yeah. It'll just be like Sean's
no
an idiot.
holds barred. Yeah.
Me and Eric might do a little pause break
Yeah.
for us to fight.
We'll be 6 minutes in. We have no more content.
This is a mini.
Yeah, I agree with you guys. I think Roswell's kind of. I don't see anything.
It
I
just
don't
yeah.
think- I don't see anything.
The fact that all I
know?
found was like rubber and like aluminum foil.
Yeah.
Okay, come on.
I'm a little bit more inclined to subscribe to the Area 51
Oh, for sure. 100%.
conversation.
I
You know what I
definitely
mean?
subscribe to that.
Which is interesting that's our next episode.
I hope you did good research here because I'm about to pick you apart.
So I would subscribe more to
So why do you
that
think
one.
that
compared to this
it
one?
kind of took off as far as the story that the alien story?
I think it was around that time when flying saucers. First off, why do they have to be saucers?
I don't know. Well, there's all kinds.
Why does
of,
it have to be saucers?
Well, there's
It
all
just doesn't
kinds
make
of new
sense.
things like where they're
Yeah.
like there's been disc shape and orb shape and like and
Yeah.
then like triangle shaped and like all kinds of weird shapes. Like,
But I just don't know. I don't think. I think at that time it was a frenzy of, like I said, War of the Worlds.
it's very unknown too.
hot.
It's like, ooh, what the
Yeah,
fuck
it
is
was
this?
a very I don't want to say scandal, but it was in the news. It
Taboo.
was flying saucers were the newest rage, and then all of a sudden, there's shiny things that fall into a ranch, and
People were like,
then
ooh,
and then the government sends out a story, and then they change their story. When do they ever change
Which
their
is
story?
sketch.
It's super
you know?
sketch.
Yes.
It's hyper
So
sketch.
then, and you're like, there's something
I
there.
know, right? And so maybe at that time they were like, let's test out a method of media manipulation where we divert them, and they're like, never mind, this sucked.
The origins of fake news.
Yeah.
Dude, how
I know,
dark
right?
would it be if that was the first? That was actually Operation Mogul, Operation Media Mogul. I've got a great idea.
Not bad. Yeah, not bad.
We're onto something
Far-fetched,
here.
not
Not
far-fetched.
bad. Yeah, no.
We
not
take
bad.
one thing and we're just going way more down the
I mean-
rabbit hole.
I mean, aside from maybe, I don't even know, Watergate? Like, when have you heard the government go, my bad, we lied?
Not once. I mean,
AIDS?
No, recently.
No, not AIDS.
No, recently now.
Watergate, I feel like there was some...
No, but I'm saying like right now when they did Freedom of Information Act and obviously all this stuff about the UFOs coming out now, they're like, yeah, they've been there for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
No, these are people, these are disaffected individuals.
No.
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 The
No.
No.
Dude,
It's
the
not.
No.
It's
These
not.
are people who left the government.
Eric, the
No,
U.S.
this is
never
put out. This
Eric,
is put
the
out by
US
the
This is
Pentagon.
not the Pentagon.
It's
What
put
about-
out by
I
the
need this
Dude,
information.
Go online.
It's on
Go,
their
It's
website.
on
Where?
It's on the
Where?
the
I don't
government
need to fucking
website.
find this shit. You send this to me.
It's on the government
It's
website.
your argument. You send it to me.
No, but I'm
I
saying.
will. I
No,
will look
Eric,
for
I'm
this.
saying, but it's on a government website. That's not that somebody hacked the government
I know.
website and like
I know.
released all this shit for. But
I know.
Eric,
I
That doesn't mean it's not
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
but Eric, why would they let people who were just bad people and they were kicked out of these government agencies? Why would they let them speak in front of Congress? David Fravor wasn't dishonorably discharged. He was honorably discharged.
Well, it's not about letting them anyway. At that
No,
point, it's like if Congress calls you.
But I mean,
if they,
even Zuckerberg spoke
subpoena
in
you
front
or
of
whatever.
Congress. I mean, it doesn't tell me anything. Like, that would just be.
No, I'm just saying.
Anybody can talk to Congress.
No, I'm
I
just-
can go talk to Congress. You
No.
want me to go talk to Congress?
Eric,
I'll go talk to Congress.
Eric, but your argument was that like I'm like,
I got
David
it.
Fravor wasn't kicked out of the
he
Air
wasn't
Force.
kicked out.
Like-
Yeah, but I'm just saying, there's nobody inside saying it.
he was inside.
No,
when he was saying it.
now.
He was inside while he was saying it. Now he's out and
No.
he's saying it. Yes, he was.
I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yes, he
I don't
was.
believe it.
Dude, oh my God, Eric, what the fuck?
I don't believe this.
What is wrong with you?
I expect an email with a dossier.
Dude, an email. I'm gonna have an intervention with you. I'm gonna show up at your house and like we're gonna fucking talk.
Well, by the time the next episode happens, we will get down to the bottom of this.
I don't know if Eric will be on the next
Because-
episode.
Oh,
I'll strangle him.
Either that or
Yeah, next-
a fight's gonna break out and
Next
this
episode is
might
gonna
be
be
the
two.
last
The
episode.
The
I
last
don't know.
podcast is over.
This is gonna be a cage match.
The conspiracy podcast, just Jorge.
Yeah.
These guys just fucking went at it.
All right. Well, that's what we got for Roswell.
Yeah, we got more coming up next with
next-
Area 51.
Yeah. Next episode is Area 51. So
That's juicy cheese.
obviously,
Cheese Magoo's.
obviously, you're gonna tune into that one.
Oh,
I know.
yeah.
The probably just not listening to the first two. That's only listening to Area 51.
Yeah. You know when we get passionate about things is when we start yelling over each other,
Yes.
and then you can't hear anything.
Yes. So when you stop hearing, just know that we care.
Yeah.
That is
exactly.
a sign that we care.
Yeah. We've
We'll-
been working on it.
We'll try to edit it
Yeah.
nicely, but
Yeah.
it's just a sign
Actually,
that we care.
it's actually a skill to go let him finish speaking.
Yeah.
Do you know how hard
And
it
then-
is?
yeah.
Oh my God. Especially when
so-
Eric's just like making a shitty point, and it's like no idea what he's talking about.
Especially when he's making a really bad point.
So I'm like, shut up, Eric. Stop talking.
I know. All right, guys. Well, have a good one.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Hey, check us out. Hit us up on Patreon. Hit us up on Spotify Premium. You can pay and you can get access to our minis. It's pretty much, it's just some of the content that we have on our Patreon, but like you don't get all of it. So if you want the full McCoy, obviously hit us up on Patreon, but you know.
Or at least if you're not following us, go ahead and follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, I don't
All
know,
the things.
YouTube. Yeah, everything.
All the
You'll
things.
find us.
Yeah, all the things.
It all helps.
Yeah, it helps.
All right, we'll catch you guys later.
All right, peace. Night night. I had to sneak it in.
Okay, hi everybody. Welcome back to the Conspiracy Podcast.
Yeah, it's us again.
What up?
Eric,
What up?
Eric, right here.
This is Jorge.
This is Sean.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. We're on the alien trip, the UFO, the UAP, the Roswell,
Yeah, the fucking discus.
all the things. Now, obviously, you should go back.
Yeah,
Go back and
Oh,
listen
yeah.
to the other ones.
for sure.
You
No,
know what I
100%.
mean?
I think
kinda
it'd be,
stupid.
it'd
Yeah,
be,
kinda
it'd be
stupid.
weird to go in like it's like you don't start a book from like chapter 9.
Yeah.
It's just like
Exactly.
weird.
Yeah, exactly.
But you do you.
You should.
Yeah, like,
Yeah.
As long as you listen.
As long as
you listen, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, but we strategically made this so you could pick this one up right here.
We did it in order
Yeah.
for a reason.
Yeah.
Strategically in order.
But a couple shout outs. We love the feedback. We love the content. Don't hesitate to reach out. I mean, we're pretty open. We pretty much reply to everybody.
Yeah.
Whether it's social media or emails, all that sort of thing. So definitely jump in there.
Yeah, it's awesome, and it's weird. We did our first live.
Yeah.
Got a lot of folks in there, and it was really nice. It was really nice to like talk to you guys in a sense. I'm talking to your comments, but
It was crazy. A lot of you guys are from like all
yeah,
over the world. We got-
Norway,
yeah.
New Zealand, Atlanta, other Floridians as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cool.
Also, a lot of the stuff that we do comes from you guys.
Oh, 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually comes from you guys, whether it's UFOs, whether it's Roswell, whether it's some of the episodes,
The QAnon / Pizzagate.
QAnon, Pizzagate, Bermuda Triangle was
Yeah.
one, Kurt Cobain was another
Kurt Cobain
one.
was a very, very highly touted one.
Yeah.
I think
So
Flat
anyways,
Earth too, right?
Yeah, Flat Earth, yeah.
That's it. So the polls, we look at we do them on purpose.
Yeah.
We actually
Yeah,
care.
yeah, because truth be told, we don't know what the hell we're doing.
I mean, like, after episode like 23, you're like,
Yeah, yeah. So what is this?
We're just
What is
doing
it?
whatever you guys want us to do later.
By the way, what are we at? 48?
40.
47.
It's hard.
40,
It's
yeah.
hard because
Are we counting this?
In the high
Obviously,
40s.
right?
no, because
Yeah, we're in the high
Spotify includes like other like
Oh,
our
the minis.
so it's hard.
Yeah.
I think we're at like 45 or 6. Something
Yeah.
like that.
Okay. All right.
We should do a special one for 50.
I know.
Ooh.
We should do that. We should do that.
Do something.
50. I think we should do a special one for our year
That's
year
another
anniversary.
Yeah. Coming up in December? Yeah, November.
November.
Late November.
Late November.
Yeah, late November. Okay.
Where you want to have somebody
We like
live
a turkey
come in with
turkey
us?
conspiracy.
Somebody call in with us, or
Oh, yeah.
maybe we'll
That'd be
put a voicemail, something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, turkey just a genetically modified chicken.
Our
You
bird
tell me.
Conspiracy.
What was it?
Yeah. What are we eating? We're eating robots.
What was it? One person said our bird's real.
Our birds. It's just
It makes me laugh every time.
I mean, that's like a 5-minute conspiracy. Like, I don't even know what else to say.
Actually, I heard one. I was at a party the other day, and somebody said, "Hey, you should do this episode on Helen Keller." And I was
my
like,
God.
"Oh, what's the conspiracy about Helen Keller?" And he's like, "It's fake. She faked it.
That she wasn't blind.
She wasn't blind and deaf the whole time." And I was like, "Oh."
That she's the best actress of her time. Like, she's like
Yeah.
fucking.
And truth be told, I laughed for 10 minutes, and I was like, maybe we should because it was so funny.
But he
It's
kept
so
he
good.
kept a straight face
Oh,
while you're laughing.
definitely.
He was like pissed off at her, like fucking Helen Keller.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, if she did pull it off, like, kudos
I
to
know,
you.
right?
Like, you are the shit. You're actually the shit.
I know. Okay, so here we go. So this is Area 51.
Oh, yes.
Area 51 is synonymous with tales of UFO, government cover-ups, and alien technology.
I didn't know this is a fucking audiobook.
I know.
Jesus.
So in the middle of the barren Nevada desert, there's a dusty, unmarked road that leads to the front gate that says Area 51.
That's Area 51 on it. Don't enter or I'll kill you.
It's protected by little more than a chain link fence, a boom gate, and intimidating trespassing signs. One would think that America's much mythicized top secret military base would be under closer guard, but make no mistake, the government is watching.
Oh.
Dude,
Yeah,
it's,
they got like
You-
cameras in the rocks,
and it's-
cameras and like, fucking drones everywhere.
you still also have to go from the gate to get in. It's probably 900,000 yards.
Yeah.
It's not like you just waltz in.
So what's interesting is a majority of the stories of people, and this is on YouTube and everywhere. If you go, like if all three of us went on a road trip to Area 51, it's a pretty unassuming gate,
It's just like
right?
boo.
Chain link fence and all that sort of thing.
It's
But
like 3 feet high. It's
but-
like you just like step over it. Ugh.
but every time, no fail, there's a white pickup truck on a mountaintop, and it's just staring
Just
at.
watching you.
It's just watching you.
Because
Yeah.
And it's
when
watching-
they couldn't afford the Yukon Denali, they would do like a,
Yeah.
it's like a
get the-
Ford,
you get the Ford
Ford
F-150.
van. It's like-
But everywhere you go along the perimeter, there's just somebody watching you.
Yeah.
well, sure. I mean, obviously, much like there is at every military base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be honest. Like from that standpoint, it's really not that special.
I know.
Yeah.
Because
That's
there's
true.
Even
everyone. They're
around
always
here, we
watching.
have MacDill Air
Oh,
Force Base.
MacDill.
And
Where's that?
It's
It's
like
off-
South Tampa,
it's-
but
okay.
basically it's like South Tampa, so it's right there in the bay. If you boat over there and you're too close,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
they're
they're
doing
coming
the
after
thing?
you.
Oh yeah, they're telling
yeah.
you, fuck
There's like a
off.
white pickup truck in the water.
it's actually under the water and just floats up to the top. Get the fuck
fucking
out of here.
Watching you. Yeah. So beyond the gate, cameras see every angle. On the distant hilltop, there's a white pickup truck with a tinted windshield peering down on everything below. Locals say the base knows every desert tortoise and jackrabbit that hops the fence. Others claim there are embedded sensors in the approaching ground. And this is located at Groom Lake in the middle of a barren desert in the south part of Nevada.
Yep.
Area 51 is a U.S. Air Force installation that has become infamous for the speculated connection with UFOs, otherwise known as unidentified flying objects. Conspiracy theories surrounding the base suggest that it's used for the testing of the alien technology that was recovered at Roswell.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we did the episode on Roswell.
Yes. It's all lean. It's all
Leading
strategic.
up.
Strategery.
We do this on purpose.
We are researched.
But the idea is that Area 51 is a collection of alien technology that's recovered across the United States.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now Roswell is just one example.
Roswell's the
but there's-
beginning. Roswell's
yeah.
was the
Yeah,
inception,
exactly.
inception of the concept. God,
Yeah.
I can't say that fucking word.
Yeah. So, but that's the idea, right?
Yeah.
Now, what exactly goes on inside Area 51?
Well, I can't say so. Area 51. People think it's Area 51 is just one site, but there's actually multiple. There's like multi sites, and one of the main ones is called S2.
Okay.
And I get all this. I don't know if you watched the Bob Lazar documentary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So Bob Lazar is the propulsions engineer who supposedly had worked at S2 in Area 51, who was literally recruited to reverse engineer the propulsion system of one particular UFO.
Okay.
Which he said that there were multiple. I think he said there was like 12 or 15, something like that, with 2-man teams for each.
Yeah, they were like
And they were
highly.
compartmentalized,
yeah.
and they're separate, segregated. In which he had the highest possible clearance, which they called majestic, was the clearance level. And there's actually another.
Sorry.
There's another documentary
Yep.
called Above Majestic, which is
Oh yeah.
which is I told Jorge about.
Yeah,
and-
Yeah.
I mean, which is really good, and then it gets into then it just like fucking falls off a cliff. And you're like, okay, I don't think that the Germans were flying into space with U-boats. So like, I think it's like we got off
Wasn't
topic
that wasn't that the one also that says they kidnap kids from school and then take them to the moon or something?
Yeah, and there was it
Nice.
got a little
Nice. Yeah. But I thought the moon was fake.
The moon landing. Not the moon.
So ridiculous.
You don't just one doesn't land on the
I love conspiracy theories. Conspiracy is the best.
because they're all contradictory. I think
They're so great.
no, but
Also, they take him to the dark side of the moon. By
Yeah,
the
the
way.
dark side of
the
the
back end. Yeah.
yeah, because we only ever see the face of the moon. We never see the back. Side.
And they bring him back before school's over.
Okay.
This is true. Like I said, some of the documentary was good,
Yeah.
and then it fucking went.
Yeah,
it went
it just
super
falls
fucking.
off the
It went real crazy. No, that actually was a pretty interesting documentary, but the Bob Lazar one is the most compelling. Bob Lazar is probably the most credible.
Yeah, I agree.
Of all sources because he's been saying
Credible?
Yeah.
Well, no,
Might use a different word.
he's been saying the same.
Most famous.
He's been saying the same story for 35 years,
Sure.
and he's actually.
But just because I have said I've killed JFK for so many years doesn't mean I did.
Okay, sure.
I mean, like, cool analogy. I mean, anyone. Okay.
Okay. Tit for tat.
Tit for tat. Tit for tat. Like, that's a perfect tit for tat.
Okay,
moment.
so I'm going to build up to Bob.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to build up to Bob, right? So what exactly goes on inside Area 51? And that has led to decades of speculation. Yes. There are, of course, the alien conspiracies that galactic visitors are tucked away inside Area 51. One of the more colorful rumors insists that the Roswell crash was actually a Soviet aircraft piloted by mutated midgets, and the wreckage remains on the grounds of Area 51.
I love that. I hope that's true. Like, they literally made mutated Russian midgets. Like Russian carnival
crazy?
creatures, so they make them fly a plane.
It is so insane. Additionally, the other rumor...
Can't we say midgets? Are we going to get in trouble for that one?
Oh, I'm sure it's fine.
Good point, sir.
It's actually a legal term.
Small people.
Small people.
Is that rude?
A midget's
That's
a
not
legal.
rude.
A midget's a
Is that
legal
rude?
term.
No.
I don't know.
I don't care. I'm sorry. We're not saying it in
They're
offense.
going to come after us. for
Sean
that.
doesn't care.
Me and Eric
I
care.
just don't know. I don't know.
Okay, boys. Wowzers.
Sean doesn't
Don't
care.
fucking gaslight me. I know what you've
Okay.
edited out of these podcasts, Eric. I know.
Pretty soon he's going to start using the
I got-
clone.
I got
your,
the
clone
receipts.
your voice clone.
Hi,
Have you seen-
I'm Sean. Hey.
I know. He's gonna go on Descript and be like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna listen to the episode in the car, like, what the fuck? I didn't say that shit.
So here's another theory: is that the 1969 moon landing was filmed in a hangar of Area 51.
Interesting.
Insane.
Interessante.
Insanity. Insanity.
that, Jorge?
Insanity.
Approve.
So the beginning of Area 51 is directly related to the development of the U-2 reconnaissance aircraft. After World War II, the Soviet Union lowered the Iron Curtain around itself and the rest of, the Eastern world, creating a near intelligence blackout to the rest of the world. When the Soviets backed North Korea's invasion of South Korea in 1950, it became clear that the Kremlin would aggressively expand its influence. America worried about the USSR's technology and their ability to launch a surprise attack.
Thus the Cold War.
Because this was only 10 years after Pearl Harbor. Meaning, so they worried, like, we just got attacked by the Japanese at Pearl Harbor. So then they were, now that the USSR is working with Japan, it became terrifying,
Of course.
frankly. Yeah. For all the myths and legends about Area 51, what is true is that it's real
Well, yes. It's 100% real.
and it's active. It's real and it's active.
Yeah, there's motherfuckers there right now.
There may or may not be aliens and moon landing movie sets, etc., but it does exist.
There's
Yes.
something there.
And
There's
there's
there-
something
and
is
people
there.
are working there right now.
Yes. And only a select few are privy to what's happening inside.
Well, not necessarily inside, but at the highest of
Yeah.
clearance levels.
Clearance.
Because I'm sure, like,
Clearance.
no,
What was it? Majestic. Majestic moon owl.
Majestic clearance.
Yeah.
No, so what you're saying is so.
I mean, it's not. I mean,
That's what it's called.
It's just such a weird name.
no, but you know what? Okay, you want to know what like a real clearance that people know about that you think is like super like normal is fucking. It's TSSCI. Top secret, special compartmentalized.
That makes more sense. Than Clarence, Majestic.
Okay, you're like TSSCI. Oh, it makes total sense. Fucking, I get it.
So you were saying like, so there's a bunch of people that work
Oh
there.
no, because like the base is so big. It's such a huge thing. It's not like there's like 10 people who work at Area 51.
Totally.
Obviously, there is going to be like a large military presence, but I'm sure that even if it's not aliens, there's still levels of clearance that I'm sure at the pinnacle there's probably a small handful of dudes who know everything that's happening there,
Right.
regardless of what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
Purely unbiased
I can
statement.
get behind that. Yeah. I can
Well, it's
get
also
behind
weird if you go to try to look up any kind of satellite image or whatever. You're not
Of
gonna
it?
find. Yeah, you're not gonna find
Yeah.
shit. But
Well,
You would think-
why
you
would
would
they
think
give
it'd
us
be-
satellite images of like a military installation?
no, I know. But I
would
mean,
think
I don't
it'd
know.
be-
Fucking Google has everything. Like,
That's
I
a good
don't know.
point. Yeah.
You would think it would be easy nowadays with drones.
Oh,
Fuck
no.
drones, satellites,
No.
bro.
You
A
fucking-
satellite? We're gonna blow the satellite up?
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like
but-
it's in space. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Try to
that's true.
fly a drone out there. Forget about it.
Yeah,
Pop, pop,
yeah.
pop, pop, pop.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be
Yeah.
anti-aircraft fucking
Yeah,
weapons
yeah.
blowing that shit up
Yeah.
instantly.
Fucking
That's true.
F-22 comes after
Oh
your little
my
drone,
God,
your little
dude.
DJI drone.
You'll-
It's like,
yeah.
Dude, that thing is fucking.
Yeah.
That's like $60 million worth of military hardware coming for your ass.
You got the expensive one from Best Buy.
It's like it said the range is 200 meters,
Yeah.
bro. We're at the good.
I'm gonna submit the warranty replacement on this one. So there's an aerospace historian and author named Peter Merlin.
What a fucking epic name, Peter Merlin.
He's been researching Area 51 for 30 years. He said the forbidden aspect of Area 51 is what makes people want to know what's there. And there sure is still a lot going on today.
Of course you want to know. It's like, yeah, God, the mystery just makes you want it more.
I know.
God, I want to know.
Yeah. Area 51 is located 120 miles northwest of Las Vegas, near the small town of Rachel, and Hiko. The title Area 51 seems to come from the designation the base had on Atomic Energy Commission maps, with this name sticking in the mind of the public but mostly unused by the military. Established in 1955 as part of the Nevada Test and Training Range Complex, the area was also given the name Paradise Ranch.
What a majestic.
And that was an attempt to draw employees to the
oh,
base.
to come to the middle of nowhere.
Come to Paradise Ranch.
Like, paradise.
Yeah.
The virgins smell like the Nile.
We're real close to the Bunny Ranch, so things are wild.
On your lunch break,
I know.
you make it a great one.
So, and I quote, the base itself is fairly small, but the restricted area around it is over 90,000 acres.
That's a fucking massive
Wow.
plot of land. I told you it's big as like it's not like the gates and you just walk in the front door. It's like huge.
Now, some say...
Yeah, but you said 1,000 feet. Like,
It's
probably
I
miles
was
in.
guesstimating.
Yeah.
Like,
But some say, I mean, this is per space.com, which is somebody by the name of Radford, and he said partly the reason for the size is to prevent prying eyes and to test classified aircraft. So you need a lot of space.
Yeah, to fly it
You
around.
know what I mean?
true.
You know,
it's also like
yeah.
like Jorge said, like guy gets to the gate and he's got to go on a revelation journey to get to the fucking he's got to go
marathon.
see God to go fucking find the fucking base.
Can you imagine?
Somebody like Eric, he's gonna bike his 200 miles in there.
I'll see you in 4 hours, Area 51.
Yeah. Can you imagine trying to test an alien aircraft out of your one-bedroom apartment in San Francisco?
I know you have like
Doesn't work.
I have
It's not gonna work.
480 square feet.
Yeah, so you need 36,000 hectares. Yeah. Anyways, that's the translation. 90,000.
Hectare, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Radford said, it's mostly conspiracy theorists and media who call it Area 51. The U.S. government does not call it Area 51.
Do they still call it Paradise Ranch?
Unknown. It's simply, per what we know, called the Nevada Test and Training Range. And it's part of Edwards Air Force Base.
The Nevada Test and Training Range. Interesting.
In 2013, the U.S. military, for the first time, acknowledged the existence of Area 51. After a formerly classified CIA document detailed the history of the U-2 spy plane that was obtained by the NSA at George Washington University. But that acknowledgement doesn't mean that a visit to the base is advisable. Bradford said there are still legitimate government and military operations going, and so it is classified and it is secret. So don't show up. Yeah. The military classifies Area 51 as a military operating area. On the ground, you'll encounter stern signs and armed guards patrolling the fence perimeters guarded by buried motion sensors, cameras, guards, so on.
Even the jackrabbits out there are fucking armed and ready to take you down.
The poison tip, like horns and shit. Like fucking...
Signs also tell visitors photos aren't allowed and that trespassing on the property will result in a fine.
I mean, they just literally said,
so you can't walk up to the gate and take a picture.
They literally said, like, deadly force is authorized. No. Like, that's pretty much saying,
yeah, but you just take a picture of the fucking gate. You're on the other side of the gate.
Deadly force is authorized.
They're gonna shoot you.
Yeah, when you're on military fucking government grounds.
No, I'm on this side of the fence.
It's all our land.
So originally,
national security.
National security.
I gotta take your phone.
So originally, it was used as a testing site for the U-2 spy plane. The base would go on to be used for the testing of other well-known aircraft such as the Archangel 12, the SR-71, the Blackbird, the F-117, the Nighthawk, stealth fighter.
Bomber.
You know, like, so the basic flawed premise around Area 51 mythology can be boiled down to this. The government won't reveal what's going on there. So it must be something ultra, super, amazingly secret.
But it's also, I do have to give from the other viewpoint.
Of you being there.
Yeah, being the military. Why would I tell you what I'm doing here?
Yeah, of course.
This is a military operation.
Yeah. They're developing some of these fucking, like the stealth bomber I just said. You know,
so
why would they want that out? And obviously our enemies would know about it. No.
So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And we might get on a tangent on here.
Possibly.
This might be the point.
This might be the tangent point. Yep.
In a democratic society, is that okay?
Yes.
National security.
For your government to be doing something that you don't know about.
Well,
for national security.
And that you won't ever know about. And that they will not let you know what it is.
There's got to be.
Is that okay? I guess is the question.
Well, no, because there is a point where it's 100% transparency all the time doesn't really help anybody. Because
you have enemies around,
of course.
Around the planet.
Yeah, then you know, the U.S. doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
So like there is to a point. I don't think that if it's something to do with military advancement, okay, sure. I get why you're hiding it. But if it has something to do with the well-being of every American life, i.e. alien life forms,
alien invasion,
something like this, like anything to do with the everyday life of a citizen, it has to be known. That is the right, because if it's something and they'll use national security. So, but what about my security? Like, the only reason that you guys are in your political positions are because the people have allowed you to. And if it's any sort of threat or any sort of data that could affect the life of the citizens, it should be known to the citizens. If it is something to do with, military advancement in terms of that kind of shit, well, I don't agree that we should even be continuing to advance military things, because war just means that we're all going to die. I understand why they're going to tell us.
You know what the problem is? That it would lead to fucking panic. Like if they really revealed everything, if they got aliens there and this and that and whatever, right?
Well, what if it wasn't aliens?
We have, okay, whatever it is.
So maybe just technological.
It would.
Here's the thing: is like, even if it wasn't aliens, and they'll, dude, it's not like it's fucking aliens.
Yeah, it's so true.
Thanks for telling us. We'll never not believe it's aliens until it's actually aliens.
That's true.
I mean, look at what happened in 2020, the riots and shit like that. So I don't know. I think that there would definitely be some panic going on.
But see, those riots weren't caused by some revelation of information though. It's not.
But I'm just saying the way that society just fucking panics and then it like snowballs into something uncontrollable.
True, but I feel like that is a common theme. That's a common justification that the government would use. Like, well, the people can't handle it. Only
exactly.
We just got to keep this with us because we're so even keeled over here.
So what you're saying?
We got your back. This is for national security.
National security.
National security.
This is national security.
National security.
Okay. It's like, hey, if the people freak out if they know we're taking all this money, national security, national security. This is actually national security. Right?
True.
Like,
It's very true.
so I feel
All
like
right,
that's a justification.
So
for these.
you think? Correct me if I'm wrong. From what you'd said, so you think that it should be an open book?
If it's related to the well-being of the citizens, it should be.
Yes. Okay.
If it is something to do with like the military-industrial complex and like how they can make like better planes to make bigger bombs, like I don't think it's not going to behoove me to know. It's not going to behoove me to know that information.
To increase the military might. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with, but it doesn't.
Okay.
Me knowing that information isn't like providing me any sort of like more survival in my life. But if they got fucking alien chips up in there and they're trying to like reverse engineer this technology, I got a fucking right to know, dog. This is my fucking country, bitch. Like,
All right.
I agree. I mean, we have a right to know. Yeah. There should be more transparency for sure.
but
So it shouldn't be. It's not national security.
No, I think that's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, no.
But here's the thing: is like
Because okay, so your majestic level of
clearance.
whatever. Yeah, your majestic level.
Yeah.
And you receive an alien ship, and it's got technology that is more advanced than we are, way more advanced. Yeah. Your boss says, "Hey, in the hands of the North Koreans, this could end our way of life."
Okay.
Okay, you're still of that mentality.
First of all, we already have the means in our own life. Sorry.
No,
Just saying that.
I understand, but I'm just saying, for the sake of aliens and what we're doing here with Area 51, you know,
Right,
let's
so you're
say,
saying let's
say
let's
they
keep it a
discovered
secret. Let's keep it a top.
something that I don't know about.
Yeah, so you're saying keep it a top secret so that the enemies won't come
So
after
not
it.
only do your citizens not know, but
But your
your
enemies,
enemies don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I hear you on that, but no. I still don't.
You're
no.
still not. You're still
Because
not
we should know about that.
And it's just like, what makes you think we trust you, government? They're like, no, we're not gonna fuck you over.
Don't you worry.
We've never fucked you over, not
Don't
one
you
time.
worry.
That's not been a
Yeah.
singular time I fucked you over.
What about Project Mogul? No big deal.
That was an accident.
Accident.
It was a balloon. I never trust balloons.
All right. Okay.
No, so but
I
there
get
is
it.
but
Yeah,
there is
I
a
get
point
it.
where
I
it's
get
like, okay, like obviously there's no such thing as 100% transparency. If that's the case, and like it's not what I talked about with my wife last night.
Right.
Like, it's like there's no such thing as that.
Right.
But I do think that we get to a point where it's really easy for the government to like be, well, this is in your best interest. But why are you deciding what's in my best interest?
Yeah.
How do you know what's in my best interest or in the best interest of 375 million other people?
Yeah.
How do you know what's in their best interest? You're making a decision for, over a quarter of a billion people.
Gotcha.
So like, how can you decide that for us? For like, that's a lot of.
The testing of new and secretive military aircraft is likely responsible for much of the connection between Area 51 and UFOs, especially when considering that the term UFO doesn't directly refer to aliens.
This is unidentified flying object.
Yeah, so it could be
Anything.
It could
A
be
bird.
an enemy. It could be an enemy, and you're like, what is this new technology that we don't even know about?
Okay.
You know?
Fine.
True.
But usually when we talk about UFOs, we're talking about like what Sean saw on the Skyway.
That's right.
If you haven't
Do you
heard
think
that,
was-
go back to episode number 1.
Yeah,
on this
episode
one.
one we talked about.
Now, I don't think we asked, but do you think that was alien?
100%, dude. There was nothing that.
Or that was not?
That
Or
was
that was
not-
a technology of, like, Tampa.
No, not even.
McDill? Was it McDill?
St.
Not
Pete,
even remotely
St. Pete
Dude,
City Council?
bro, my Wi-Fi doesn't work while I'm in the bathroom. So like, you're not gonna create some shit like that. Like, come on, like impossible.
So what we call Area 51 is only one of many military bases, laboratories, scientific research centers across the country that deal with classified, top secret information where workers and visitors need high-end security clearance.
Yes.
Majestic.
So, and I quote from Radford, he says, there's no reason to think that UFO-related things are going on, but more government-related things are
Nothing
going
to see here. No,
Yeah.
no reason to think.
We're just doing government things. Government's just going government things.
So aside from the sightings of strange craft and Roswell, etc., Area 51 mythology was enforced in 1989 when a man by the name of Robert Lazar claimed that he worked on extraterrestrial technology
Bob Lazar, baby.
inside Area 51 base. Lazar told Las Vegas television reporter George Knapp that he had viewed autopsy photos of aliens inside Area 51 and that the U.S. government used the facility to examine recovered alien spacecraft. Lazar himself has been discredited many times, but his claims resulted in numerous government conspiracy theories, most of which involve extraterrestrial life.
You know, it's really like, because you can play both sides. Like, oh, he's full of shit, but then, it's, you know.
Well, he's not going to be able to come up with any kind of evidence
No,
because
but
everything's in there.
Yeah, but
like,
also, like, how easy is it for the government to be able
to discredit him.
discredit this motherfucker?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got a guy over here named Bob. Go send the discredit over there.
Yeah, what's our budget for what's our defense budget this year? Oh, okay, $500 billion, no problem. Let's just fucking discredit the shit out of this guy.
This is a damning quote about Lazar, and it's from Radford, who's the guy we've been quoting a lot in this episode. And he says, a lot of the legend has been fueled by hoaxers, such as Robert Lazar, who appeared in the 80s telling a story to TV stations that he worked there and saw alien bodies and crashed firsthand. It got a lot of attention, but it was later revealed that he fabricated not only his employment there, but indeed his entire background. Almost nothing of what he said has been true.
How do you fabricate working for a place that they don't? There's probably no fucking records.
See, that's the thing. It's like,
That's
how,
the thing.
how,
He's like, well,
That's the thing.
he never worked here. I don't know what he's talking about.
That doesn't
Rob's
exist.
like,
That's the thing.
But you know
right?
what I was thinking? I mean, because this whole time I was like, you know, we've watched documentaries, we watched Joe Rogan, whatever. I believe Bob Lazar, but then I'm thinking like, okay, well,
Bob Lazar's full of shit.
like
Why do you believe him?
I know.
No, I'm just thinking like, why wouldn't he get arrested if he really,
Oh, yeah.
you know, if he's really telling these top secrets?
Isn't it treason?
That's right.
I
Yes.
don't know. I mean,
Yeah, it is.
Define treason. What, spilling secrets that you're not supposed to spill? Is
Stop.
that-
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
classified information.
I mean, what's his name's still in prison.
Who?
What? Who? I know who you're talking about. He's not
You know
actually in
what I'm talking
prison. He's in fucking Russia.
No, the other guy. The other guy's still in prison.
What other guy?
What's that guy's name?
Not Snowden.
I was thinking Snowden.
Yeah, Snowden and then the other guy. There's one other guy who's a
Oh,
whistleblower.
Assange?
Assange
Oh,
is
yeah,
in
yeah,
But
prison.
he did WikiLeaks, yeah.
I know. I'm just saying.
Same
like,
shit.
Yeah, I'm just
Well,
saying.
Julian
he
Assange-
leaks-
Julian
he's
Assange
leaking
is like-
inside information about your time
But see,
as
that,
a government employee.
that is so fucked up. Julian Assange wasn't a government employee. He just owned a website, and then it's like happened.
Totally.
It's like
I know. I agree with you. I actually think both. I don't agree with both of
It's
those.
fucking bullshit.
Just
Or if the
summarize.
government goes
But
after
I'm
Bob
just saying-
Lazar
I'm
and
just
then
saying-
arrests him, it's kind of like
ooh, it makes it validate. Like
That's right.
that's such a good point. Oh my god,
So
Jorge,
then it's
Jorge
like-
just cracked the code.
So then it's like, let this guy just let everybody think he's crazy.
Right.
You know, let's
Oh,
discredit
yeah.
him.
Because
Damn
if you go,
crazy.
if you go after him, and literally people, it probably makes like more fanatics. Oh shit, there is aliens there.
Yeah.
They're trying to go after him. Whereas maybe it's in the benefit for them to go after like Snowden because are they listening to me? They're like, yeah, we know everything you do. Of course we do. Fucking.
Yeah.
That's kind of
That's true,
scary. It
that's
makes
true.
me want to fuck with the government. But this
True.
makes me feel, ooh.
They're definitely listening.
They know everything. This
every
is bullshit.
Alexa
Dude,
is
you know how many-
listening.
You know how many times
You think
literally
they're listening to our podcast?
100%.
Yeah.
They're viewing.
They're
So
subscribing.
you're scared of Suge Knight, you're scared of OJ, and now he's going to be scared of the
all
NSA.
of these people. Yeah, I
No,
am.
the thing that's like literally, and everyone has had this experience where you're just sitting there and you're talking about something, and then like 2 minutes later, you're getting an ad for it.
Yeah.
They are listening, and like somehow they're still getting away with it. I don't understand. Like whatever fine print you do when you go on fucking and you get your phone, they're allowed to take it for marketing purposes.
Yeah.
You know.
True.
But there's no one policing. Well, let's just listen.
Yeah.
Let's see what it's fucking bullshit. You know, it's me. I don't trust the government.
Okay, so
Government's full of shit.
regardless, Lazar set the ball rolling.
Good for
right?
him. Good for Lazar.
No matter if you believe it or don't, the rumors of alien tech Area 51, they were cemented into public consciousness and pop culture. Lazar is famous. Like, he's
definitely famous.
right? Like, he's the alien guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's the UFO Area 51 guy, right? Yeah.
I mean, the thing about Lazar that I think for me that gives it, validity is his concept of what the way he explains what the propulsion system is. It makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
It actually does make sense because it's the only way.
Just because, like, the progression of technology that we couldn't have done on our own.
No,
that's basically.
No, he explains the propulsion system's not really propulsion at all. Propulsion's when you push, you use energy out there to push you the opposite direction.
Okay.
Whereas theirs is like a gravity engine where it's just like you actually fall. If you can focus gravity to a point, for example, the reason I think it makes sense, this is like my scientist coming in, like, so there's a concept of like a black hole. So the black hole is like this like infinite gravity pit, And so there's speculation and theories that obviously no one knows. And fucking let's go in the black hole, like fucking see what happens. But there's theories that black holes are wormholes and they're actually rifts in the space-time kind of fabric, and in essence, time, like space and time fold up, and you end up on another part of the universe.
Yeah.
So you have to think of it. Okay, so the fastest known speed that we on Earth believe is the speed of light, which obviously I don't believe that. I think there are speeds faster than the speed of light, and I'll prove it right now. So, what's one thing light can't escape? Gravity. So light, despite light being the fastest known quantity that we know in the universe, light can't escape a black hole. So therefore, that gravity the pull of gravity is quote unquote faster than the speed of light. Because if the light was fast enough, it could just escape the gravity. But it can't. Light can't escape a black hole. Therefore, if you can focus gravity fast enough, you can fall infinitely fast. You can just literally arrive at a point because you can literally just fall to that point infinite, because there's no
immediately
instant.
Imagine you're in space. There is no medium. There's no friction. There's no nothing, and you could just make gravity just ramp it to infinity and just like fucking arrive. You just fucking shit. You're just like, oh, I'm here.
Yeah, it's wild.
So that's why I think that what's faster than light? Gravity. Therefore, to me, from like a scientific perspective, like the way I see it, like that makes sense to me.
And that's what he explains, that he was working on that.
Yeah, he
Trying to reverse
engineer a gravity engine, and they had an element like 116 or some fucking shit. I don't remember exactly what it was, but yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. That is wild. It's wild to think about.
Yeah, I know. I think about that shit all the time.
Yeah.
Like constantly.
It's fucking cool.
Constantly, yeah.
Well, yeah, because that's my biggest speculation about why I think aliens are here. Okay, so if you look at technology 50 years ago to now.
Yeah.
So we advanced 1,000 times more in the last 50 years, 60 years than we did in the last 5,000.
Yeah.
So why is that? Yeah. You know that when they had the old supercomputers, they'd be like a building worth of fucking...
Yeah.
A building worth of servers. Like, it's for what literally my phone has the power to do what the entire U.S. government could do 60 years ago. Like, literally, my phone alone is more powerful than that. Like, it's ridiculous.
Okay, but are you saying that's coming from aliens?
I'm saying it's possible. I'm just saying what caused this massive leap in technology?
Yeah.
Massive. This extraordinary. We used to use fucking vacuum tubes on our fucking computers, bro. Like, and like, what?
It's not wrong.
It's like all like what?
But that's not alien.
How the fuck do you know, right? Like,
debatable. Yeah, I mean, I subscribe to the man is.
Oh,
the man
shit.
is.
Are you converting Eric?
No.
I'm
No.
Eric subscribes to man.
He says he doesn't even believe that they come to visit.
No, he subscribes to man can do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I subscribe to man has developed this, but I like his argument.
No, the argument is like
I like it.
I do think that they've visited and we've gotten some technology from them, especially flying technology or propulsion or whatever you were just saying, whatever for that.
Yeah.
But
you don't believe like this technology? You don't think this 60 years ago?
No, I don't think.
Okay,
I don't think that's
all right.
alien.
60,
I don't think
70
the computers are alien. No.
60, 70 years ago, if I showed this to someone, they'd be like,
Oh,
I'm a fucking,
then it would
I'm a
look
fucking
alien.
sorcerer.
Yes.
Like,
Yes.
like,
That's true.
like,
That's very true.
But it's so slim because for the last 5,000 years, the technology's been roughly the same. They're like, oh my God, we made the steam engine. Holy shit. Like, we're gods.
Yeah, the Industrial Revolution.
Like, I know, it's like, look what we have created. And then now it's, I have a terabyte in my hand.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck?
I would throw in here that maybe you're discounting progression of technology. You know what I mean? Like exponential growth.
Specifically,
exponential.
Just specifically on that, there's something
technological advancement.
Yeah, because there's something called Moore's Law. You heard of that?
No. This sounds like some fucking... it sounds like some fake shit.
I love it.
It's a Jorge's Law.
It's a law that states that the number on a microchip doubles every 2 years. So that means that the speed and capability of the computers will increase every 2 years. That's why it's gotten so much...
Who made this fucking law?
Yeah. So one of my first computers, I was super, super stoked to have 100 megabytes.
Yeah, back in the day.
Super stoked. 128 megabytes. Now, 100
My
times
phone
that.
got more than that.
That's right.
Okay, so
100
pretty
times that.
much buy
But
more...
it's exponential growth of technology.
Cool. So buy Moore's Law, we'll be at Skynet in like 2 years.
Literally, I mean, look at
the
what
fuck?
fucking AI is doing these days.
That's true. Yeah. Anywho,
Whatever. Fucking transistors and blah.
No, I dig the argument though. I do dig the argument.
Yeah, I actually do dig the argument too.
I dig it.
Oh, because you two are against me?
I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm not. I'm actually trying to say I actually appreciate the argument.
I dig the argument too.
Yeah. Okay.
I dig it too, actually. I really do.
You gotta dig it. It's yours.
I love it. I love the argument.
So just going forward a little bit, pop culture, media, Hollywood, things just got out of hand.
Oh, for sure.
Things just took off. I mean, Independence Day.
Fucking Will Smith took it to a whole nother level.
Remember Independence Day? I mean,
so good.
They just, it was all about Area 51.
Aliens.
It was that movie was about Area 51.
Not necessarily.
No, I mean, but essentially it all was, I mean,
alien invasion.
That was the last remaining safe hold for humans was Area 51.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Like that spot, yeah.
Well, maybe it's because there was no aliens there, so that was the safest place ever. The only place aliens couldn't go to.
But I mean, it kept going. It
was like reverse.
They knew what was there.
It's like reverse psychology. Like, the only place untouched by aliens is Area 51. Oh my god.
Fucking gaslighting. Reverse psychology.
Reverse gaslighting.
But it just kept going. It's in Doctor Who. It's in a 2011 episode of Doctor Who.
Wasn't Doctor Who's like, he travels the universe anyways?
Yeah, yeah. And then it was in 98, season 6 episode of X-Files. Mulder and Scully witness the flight of a mysterious craft at this random facility. Of course, you know what I mean? It's very Area 51. Then Area 51 was also in Marvel. Season 7 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I never saw this.
Damn, they have 7 seasons of that shit?
Yeah.
I have not seen one season of that.
But they mention it by name. Spider-Man, No Way Home, Joe Jonah, the publication of the Daily Bugle. What's his name?
Yeah,
Joe Jameson. Joe something.
Some Jameson,
Yeah, he talks about it. Yeah, so anyways, so then... in 2019, this one was crazy. Do you remember this? 2019, there was a Facebook event created called
Storm
Area 51.
That's right.
So rad.
And they were like, clap them cheeks like
So
they're gonna
rad.
They're gonna fuck the aliens. Like, it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. The whole thing, there was like millions of people that
Oh, I know.
clap cheeks.
So this is what it was called. It was a Facebook event created called Storm Area 51. They can't stop all of us.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Fucking
yes,
love it.
yes, they can. Like,
And as the name suggests, the supposed plan was to charge at the base in large numbers to overwhelm the security and the fences. The aim was to uncover secrets of alien technology and research.
Like, it's so stupid. Literally, like, you realize it's an Air Force base, right? They're just like, shoot rockets at you. Let's kill everybody.
Here's what's wild: 6,000 people showed up.
I know, but
I
there were so many.
remember.
There were so many people in the page. There was like millions or something. Something crazy.
Yeah. So 6,000 people made it to this summer event and partook in some activities, but then it turned into some weird like beer fest where they started doing like axe throwing and
cornhole.
A bunch of people just hanging out in the desert.
And then Anheuser-Busch came out with a alien-themed Bud Light beer.
Really?
Yeah, and then they just started drinking, and then it was like,
It's like Burning Man, but less popular.
honestly, yes. And then I quote from somebody close to the
unquotable
situation.
person.
It began as a joke, but some people took it seriously and began planning to actually, it's unclear what they were all planning, but hang out near the entrance of the fences and have fun.
Storm Area 51.
The tiny town of Rochelle braced huge crowds and music festival that just never really happened.
There had to be some drunk guy that's like, fuck it, I'm going for it.
It was a huge
Tase him, shut up, bitch.
It was a huge fiasco, a little bit of a smaller scale of the Fire Festival, but for the alien crowd.
Fire Festival for aliens.
End quote.
So
here we are.
At least no one paid like 20 G's for a fucking specialty tent at the fucking storm, the Area 51.
So
No, they're trying to put that on again.
Fire Fest?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
They announced it.
Ja Rule's like, trust me.
Yeah.
this one's gonna be different.
Murder! This one's gonna be different, I swear.
But there you go. That's Area 51 all the way up to present day, and it's there you go. Lots.
It is what it is.
I mean, the thing
It
is
is what it is.
the
I
thing
mean,
is,
we
like,
can all agree.
that there's no evidence at all.
No, but we can all agree that it's a thing. It's a place.
Oh, it's 100% a place.
Yeah.
It's a base.
Even the government agrees.
Yeah.
Right?
It's a
Everyone
base.
on the planet
Something's going
agrees
on.
that it is a place.
Yeah.
It exists.
Whether or not what they're doing, no evidence.
There's no evidence at all.
Zero.
So back to the satellite thing I was telling you about. I mean, because I was doing research, and another theory is that everything that's going on is like inside these mountains. And so no matter if you do get any kind of drone or any kind of satellite from any country, you're not going to see shit. Everything's happening inside.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's not like you're gonna.
There's no
You wouldn't
airstrip.
be, be working on like a spaceship in front of some bay windows.
Like
Zip
you don't
on
even know
by,
where it
right?
is in these 90,000 acres or whatever you said. You don't even know exactly if you did want
what?
to bomb it or anything.
That's a good point.
It's just like super hidden, clandestine fucking
I don't know
base.
What do you think's going there? What do you think's going on? Let's start with Sean. Sean, what do you think's going on at Area 51?
I think there's definitely some sort of alien technology development happening there for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I just don't think that. Listen, I don't think.
No, I agree.
Under
I agree.
what
I'm just laughing at
evidence?
Eric's face.
What?
He's like,
We have not established a goddamn thing.
Eric, there's no evidence. Okay, so
There's no
if-
evidence of not.
No,
there's no
I'm saying
evidence.
no, but Eric, there was no evidence that electricity that you could make a light bulb, but they made it. There was no evidence that you could make a combustion engine. You made it. What was the evidence? Where was the evidence? How could you make this? How did you make this, sir? There's no fucking evidence. I'm just saying, like, there's really no evidence, but I'm still allowed to. Am I allowed to have a thought?
You can have a thought.
For sure.
You can have a thought.
I personally believe that there is, because I personally believe
Yeah.
that we were able to advance so much further in the future because of some little taste of that technology. You know, we went from these fucking propeller fucking planes in the 50s, and then now we have the F-22 Raptor that can hover and rattle off 17 missiles at you in a second, break the sound barrier, fucking
take off.
I mean, come on. I mean,
Okay,
that's
so
not fucking.
so
What the hell is that?
I'm tracking. So walk me through progression of it.
I think
So,
the
An
progression.
alien came down, right? Like what?
Here's-
What happened?
here's
Like
An
what's-
alien
here's
crashed down here.
Here's what I think.
Yeah.
Let's say.
Here's what I think happened. I don't actually
ahead.
think. I don't actually think we were reverse engineering it. I don't think we could. I don't think we could comprehend. Even if we did have a crashed vehicle, I don't think we could actually do it.
Yeah.
So what I think actually happened is it was given willingly.
Oh.
I think that it was like, hey, and that's why I think that things are so convoluted. Because I do think that at some point in time, some sort of alien life form came down and was, hey, what's up? Like, this is what's happening. It could clearly, by all the surveillance, knew, okay, here's where the people in charge. This is how this planet works. These the kind of nations and
This is
leaders
where we're
and
at.
stuff.
This is
Here's
where
where
we're
they're
at.
at.
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
look.
and gave him what?
And give, look, here's I'm gonna give you a little taste of technology.
I'm gonna give you my ship.
Here's a handbook.
No, not a ship.
No, like a science book.
Not a ship. Like here's like you said, the transistor. Here's a new transistor that you can use without using a fucking vacuum tube. Here, check that out, bro. Make a little computer with that. Trust me on that. Woo. Like, and then what the fuck? How'd you do this? And it's easy peasy.
And he's figure it out. Figure it out.
No, I just feel like they were like,
he taught him.
Here's a taste, and they're but
So
what?
he speaks English now? Like
Hola.
no,
He did it. I didn't do it. He did it. Take your shit
You
out
said
on
he
him.
taught him.
I didn't do any
you
of
said
that.
he taught him. and
Take
I'm
it out
like,
on Jorge. He did
how-
that shit. Look at
how
him.
is this alien
Look
gonna
at him and
teach?
give him the look. Doesn't feel good, does it?
All right. What? So you think that because you believe that aliens have been here.
Yeah, but
So
I don't
something
think that
they
they
can-
came down and they were like, "Oh, look,
but something
let
that
me
can-
let me hook you up and let me give you this."
They had to get something in return.
What they get?
I'm not saying they did it for fucking free. Oh, hey, here's a handout. Haha, peace,
Whoa.
we're out.
Well, that's what
I
I thought you were saying.
No,
first of all.
I think they're getting something in exchange. What it is,
Okay.
I don't know. Whether it's
Nation.
hey, let us test on people. Give us like your fucking scumbags you don't give a shit about or whatever. We get to fucking do whatever we want with them.
Back to the pros.
Or it's like, hey, give whatever. Maybe
Gold.
maybe there's.
Gold. I don't know
Here's
about
the thing: is that
gold.
everyone always says
I know,
gold, and it's so
gold.
funny. I always think that gold. I think it's weird. I think it's probably some stupid mineral that has nothing to do with gold. Like, give us all your carbon.
Yeah.
They're like, we
Yeah.
need that shit.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that they're always trying to prop up gold, like it's so special.
Yeah.
I really feel like they come here and they're like, we need the sand.
Yeah.
Like, give us all the sand.
Yeah.
Like, please, give us the sand. So I think that they wanted something, and they were like, okay, instead of just trying to take it, here, we'll give you a little something, and you'll give us what we want, and we'll be cool.
Okay.
And they're like, here, you get a little bit of technology, and you give us whatever it is they want. I don't know what it is they want, but I feel like there was some sort of exchange.
Yeah.
And they're like, we won't fuck you up. Just give us this shit, and we'll give you some technology, and everything will be cool.
Right. Okay.
I mean,
And
if
so
I
then,
took
and
you
so
to
then
the,
at Area 51, they use that said technology. They're like, oh, fuck,
Yeah.
let's make more. Let's make it more advanced. Let's
Right,
make
so
more.
and do you think it happened like once? Do you think they come back just for that every once in a while?
I would presume it's probably like
Like there's a relationship with
I
these
think
guys.
there is some sort of relationship because I think if there was some sort of exchange
question.
factor happening, they're like, hey, if we want more of whatever we're exchanging for, we'll give you a little bit more.
Right.
Yeah, like
We'll give you a little
they have
bit
like
more.
a standing date
Yeah, it's
every 5 years.
it's like you re-up on Amazon.
I'm not being
it's like it's like oh shit, I'm out of coffee. I gotta
We set up a
order some more.
date. I'm gonna send you a Zoom link.
Anniversary.
I'm gonna send you a Google Calendar.
Zoom link.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
kinda
they
like,
don't even come anymore. Now they just Zoom.
Can you imagine? You're like looking at your emails, alien meetup. Like, oh shit, it's today. Like, totally.
it's like an interplanetary booty call.
It's like Tinder.
Yeah.
For fucking thing.
Yeah. Okay.
It's called Probe.
All right. That's an
What-
interesting
here's
theory.
what I think.
That's my theory. That's just
here-
that's just personally.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think,
Okay.
Interesting theory.
Cool theory.
yeah. Okay.
No, I actually like
Okay,
it.
fucking.
No, I like
Caliente.
it. Caliente. What the fuck? I feel like Eric always instigates everything I say.
I
You're
didn't
like,
instigate anything.
I
didn't
was
do
instigating
anything.
because you were seeing real spice. You're
I
like,
didn't do anything.
you're like,
yeah,
I don't just-
Eric's like laughing. He's like, ha 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 ha. Let me laugh a little louder.
That's because you're always yelling at me, and then finally there's
That's
some
true, that's
fucking
true.
conflict. That's not me.
I did think that you were like interesting theory, but
No.
but what I thought you meant was like fucking loser.
No.
that's all I heard. That's what I heard.
I hadn't really thought about it like that. I think it's just more of the accident, so there was probably
Like a
crash.
crash.
Some crash,
Oh, I see.
or we took it down, right? Like maybe, I don't know.
Well, lightning.
Yeah, lightning. Lightning. No,
No, I
like
mean,
our
if-
military might have taken one down. I
Yeah,
don't know
if
what kind of
something
fucking
comes into our-
technology they have.
If something comes into our airspace, we're taking it. We're gonna take it out.
Exactly.
Or we're gonna shoot at it.
We're gonna try
Whether
to.
or not-
Yeah,
we're
we're
gonna
gonna
try.
shoot some shit out of it.
Yeah, we're gonna try.
Shoot it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I believe, so
Like a happy accident.
something happened, right? So we got a hold of one of these, and then we take it to the top secret,
To the labs?
top clearance,
Majestic.
clearance type of place, right? And I do think that then we start to reverse engineer some of this, and I mean, we have obviously no idea what kind of technology it is, but I do think
Sure.
we'll figure out some of it, or maybe all of it. I don't know. And just look at, like you were saying, the advance in technology, but on the military side, not just like society. I'm thinking more of just military.
Yeah.
You know, they got fucking planes that like radars can't detect or whatever. Like that kind of that kind of tech didn't.
How fast can we go now? 500 miles an hour? Or is it more than that?
No, it's
More than
like
600.
it's way more.
Way more than that?
Well,
Really?
I think the fastest you can go in a manned ship is like maybe like Mach 3.
Jesus.
Not Mach 10 like Tom Cruise.
And like 50 years ago, we were going. Well, not 50, but 70 years ago, we were going 150 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's
So
what
I
I'm
understand that. That is
So
that is
we got
surprising.
some tech out of them, and then I think that obviously we're using it for building up our military and our national security and whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I mean,
so pretty much. Sorry, Mach 10 is impossible.
impossible.
It is Mach 10
Tom
Mach 10
Cruise can do
speed
it.
for humans is impossible due to the sheer amount of G forces.
Oh, I see. So,
So it's
your
like
face would melt
No,
back.
it's like your bones would
You'd
snap.
pancake.
But they
So
have
what's the max?
They have launched ships that go Mach 10, but it's unmanned.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So like in 2004, NASA launched
Oh my God.
launched the
20 years ago.
X-43A, which is the first ever air-breathing hypersonic vehicle into the atmosphere, achieving Mach 10 speed. And Mach 10 is 10 times faster than the speed of sound, so it's like 7,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Jesus.
What is the max?
Airspeed record 2,193 miles per hour.
Christ. That's so fast.
Yeah. So the fastest speed which humans have traveled is 24,000 miles per hour, but that was in space.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So
So you think there was an accident, there was
Yeah.
some sort of scenario, and then we developed tech to advance us faster.
That's
it's
what I
pretty
think.
close to what Sean's saying, though.
It is,
Pretty close.
except for it's like they.
You're
stumbled
more like
upon
we're
it,
having
and
like
I'm
a
like
committee.
and they gave
right.
Yeah.
like because the reason I have my theory is because I just don't think that we could reverse engineer that.
Yeah, I got you.
Mm.
Yeah.
Whereas we may have, we're on the same vein. It's just mine's like it was a gift. His like we figured it
accident.
out on our own.
Yeah. Somebody exploring the
Exactly.
universe.
yeah.
And then it was just
like,
accidentally.
what do we have
oopsie-daisies.
here?
Yeah, oopsie daisies.
I'm gonna take this apart.
Yeah.
And we did talk about in the other episode that even the Pentagon has released information that they that
we
they're
didn't verify
saying
this.
that they're verifying that
It's
there is
unverified.
no verified.
It's verified.
Well, it's unverified.
It's verified. It's 100%.
Well, I mean, it's verified to be unverified.
It's fucking verified, brother.
All right.
Anyways,
I'm
what do you
tracking.
think?
You guys are gonna hate mine.
Eric's like it's all fake. aliens don't exist.
Yeah, I think it's all bullshit. I don't know what to say. I think we advanced our technology through ingenuity and through
Through the power of man.
through hard work.
Through hard
Through
work.
hard work and ingenuity.
It's like an
and-
inspirational speech, Eric.
Yeah.
So you still think that they don't even visit? They don't.
Nope.
Nothing. So,
Absolutely not.
No, see,
So if they don't visit, then
100%,
obviously it's
absolutely
impossible
not.
for us to have anything in there in Area 51 for you.
this is
Absolutely not.
exactly why I think Eric is actually a closet flat earther.
I just
And
I
Eric-
think
and
that,
Eric
I think
needs,
the
like-
mathematics and the odds are so low that I'm probably right because they're so low. They're so.
Whose math are you doing?
I'm just talking about the math of the size of the universe.
What?
It's
Wait,
so
how do you
impossible.
explain? How do you explain
Okay, well-
Sean's encounter?
I don't, and I'm not going to take that away from him. Something obviously happened.
Take it away
but-
from I'll let you talk to my dad
No,
about it
no,
too. I'll tell you.
I'm just saying.
And my dad does not believe
But here's-
anything that I believe.
No, here's where I go
He
back
hates this podcasting. In fact, he's not a conspiracy
He
guy.
has listened to a couple episodes. He likes it.
Here's
Nah,
where
I'm
I go
kidding.
back to it a lot, and it frustrates me a little bit, which is so many things and technological advances and what you guys are talking about and all these things, thousands of people and thousands of visits and all that stuff, not one piece of evidence.
I wouldn't say not one.
Yeah, not. What are you talking
There's
about?
there's actually plenty
A
of evidence.
grainy 90s VHS video.
No, there's
of
still
fucking,
video
you may as well
going on
call you
these
may as well call
days.
Bigfoot real with that video of him like sauntering through the
Dude,
creek bed.
No, there's videos.
You know,
there's videos from the most advanced airplanes on the
I'm
planet.
talking about. I still go back to it, we've talked about this before. How many phones are there with HD?
I mean,
On the
all
planet.
of them. All of them.
Yeah, on the planet. But put a number on it.
I don't know.
How many people? 6 billion people. How many people have HD phones?
Well, there's 8 billion.
4 billion? Maybe half?
Yeah.
Maybe half of
Sure.
the people have it. There are 4 billion HD phones on the planet, and we can't catch one piece of real, tangible evidence of alien life.
I'm saying
We
that
have-
there-
we have
there's
caught.
there's literally videos from the
Those
most
are not. No, show
Eric,
me.
from the most
Send
advanced
me.
airplanes on the planet.
I've seen them. They're not.
Because
They're
they're in
not
they're in
HD.
infrared. It's
Of
still in
course.
infrared.
There's always a reason. There's some. The cloud structures came in. It was a cumulus cloud, and the lightning came, and I can't see it.
Eric,
It's
Eric
vagaries.
doesn't believe the infrared camera from a $60 million airplane.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
What do you think it is that whatever they're showing? You've seen it.
You've never seen the
You've
you've never seen the Tic Tac video.
Yeah, the Tic Tac video, for example.
Oh, we're gonna go with the TikTok vids.
I mean, that's just one.
It's from a $60 million airplane. I mean, I'm
That's one of
sorry.
the-
I gotta
I
trust the
also
systems.
saw Abe Lincoln sing Barry Manilow on TikTok. So how can you? You know what I mean? It's just
See, Eric-
there's
Eric-
just not enough
Eric
evidence.
only believes something that can be like proven on
Yeah, it's not-
Instagram.
I only believe something that has been proven that I can see and I can, you know what I mean?
Okay, cool. So
you,
then
you need
so
it
then,
to show up on your fake news
Okay,
network,
cool.
and then you'll believe it. What-
Eric, have you
how
ever,
are you gonna even get this evidence?
Eric, how do you ever go off
If
like
it's not
do
if
you
it's
ever
not
go
from
off
one
like-
of these plane videos or radars or
I'm gonna prove it.
what kind of evidence do you want?
A picture.
He wants
There's
to be on
video.
yours. He
There's
wants to be
not
on-
pictures
he wants
and
to be on a
videos.
spaceship. He wants
No,
to like
Yeah.
I want a
he,
basic.
he wants to meet an alien.
I want a basic video of like, hey, I'm a fucking alien.
Here you go, Eric.
Nothing else works.
Okay, here. Have you ever had like a intuition, like a gut feeling, like,
Sure.
oh man, I shouldn't do this? Well,
Sure.
well, how do you prove that?
No, I know, but that
Do you know?
is based on hope.
No, it's not. Based on
I
a
believe
feeling.
that's based on hope.
You had a feeling something was going to
You're,
happen, and
you're
that thing
diving
happened?
into
and, like,
you're diving into hope
Feeling.
and yeah,
Intangible.
yeah.
Well, no, but
That's
so-
true.
So like, I'm hoping they are real. I
No,
guess.
no,
You know
I'm
what I
saying
mean?
like,
it just
I was
doesn't.
giving you a point, like
Yeah.
saying you only believe what you can see. I'm
No,
saying,
no, I
like,
hear it.
but also my thing around that, I'm like, okay, if there was beings that could travel the galaxy, you think they couldn't not be seen by camera?
I get you. Yeah, I get you.
But
here's
I
my
understand
thing.
where you're
Do
coming.
you
I
think,
understand your
do you
point.
think
Your
they're
point.
out there in the
No, no.
galaxy?
I understand your point.
And I
though.
do wanna
I do
clarify.
understand your
I
point.
do wanna
Your
clarify.
point makes sense. I
Yeah.
get it.
I
Like,
do wanna
there isn't
clarify.
a lot of evidence at
Yeah,
all. There
like-
isn't.
Yeah,
I do want to clarify. I do believe in aliens.
Okay.
He just doesn't believe that they've come here.
Right.
Yeah, I think
That's all it is.
I
yeah.
think we underestimate how remote we are.
we are.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And it's just so remote that it's so far out, and it's the most fucking
Yeah, but maybe you're
impossibility.
underestimating how much life form is
Possibly,
out there.
possibly, and I
Doesn't mean that they're
I
remote
could
too.
be.
By the way,
I could be underestimating
could be on the moon.
their ability to be incognito,
True. It's also
right? Like that, because
Right.
if that's the case, then they could just be incognito, and I'm like,
there is Eric.
You
Doesn't,
know,
Eric
it's like
doesn't
ghosts.
make a good point though, because I think as a whole the human race is super conceited and like we're so special, and of course the aliens want to come see us because we're so fucking special.
yeah,
And then so like I get your point of like, well, why would aliens give a shit?
yeah.
So that's why I do believe the aliens come here, that's why I think it is for some sort of exchange. Like,
I get you.
they want something.
sort
That's
of
the
trade.
That's the only reason they're here. They're not here because
I mean,
like,
that's
we're cool. They're
Yeah.
like, I want something.
And
from
that's
you,
been going
motherfucker.
on for
Like,
thousands of years, even in the human race. It's
yeah,
like
trade.
trade.
I
Basic.
want some berries.
We
You got
travel.
some meat, like,
We travel from Europe to Americas, and we trade with the natives, and that's
here's some
you know?
here's some beads.
Yeah.
Give me your land.
That's that's a microcosm of what could be.
True.
To go from
Like on a
galaxy
galactic
to
scale.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Anyways, there you go. So on Area 51, just to wrap mine up, I think it's illegal technology that they're skirting the law on, and there is a conspiracy there
True.
because they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing.
Yep. I believe that they're
With regards to like the planes, military planes type
Yeah.
thing, or okay.
And espionage,
Yeah.
taking things from other countries and that sort of thing. But aliens, unknown.
Yeah, it
UFOs.
really is unknown, but I do believe there's some sort of
Yeah.
they are using some sort of alien gifted technology
Yeah, I got
that
you.
they're developing.
Yeah. Okay.
And Jorge believes it's accidental technology that they're developing.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I can understand that because there's chaos in the world.
Of course.
You know what I mean? You crash land and then
it's very possible.
Yeah, very possible.
Like a fucking asteroid hits a shit.
I agree. All right, so next episode we are going to do present day UFOs and UAPs. So this is fucking balloons coming in from Canada and us shooting them down. North Carolina, shoot down the chaos, and present day we'll go into more what's going on with UFOs.
What's going on? The government releasing all the information they have on them.
It seems like they really are into calling it UAPs now.
We should
start changing it to that.
Might even get a little touch on Project Bluebeam.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So there you go, guys. That's the episode. Thanks for tuning in.
Yes, we will catch you next Tuesday. Nighty night.
Woo! All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Conspiracy Podcast.
What's up?
What up, everybody?
As usual, the usual. We have no guests.
No, it's us three.
It's just us three constantly. I'm Eric.
I'm Sean. Hello.
It's Jorge.
I would like to do a quick shout out to our little Discord community we got going on.
Oh my gosh.
You guys are the shit. I fucking love you guys. You guys keep there's some times where all right, we just gotta take a break. We don't want to do this. We gotta pay more attention to our families. And then our Discord community comes in. We're like, let's keep going. Let's keep doing it.
It's pretty rad. We just started Patreon. We just started Spotify exclusive, and the Patreon members get their own chat. And we talk to them all day long, every day. So,
literally every day.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I got to jump in there more myself. They're just missing.
Well, Jorge's senior executive, so we understand.
Super busy.
We totally understand. You have 200 employees. We get it.
But at the end of this episode, we're gonna shout out to all our new Patreons and our new exclusive members. I think it's appropriate. This is our first time that people are contributing, and it's really cool.
we want to let you know that we actually appreciate it.
Yeah,
a lot.
Absolutely. But for those of you who are not, you just want the gold. You want the real, right?
For the lurkers,
yes.
This is for you.
So we've been on a UFO kick.
Oh yeah.
UFO, UAPs. We did episode 1, 2, and 3.
And now we've arrived at the more present day.
That's right.
UFO, UAP scenarios.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's right. So let's just kick things off. I mean, obviously, go back, listen to the other stuff.
Please, God.
If you haven't, go back. There's the ancient UFOs. Mm-hmm. Then there's Roswell. What happened there?
Obviously.
Then there's Area 51.
And now,
we're
here.
Yeah, now we're here.
Now we get to the
more
good
present.
stuff.
Yeah, I guess it would be called 2000 and on.
2000 up.
2000 up.
2000 plus.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So one thing that most people don't know. So in 2017, there a bunch of different news organizations actually revealed that there was an advanced aviation threat identification program that the U.S. government had funded, and this was funded to investigate unidentified flying objects. This is between 2007 and 2012.
Okay.
So this was secret. It was a $22 million program, almost like freedom of information. I think that's how it's got released. And it wasn't the first. And we had actually touched on this in the past. So some of the things I'm saying are a little redundant because we did go over this in a couple of these things in our previous episodes. But so the official
Just kind of ties it all together, though.
Correct. Yeah. The official government UFO studies began in the 40s. This was with was called Project Sign. And this has some of the most credible videos of aerial phenomena to date, even though they're not in 4K, so Eric doesn't believe.
No.
As long as it's not fucking Ultra HD.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Eric is, obviously on that side, but.
So listen to this with a grain of salt.
Yeah. So that program, Project Sign developed into Project Blue Book, which we discussed on one of the previous episodes. And that was actively investigating UFO sightings throughout much of the Cold War. And that's when, we got into that whole balloon fucking
crazy
thing with Roswell and all that. In 2017, that revelation really proved that, all right, so the UFO, the U.S. government's hey, what the fuck's happening? And people are we knew it. We've told you, idiots.
Actually, we also posted some videos and pictures about it on our Instagram. So if you want to go check that out, so you can see what that actually looks like, the balloon and the FBI blocking the memo coming out.
Oh, yeah. fucking government's always got your back. 100% the truth. Nothing but the truth. So help me God. So I wanted to go over, so there's a bunch, and I actually have a bunch on here, which we'll kind of touch on, but I wanted to go over the 5 kind of, I guess, biggest or main ones that are more I guess, known about.
Might be legitimate.
Yeah, more known about ones, because, okay.
I'm just saying there's a possibility.
We're starting off here on the wrong foot here, Eric.
Yeah. Wasn't the last episode we were just arguing and they were like,
just like
all right,
yelling.
it's over.
I know, I'm pretty sure.
Ended it.
I'm pretty sure Duke was like, yeah, if there was ever going to be a fight, it was going to be on that episode. So this one's called the Lights Above the Jersey Turnpike.
Oof.
So on July 14th, 2001,
Okay.
people on the Jersey Turnpike, I don't know if you've ever been there, it sucks.
Yep.
It's the worst.
It's like $18 to get through.
It's the worst. It's
Never been
terrible.
on that one.
Yeah.
So literally, people were stopped on the Jersey Turnpike. So for about 15 minutes, this is around midnight, everyone was stopped, and they were outside their cars, and they were looking up to the sky. They were all looking at, there was these strange orange and yellow lights that were in a V formation. You know, ducks fly together.
Quack, 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 Mr. Duck Swamp.
Exactly.
Quack, quack, quack.
So there was literally a V formation just hovering in these orange lights. And so this was over the Arthur Kill Waterway. It was between Staten Island, New York, and Carteret, New Jersey. And the Carteret Police Department's Lieutenant Daniel Tarrant, he was one of the witnesses. So he was there. There was also, obviously, a shitload of other residents, from that area that were there, from Long Island and Fort Lee, New Jersey. And this is all near the George Washington Bridge where this happened.
Okay.
So they're all staring up, and they're like, what the fuck's happening? Now, there's not like the fucking definitive answer. We don't really...
Sure.
It was like
obviously.
pre-iPhone, I guess, or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
it did.
No,
2001? 2001, yeah. We're like,
Oh, yeah.
So there's like
my phone's got 6 megapixels.
nobody's taking out their iPhones and recording this.
I had the Sprint Flip.
Oh,
Yeah,
the Razor?
No, it wasn't quite even Razor. It was just a big, bulky flip, and you had T9 texting.
Oh, T9. God,
Oh, yeah.
yes,
And
T9.
there were no games on it. It was all just...
Did you ever have the brick one? From,
I had the Nokia.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, yeah.
The green screen.
No, but
The
there
green
was one
screen?
from Sprint and
Oh, the Nextel, like the
Nextel.
chirp
There you
one?
go. Yeah, it was
Chirp,
like
chirp.
walkie-talkie.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
I didn't have that. I wasn't a contractor.
No, dude, those,
Neither was I, but I fucking loved the walkie-talkie.
those things were invincible.
Yeah.
They're built different.
Built different. Built different.
If you guys remember from the other episodes, we were talking, or for the first one, I think we were talking about Sean, your
the
encounter.
story.
Oh, my encounter, yeah.
Yeah, so it sounds familiar. Yours was green lights. This was orange lights.
Clearly, they have LEDs in space.
Yeah.
They're advanced.
There's a lot of government things going on. It's crazy.
Yeah, whatever. Shut up. So
They're testing LEDs.
There's a lot of Air Force bases. It's crazy. It's wild.
they have planes. What the fuck's happening?
And they hover.
These are
I know they hover in V formation.
These are drones before Best Buy got a hold of them.
Air Force flies together.
Yeah.
Air traffic controllers initially denied that there were any airplanes, military jets, or space flights in the area that could have caused the lights. So there was a group known as the New York Strange Phenomena Investigators.
I would like to join them. Can you email me?
We need to have them on the show.
Yeah, we do.
If they haven't been disbanded.
Yeah.
They claimed to receive FAA radar data that corroborated the UFO sightings from that night. So
Okay, sure.
But
Sure they did.
yeah, I mean, I don't personally believe that.
It's like the fucking Ghostbusters.
It's like the New York Strange Phenomena Investigators. So that's that one. And I'm going to compile all these, like the photos and the videos that are
Yeah, we'll
available
put 'em
on
up.
these. And so we'll put them up on the Patreon.
A lot
And
of
for all
this
you
stuff-
people who don't have Patreon, sucks for you.
Yeah.
So-
A lot of this stuff is visual.
Yeah.
You know,
it is
like
visual.
we have to put
It's hard. It's
some
hard
visual, these are stories that rely on visual. you know.
Correct. Very
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
So we will upload these so you guys know what's happening. So the next one is really it's
Wait, so did they determine anything, or
no,
that's it?
It's
the
just
end?
that's it. That's
That just happened.
That's all the data. It happened, and people are like, "Holy shit!"
I hate these fucking things.
No, but the fact is, there was hundreds of witnesses, like
Yeah.
hundreds of people saying the same. Like hundreds of people saw it.
Yeah.
So it's
If
not.
you-
It's
if
not like
you-
it was on a cornfield.
What do you
and
think
it was
about
like
that, though?
the farmer saw it.
If you polled all of America, let's do America.
Okay.
So what? 300 million?
300, like 375.
350,
Well, if you're excluding children,
Yeah.
Let's say
probably
300.
300,
Whatever.
sure, 300.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 300 million, give or take. So let's bring it down to 200. Just no kids, la la la.
Well, there's 375 million people in the U.S. Minus 75 million for kids. Let's say
300.
Let's just say 300.
300.
Easy enough.
How many people say that they saw a UFO?
That they saw?
They saw personally?
Or believe? Saw.
Ah.
I mean,
How would I know that? I mean, if I was to guess,
Okay, we've done almost 50 episodes of conspiracies and stuff like that, right? A thing that keeps happening is people fucking claiming shit.
It's probably 50
that
million.
maybe
50
that
million.
maybe
I'm gonna go 50
you know
mil.
I'm DB Cooper.
shitload.
I'm DB Cooper and I killed Hitler and then
Oh, yeah,
I
we keep
went
seeing this.
you know like never ending.
history repeats itself.
Yes,
I know.
never
So it's like
ending.
the real number's like there's like 600 million sightings. 600 million
Yes.
people out of 300 have seen UFOs.
But if you walked around with a clipboard and you surveyed all 300 million, how many people would say they saw some sort of UFO, UAP?
At most,
50?
a million. Like,
Oh no!
No.
Oh, it's got to be way more.
God
More?
damn
I'm
you.
saying
Yes,
anywhere from
30%.
20 to 50.
Yeah.
20 to 50 million. Easy.
that's a
Easy.
shitload of people.
No, I think it's I think it's because people will just say it.
Okay, but is it true?
No,
or are they just
I'm
gonna
not
say
saying
it?
I'm not saying there's 50 million people that have seen a genuine UFO.
No, no,
but
I know, but-
there might be some people on the sticks who see an airplane. They're like, it's a fucking UFO.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, you know.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying
And it
everyone's
has
right.
like it has a Southwest on the side of it.
Exactly. They're like,
What the fuck is that?
I saw this UFO.
Yeah.
It was brown,
Yeah.
blue, and red. I don't know.
I saw the red blinking light and it was moving.
I know this red blinking
What
light.
the fuck? United? What, it was some other planet?
And it landed in a big complex with lights everywhere, with other UFOs in it, parking, and they little things were sucking the people out of them.
But why do you think that is?
That they claim? Or
Okay, but let's say we're all on board that they saw UFOs.
Okay.
Okay, let's say we're all
Or like,
we're all on board.
subscribing
Okay.
to.
But
yeah.
you know not all 50% of them.
No, 0%. No, probably 1% of them have
Yeah,
actually
that's
seen
what I'm
some
saying.
genuine
So
shit.
why do you think the 49% exist?
Because people want to be a part of shit.
Yeah.
It's like a
Yeah,
weird.
that's it.
It's a weird impulse of people to like, oh, I want to be part of the group. You
people
know?
are like driving on the Skyway
Yeah.
Bridge sometimes, and then they just see like.
Okay. All right. I feel like MJ in the documentary, and I took that personally.
So good.
All right, I thought you were on my side here. You were my
I
own-
am, but that was a
You were my
that was
only
an easy
ally.
target.
My only ally here. Now I have both of you. Fuck.
Anyways, I was just wondering, because we are starting to see this trend. You know, this trend in all these episodes where we go.
In like
Like
different-
people are I don't want to say they're faking it, but they're creating a dramatic
I totally think, and
theatrical
also there's
thing.
things like too, you know, someone sees a shooting star, and what is that? Or
Yeah.
you know, there's a
Yeah.
lot of times you can actually see satellites. You can see a satellite moving, and it looks you're like, what the fuck is that? Like
Yeah.
it's not a shooting star because it's not as fast, but you know, so I think there's a lot of things that can be mistaken
right.
for what a UFO
Because everybody
is.
maybe wants to believe that it's
They-
a celestial
they
body
they
up,
want
up there.
They want
you
to
know.
see it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. They
Yeah.
want to see it.
Yes. Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the next one is actually we've actually posted a couple videos about it. It's one of the more, in my personal opinion, the more credible ones. And this is the USS Nimitz encounter. USS Nimitz is a naval ship.
Okay.
So on November 14, 2004, the USS Princeton, part of the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group. So the USS Nimitz being the main aircraft carrier, which is holding the ships, the planes that are flying off.
Okay.
Like, they always travel in a convoy. So there'll be an aircraft carrier, or maybe 2 aircraft carriers. There'll be battleships. There'll be other shit. Because they're never like alone. You're never just riding solo out there by yourself in the middle of the ocean.
Right.
They're part of the Carrier Strike Group, and they noted an unknown aircraft on radar 100 miles off the coast of San Diego. So there was a big
2004?
There's a big Navy base in San Diego, and so they're all based on there.
Okay.
Yeah, 2004.
Yep.
For 2 weeks, the crew had been tracking these objects at 80,000 feet, and then they would go from 80,000 feet to dropping and hovering right over the ocean. So 80,000 feet
almost
is
instantly, or
Super
what?
high.
80,000 feet is like almost
Yeah.
in space.
Just to give you guys an idea, because for Patreon members, you guys would know that I'm not a very good flyer, but I know that a commercial airline will go up to about 45,000 feet,
Okay.
and that's their max. That's when you're at the top cruising speed, and that's when you go 500 miles an hour.
What about
So,
like a fighter jet or something.
So, well, he's talking about 80,000 feet.
So 80.
Well, that's double the commercial.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
that's
so
so
80,000
huge.
80,000 feet is where the atmosphere ends on the planet. So the atmosphere of the planet goes up to 80,000 feet, and once you go above that, you're in space.
Okay.
It's literally it's the end of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Okay.
So 80,000 feet, you're out of the cut.
You're starting to feel weightless.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. You can actually fly. They can fly planes really close to the stratosphere, and you experience anti-gravity. So then they had, and this is why it was one of the biggest ones, because this is where you get Commander David Fravor who comes into play. And this is Commander David Fravor's story.
Yeah, okay.
There was two FA-18F fighter jets from the USS Nimitz that were in the area. They saw what appeared to be whitecaps, like churning water.
Yeah.
You know, so water hits rocks or hits itself and shit and it makes whitecaps. So there was a shadow of an oval shape that was underneath the surface. So it was actually underwater. And so then they're like, okay, what the fuck's happening? A few moments later, a white tic-tac shaped object appeared above the water.
Yeah.
So it came out of the water, appeared above the water.
So, to be clear, we're talking about the candy.
Tic Tac. There's only fucking one Tic Tac.
No, but so just so you know, like, they're
Just so we're all on the same page of what Tic Tac is.
no, but they're looking at this thing from 20,000 feet in the air.
Yeah.
So it
okay.
looks like a tic tac to them.
Like a really big Tic Tac from the candy thing.
No, but from that distance, it looks like that. So it's probably like 40, 50 meters long. It's probably pretty big, you know, to look like a tic tac from a jet, your fighter jet. You're up here, like, what the fuck is that?
Right.
So then it had no visible markings to indicate any sort of engine or wings or windows. Infrared monitors didn't reveal any exhaust. So when you're obviously tracking shit, most people, well, it wasn't in good video, because when you're in a fighter jet, you're
going really fast.
You're going super fast. You don't have like Christopher
HD.
Nolan's not like fucking filming like, you know, like this shit, and
It's not Maverick.
so and it's also they're using it for all they need is tactical shit. We need infrared to see where it is so we can lock on and kill it. I wanted to see it. Fucking what? I don't need to like look at their face. Hey,
Okay, so I'm going to jump on board with you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So infrared didn't show any sort of exhaust plume. So obviously on Earth we use propulsion systems.
We talked about that. You talked about that last
Yeah,
episode.
it shits heat out in the back, and so you can always get heat signature because you're being pushed forward. So that didn't reveal any exhaust, and they're like, okay, this is sketch. So then the Black Aces, which is the flight group.
Fuck yeah.
I know, it's so cool.
So
Oh,
rad.
God.
I want to get a tattoo of that.
Black
Aces.
Even though I'm not part of it.
I mean, that's gonna be my stage name, Black Ace.
Well,
You ever seen the Blue Angels?
Brown Ace.
can I be, what am I, the white ace?
Yeah.
You're like the Ace of Diamonds. I don't know what.
Cracker ace?
I know you're like the.
I can't say that.
Yes, you can.
I can say it about myself.
You can say
Yeah,
that.
crackers!
Yeah. The Black Aces commander, David Fravor, and Lieutenant Commander Jim Slate of the Strike Fighter Squadron 41, they attempted to intercept the craft. So it's two separate
Planes.
fighter jets are trying to intercept this craft.
At this point, it's still in the water.
No, it's above the water.
Okay.
It's hovering above the water. So they kind of swoop in, and then it just accelerates away, and then it appears on radar 60 miles away.
Oof.
Shit.
So it's instantaneous.
It's like it's fast. So it's like, in essence, it moved 3 times the speed of sound and more than twice the speed of the fighter jets.
Right, and we can't do that.
No, because
We can't move faster than the speed of sound.
No, yes, we can.
Right?
Of course we can.
Oh, we can.
We can break the speed of sound, but we can only get a little bit higher than that because a body can only withstand so much
G-force, right?
G-force.
I got you. So,
So, like-
robotically, we could.
No, yeah, like if you were a robot, you can go fast.
Yeah. Okay.
No, but like what happens is like, so with
Do you think I could do it?
no, you could go
I don't
like
know.
1.2 Gs.
I don't know, I'm
and then
pretty-
you're,
I'm
and
pretty-
you're like, and you're braking.
I'm pretty bulky.
So, dude, at that speed,
No,
Eric,
He's like, no.
when you're going the speed of sound,
Sure.
You can't even do the roller coasters.
the speed system is categorized in Machs, like Mach 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. So each Mach is a delineation of the speed of sound. So Mach 1 is the speed of sound. Mach 2 is 2 times the speed of sound and such. But the body can only withstand so much G-forces.
Right.
And also, too, the thing that most people don't understand is when you're going that fast in a straight line, you can't just turn. For example, when you're going, I think...
Yeah, it's like, I
yeah.
get it. I get
So
it.
there's actually a thing, I think I sent it to you guys. So the fastest ship plane that we have now is called the Nighthawk or some shit like that. And when it's going like 15,000 miles per hour. It's going fast. And like, in order to make a 90-degree turn, it would take the distance of the state of Ohio.
Yeah, because
To
you're
literally-
going so fast.
It's a little.
So
It's
just
like,
based on
because if you made it too sharp, your body just your fucking head
makes
just
sense.
flies off.
Yeah, makes sense.
So this thing. Was,
I mean, I might be able to pull it off physically.
why? Because you have like a lot of padding.
Well, yeah, I'm like a beef guy, beefcake.
Wait, so 3 times speed of sound, that's Mach 3. And then would you say that we normally would travel on some of these fighter jets? Mach 2 or something, or what?
No, they're not normally traveling that fast.
Okay, well, that's true.
Yeah,
but they can.
They can, yeah, for sure. They can definitely
But yeah,
break
they're
this.
not,
They can,
they're not patrolling at Mach 3.
No, because your body just wears out. That's
Yeah.
why if you notice, most fighter pilots are small dudes. Because it's less strain on their body. And also you're in a cockpit, which is already small.
Like
And so-
jockeys with like horsepower.
Exactly,
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's
little
'cause-
guys.
Because it's actually less strain on their body. There is one story. It was actually cool on Rogan. They had this guy. He's a ref and like for UFC, and he's like, dude, this guy's an amazing story. Guy's awesome. He became a fighter pilot, but he's like 6'3". He's like 200 pounds. He's like
Oh,
a big.
I think I saw that.
He's a big
Yeah.
dude. They were like, you shouldn't be a pilot. You should not fly these planes. This is not good for you. The average guy is like 5'7", and he weighs like $130.
Right.
Like. It's so much strain on your body. It's so much strain on your body. Imagine weighing 4 times what you weigh, like, and you're flying a $50 million plane, and you got shooting missiles and shit. It's like fuck that, dude. Jesus. So the thing with Commander David Fravor's thing that there is actually a lot of footage from this is
He's very convincing.
he's very convincing because
Well, you also can see the footage. It's like,
But it's not just him. It's another. It's another lieutenant commander. So it's like his second in command
it's
in
not just
a
him.
different plane. And there's 2 people per plane.
Yeah.
So there's a dude
Here's
who's
the
actually
thing.
flying the plane. There's a dude
Here's
who's
the
running
thing.
like the ops. Like
Here's the thing on this. I don't think he's lying, and I don't think he's making it up. But it doesn't mean
that it's a UFO.
yeah.
But what other explanation?
I'm just saying.
Okay,
You know what I
this
mean?
shit's
Like, just-
flying in space.
But
They're tracking
the
it,
lack of
but it doesn't show up on thermal.
right.
so. A thing
And-
starts at
but-
8,000 feet.
and they can
just
see it too.
drops down
It's
in the
not
water.
just, not just on the radar.
That's wild.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, and the fact is, on that ship, we've been seeing them for 6
A long
months.
time?
No, like literally, we've been seeing it from like 6 months.
I do remember that part of the story
And they're-
where they were tracking
like-
it for a while,
and
enough
there's-
to
I know-
to scramble the team.
I know, and
and get it
he's
going.
asking the guy, he's like,
Yeah.
"What the fuck?" He's, "Well, why didn't you say something? What do you want us to do?"
Yeah.
Like, fuck
Yeah.
you want, what do you want from me? I'm just a radar guy. It's
pretty
like,
wild.
fuck off. Like, no, but he's very
Do we
fucking
do we know what the government replied with?
That specifically?
No, the government says that they're UAPs. They're unidentified air phenomena. They don't know what they are.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's the government stance is we don't know.
yeah.
We actually don't know. So the government can just plead anonymity. They're like, we don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah.
So it's not our fault.
Well, at the same time, they're
Have you
you know
seen-
admitting that there is UFOs or UAPs, and
Yeah.
like
Have
you
you
could just
seen the
assume
video?
that it's aliens. I mean, what the fuck else could it be? Like, what
Have you seen the video?
you think it's Russians? Yeah,
You
I
seen
have.
the
I
Tic
have,
Tac video?
I have.
Does
I've
it
seen
look like
the-
a Tic Tac?
Huh?
Does it look like a Tic Tac?
It's hard. It's like
Yeah.
it's like an infrared. So it's
It-
just
it's
like,
like,
we
it's
don't
like,
know-
it's like
we don't know.
black. You
That's
know,
just
because
the
it's like
descri-
infrared.
Yeah, that's just the descriptor.
yeah. Well, see, the
is
thing
the
is,
word
the thing
tic-tac.
is,
The
like,
thing
it's-
that you can see that it's flying in a certain direction and then it just starts twisting. Still flying in the same direction, but it just kind of.
and the
Which that's impossible. Can you imagine like a
plane is like,
what do they call like a raptor just
just like
flipping this way? No,
while going 3 times the
yeah,
speed of sound.
because like you said, we just have propulsion
it's
systems.
straight.
Just,
Just fucking straight.
We,
Right.
we can't stop mid 400 miles an hour.
No.
Shift upwards, go backwards,
Yeah.
give them the bird, and then flip back.
It's this little
Yeah,
thing called
yeah,
inertia because what
yeah.
happened is like your body would still be moving
Yeah.
3 times the speed of sound.
Interesting.
And you
So
would just fly out
it
the
essentially defies science that we know.
it defies
Yeah.
normal physics because
That we know.
yeah, our physics,
Yeah.
like our
Yeah,
concept,
our physics.
our concept of physics.
Yeah.
Because yeah, it's like you're saying, like you can't just stop because
Right.
there's inertia. While you're in a car going 80 miles an hour, your body is moving 80 miles an hour. If the car stopped, you would continue moving 80 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Independent of the car.
An example is I used to snowboard, and so you're going down, and you're going really fast, and it would be like you stopping mid,
Just like
going
on the dime.
flipping up backwards and going a different way.
Yeah, and it's like moving the other direction.
Yeah,
it's
that would
impossible.
be that's the example.
Exactly.
A small microcosm of the example.
Of course, yeah. But that's why how is this possible?
Gotcha.
And I'm sorry, but Commander David Fravor, the dude is remarkably sane. I mean, he just
and the story is consistent too, because he's been on different podcasts,
different things, and he's very
interviews.
detailed.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the thing,
And
he's
very
extremely
in front of
detailed.
Congress.
Yeah.
And it's a situation where it's like, it'd be different if he was dishonorably discharged or something like sketch, and the government's like, he's a piece of shit. But he's
Interesting.
gets his fucking pension and shit. Like, above board, dude.
Yeah, interesting.
So that's like one of the biggest ones.
That's
so.
that's one of the best ones.
Yeah, and so that's one, like we obviously posted on our social media about his testimony at Congress and the whole thing. So these are obviously in chronological order.
Yeah.
So then there's the O'Hare International Airport saucer.
That airport I go to all the time. Chicago.
Yeah, O'Hare. Yeah, Chicago. So Flight 446 was getting ready to fly to North Carolina from Chicago's O'Hare International Airport when a United Airlines employee on the tarmac noticed a dark gray metallic craft hovering over gate C-17.
I'm going to take a photo there in 2 weeks.
So that day was November 7th, 2006. There was a total of 12 United employees and a few witnesses outside the airport that also saw this saucer-shaped craft, and it was around 4:15 p.m. So there's
midday.
There's
not
like roughly 20 independent people that are.
It's not like 4 a.m.
I know, right? It's during the day.
Yeah.
So the witnesses say that it hovered for about 5 minutes before shooting upward when it broke a hole in the clouds, enough that pilots and mechanics could see the blue sky through that hole in the clouds. So the news report was actually the most read story on the Chicago Tribune's website to that date.
Yeah.
And then it made international news as well. But the UFO was not seen on radar, and the FAA called it a weather phenomenon. And they declined to investigate. They're like, a thunderstorm.
The weather balloon and the weather thing is the same thing as
such a cop out.
Yeah, it's the same thing as national security.
Oh yeah.
It's national security.
Yeah.
Terrorizers, It's just an easy blanket answer.
Yeah,
It's
totally.
the weather's
Weather
crazy.
related.
Mother Earth is fucking wild. She's doing crazy shit all the time.
That's crazy. I mean, I know we're going through these, and we're 4 episodes in, and la la la. But I am kind of turning.
Oh shit!
Oh my god! Fucking mark this in your scrapbook, baby.
I'm glad we recorded that.
I mean, there's so much.
But the thing is, like, when there's multiple witnesses,
That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's not that there's one that I'm like, that's the one, but
And
it's just
not like
so
just one
much.
person or a couple of people. We're talking about
Especially with midday.
So
the
much.
other thing.
That's like,
I'm not even kidding. For the listeners, we have 30 more pages of notes. This episode could be 4 hours long.
It could be forever.
Yeah, okay, do we even need to do that? But I'm just saying, I did the other day, I was like, I'm kind of twisted on this one a little bit.
on the fence.
I am kind of twisted on it a little bit.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yes.
Like, this means that we're doing our job, Jorge.
That's right.
Because you just are providing data, and then you're like, okay, well, when there's 17,000
people,
fucking,
years, too.
Yes, you kind of have to go, okay, well, something's going on.
Something's happening. There's something.
Yeah.
Especially when it's multiple different. It's different if there's like one dude in a cornfield. He's like, I seen it.
Yeah.
And I'm fuck off. Like, you see shit. You're drunk.
We didn't
Anyway,
even get into that, right? Like the corn.
The signs.
we didn't even get into. Wow, we didn't even. I didn't even think about that.
I
It's
forgot
a
about
hoax.
that.
Because I don't believe it. I
It's
don't
a
know.
hoax. It's a guy with the board,
But
but
it's
he's
all-
doing the rope thing.
But it's also, I was
and
like,
Mel Gibson came in. It's like a whole thing.
my
It's
thing
fake.
is with the crop circles. I was like,
That's
Yeah,
what
there
it
you
is.
go.
I was like, but why?
And they only do Iowa.
Wouldn't it be more? Wouldn't it impinge more if it was a mountain circle? It was like on the side of a fucking granite mountain. I'd be like, damn, that's real.
Yeah.
If no one can do that.
Yeah, or a fucking laser. You gotta get corn and you gotta press it down and make a figure. Come on.
I know. Or they're just like,
Get
hey,
outta here.
Or they're just like, hey, what's up?
Yeah.
Sada.
Like, hey, I'm an alien.
I know, like,
Hey-o.
can we like chat real quick? All right. So the next one is the Stephenville sightings. So this is
Where's
from,
this?
This is from 2008. This is in a small town of Stephenville, Texas.
Texas.
So it's 100 miles southwest
Represent.
of Dallas.
Dallas.
Oh shit.
So it's mostly like dairy farm area,
Okay.
So on the evening of January 8th, 2008, dozens of residents viewed some shit popping off in the sky. You know what I'm saying?
Shit popping
Some
up.
shit
Popping off.
So they reported seeing white lights above Highway 67. First, they were in a single horizontal arc, and then in vertical parallel lines. So it started with a fucking an arc horizontally, and then it was parallel lines. So there's a local pilot.
White lights.
Yes, white lights.
White.
White. Yes, not orange.
Yeah.
Not green like I saw. So they're clearly different factions.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Texas crew.
I know, right? They're like fucking. There was weird Texas flags floating in the sky. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So local pilot Steve Allen estimated that the strobe lights spanned about a mile long and a half mile wide in terms of like
Fuck.
about a mile long and then half mile wide.
I mean, I would be terrified if I saw that.
And they were
strobe light.
Also depends
kind of
like how close
situation.
it is.
Yeah.
You know.
and all of them were traveling about 3,000 miles per hour. They were moving.
3,000.
They were moving. Yeah.
Hold on. Did we establish that? Have you ever seen anything?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
I have.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
No. I was
But Eric-
going back. Like,
Eric's like smirking.
I can tell Eric I won like $15 on a scratch off. He'd be like, okay.
I want to. I want to
Piece
see
of
it.
shit.
I mean, after these episodes, I'm going to look up a lot more.
Oh, in the sky?
Yeah,
okay,
I
yeah.
want one. I want to.
I mean, seriously, aliens
I
are listening
want
to
it.
this. Give this man
He's
a
gonna be
sign.
like one of the ones we surveyed
Me.
that says yes.
Yeah.
He's just like, yes, I saw something.
Yes,
He just wants to
It's like,
participate.
What the fuck is that? That's definitely not a bird.
Although my credentials are
It
not.
turns out it's like one of these airplanes landing here.
No, it's like one of the prop planes. Like, there is no airport except for this one that they're not landing.
Although, you know what's upsetting is that if they had to choose, people to do, my credentials are not very high. You know what I mean? If they were this guy's super smart, he's like a
High school
leader.
baseball player.
Yeah, like I don't have a lot going for me. I'm a little worried about it. I might be in the bottom 10% compared to the top 10.
He,
I don't know.
he
We'll
manages
see.
the U.S. e-commerce. Oh, okay. Like, what is happening? This guy doesn't know shit.
Eric with high school diploma. Eric.
Actually, you should,
At least they could be Eagle Scout Jorge.
I know.
Cited a
That's what I'm
UFO.
saying. That's what I'm saying.
that does have a weird amount of validity to it. God
It
damn.
does. It does.
When he said Eagle Scout Horror, I'm like, I kind of believe it. You know how many badges that motherfucker had to get for that Eagle Scout? The U.S. Air Force revealed weeks later that F-16s were flying in the Brownwood military operating areas just southwest of Stephenville. Many townspeople didn't buy that explanation because they're,
Sure.
you have a mile-long line of lights and like half a mile wide, and they're like, "Oh, it's F-16s." Yeah, a couple F-16s scrambled in the area. You know what I'm saying? Like, so,
And if that doesn't work, it was weather balloons.
Yeah.
so people just
Meanwhile, they can't fucking determine the weather. It's the one thing we have not advanced in technology. Is
weather prediction.
weather prediction. In 100 years, we can't figure
We
it
got
out.
weather manipulation.
Yes.
But we can't predict it. That's what we did. We're like, we can't fucking figure this shit out. Let's just cause it.
Yeah.
Let's just make
other
it
day-
happen.
then we can predict it.
I can predict what I make happen.
The other day, I rode to St. Pete, and it was supposed to be clear skies. Fucking dumped on me for 8 minutes straight. Just dumped.
I probably passed you and I was like, who's that fucking loser on the bike there?
Nice shorts, guy.
Friendo. You want to ride? No, you don't. The last one of these kind of top five is another really big one that has a really good video. So they call it the Go Fast video. So it's called the East Coast Go Fast
Really
video.
fast.
This was in 2015.
Okay.
So in 2017, when it got leaked about the Advanced Aviation Threat Identification Program, this video came out.
Sounds like a Harry Potter thing.
I know. Seriously, what department of the fucking
The Muggle office of
aviation
Space
Special
Force.
Affairs. Yeah.
So this video came out and it revealed pretty much an encounter between a FA-18 Super Hornet, which is at the time
hot.
the fastest craft that we had, and a UAP. So it's along the East Coast, and it's on a Raytheon Advanced Targeting Forward-Looking Infrared Pod. So
I have no idea what you just said.
Yeah,
All
break it
that
down for
shit
us.
is
Advanced.
Raytheon. What?
So Raytheon is the U.S.'s largest military contractor. Raytheon builds all the ship.
I thought it
all
was
the
a gaming video card.
No. So Raytheon is a defense contractor.
Okay.
They build all of our fucking planes. They build the weapon systems. They build
Okay. Yeah.
Trust me, the U.S. government is giving them hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
Yeah.
hundreds of billions a year. Oh, you kidding me? Oh, dude, Raytheon is slaying. They're the number one defense contractor in the entire U.S. Like, and we're like the number one military industrial complex in the world.
Like my heart went down a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, that's an
Eric's
upsetting
like, do they need an e-commerce manager?
You know what? You know how much they sell the fucking F-22 Raptor to the U.S. government for? It's like 70, 80 million bucks
for one.
For one.
Damn.
A one, and they buy it. They're like, we need like a 50 spot. like they're not fucking around.
One per state.
So this is a advanced targeting forward-looking infrared pod. So I don't know if you've ever seen on the front of like an aircraft, it's a big orb thing, and it has a camera on it. And the camera can move 360 and watch.
I've seen those
it.
on the drones, right?
Yeah, exactly. The drones have them on there. So
I have a GoPro on the front of my bike. It's like the same thing.
Exactly.
Same.
Just like they just cost like
Few
4
million.
trillion times more than that. So this is seen along the East Coast, and it was pretty much the craft was very similar to what David Fravor saw. So very similar to the Tic Tac thing.
Tic Tacs.
And it's a really good video. So it was
like a starburst.
So it was a white oval, about 45 feet long, no wings, no exhaust plume, and they tracked it at 25,000 feet above the Atlantic Ocean, and it flew away and simultaneously rotated on its axis. And they couldn't explain it. So this is actually what Jorge was referencing when he said the thing. It's moving so fucking fast, and then it's boop, boop, boop. So just to explain to you why this is such a big thing, we got F-18 Hornet. This thing's going Super Hornet. It's going fast fuck, like the fastest thing that exists. It's going so fast, and they're going so fast. It keeps going. The camera can't follow it. It
goes like off camera.
The camera can't fucking follow it.
And it's far away too.
It's
so
far
it's
as they're not right next to it.
Yeah.
It's like 2 miles away.
Right.
And they literally can't follow it.
How much do you think the camera was that was on the thing?
Oh, how much the camera
How much it
costs?
costs?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, probably $5 million.
And
It's not a GoPro.
We can't catch moving things.
No, that's what I'm saying.
You can.
It can. It can catch
did.
everything that this
But
Earth can make.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everything on this
Yeah,
planet,
I'm
it's going to
saying,
catch.
I'm just saying, like,
He's going back. Come back this way, Eric.
I'm just saying it's not like
Exactly.
a Nokia recording. It's, we got a $5 million camera and we can't. Anyways, I'm just saying.
No,
Yeah, keep
dude.
going. No. I'm just curious, like, what's...
No, because this isn't made to make movies.
It's not like the Hubble telescope.
No,
like
it's a tactical thing. It's like this is made to target and kill enemies. It's not made to get HD photos of an enemy craft. It's made to track an enemy craft at extreme distance, infrared, and you can see it because
I appreciate that.
Like the only thing, imagine you're flying at night and they have no lights on.
You're
like, my 4K camera's not fucking picking them up. It's your infrared, baby. Infrared is the only thing that we know because there's always an exhaust plume on a ship. On a plane, there's always an exhaust plume. It's like, heat signature. How do you think the missiles lock on? Heat signature.
But can I just be the devil's advocate for a second?
Yeah. For a second.
For your whole life. What the fuck? For 1 second. Yeah, 1 second. So Roswell happened, Area 51 happened, and our defense budget is what a year? I
think 500 billion.
Yeah, $500 billion. Yeah, $500 billion. We have not developed the cameras yet.
The camera,
dude. The cameras are developed.
I mean, even we can't develop one camera to catch a high-speed chase.
We did catch it though. That's the thing. It was caught,
but it was going so fast.
Do you send me the link?
Yeah,
I will send you the link.
You send me the link yet? Because I haven't gotten the link yet.
We did. I think we did say last time that we were gonna fucking send.
I know you guys said you were gonna send me a link, and I never got a link.
Eric is moving so fast that our most advanced military camera couldn't keep up with it.
I see. So what you're saying is that our technology is so behind it.
No, it was faster than
we can't catch it.
It's faster than we could.
Right.
We couldn't
even
do anything.
Okay. It's not even the technology of the camera. It's the technology of the speed.
And then what happens?
Of our aircraft.
It goes out and then it moves, and then oh shit! It's gonna take me 2 miles to turn around. Longer than 2 miles. It's gonna take me 50 miles to turn around.
Yeah, it's not like you're like on a fucking jet ski and you're like, oh, let me make a right turn right here.
So that's the thing. The cameras are super advanced, and obviously they're shooting in infrared because infrared is the most trustworthy thing that they have.
Yeah. Okay.
Because when you're at that distance, let's say you're tracking this thing's 25,000 feet above the Atlantic. Let's say let's say you're 3 miles away, and you're at 50,000 feet or whatever the case may be. You're not trying to take an HD picture. You're just trying to see it. Like you're just trying to be like, okay, cool. I need to shoot a missile at that thing. It's not about I need to get like a really high def.
It's not about
photo.
documenting.
Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's all about. It's the whole purpose of these things is to find to literally identify target, kill target.
Yeah.
Not to see what it looks like. It's not. That's not the purpose. Yeah. The purpose isn't for that. Like I said, this isn't a James Cameron movie. They're not trying to film it. That's not, it's a military vessel.
All I'm saying.
Fight.
Why?
No.
Like, Erson, why is it HD? This is bullshit. I understand.
All I'm saying is that if let's take UFOs out of it. Let's take aliens out of it.
Yeah.
Let's just take foreign entities that are jeopardizing the safety of America.
Sure.
Let's just say that, right? And we have 70 years of major budget, biggest budget on the planet.
Of course, easily. Easily.
I would, if I was in charge of it, I would want to invest in knowing that maybe they have technology that we don't have. And so I would invest in documenting and being able to visually have a reconnaissance and surveillance that was enough to capture that.
No,
does that make sense?
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, Eric, I understand that totally, but the thing that you're not taking into the amount of reconnaissance we already have on all these countries. I'm going to actually tell you a story.
So we just don't believe that they have a better technology.
No, of course, because here's
the government.
No, other foreign.
Here's the thing.
Like we just don't think that they have that.
I'm going to tell you a weird, interesting story. So when I first moved to Florida, and I worked at this restaurant, and so my parents were friends with this guy. He's a colonel in the army, and so he gets like shit faced, and I'm working, and he's like talking, and so he's in Intel. It's 12 years ago.
2008?
Yeah, 2010. And he's like, dude, he's drunk. And he's like, you think we don't know where they are? I'm like, what are you? Well, I don't know. Like, weren't we trying to find him? He's like, like the fucking Al Qaeda and Taliban and like ISIS. I was like, I'm watching all of their houses. There's literally, they have fucking drones. Literally watching all of their houses.
In Afghanistan.
Where are they? We know exactly where they are. We just don't have orders to kill them.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So they literally like watching like, this main terrorist leader's right here, but they can't do anything until they're ordered to fucking do something.
Yeah.
They could literally drop a missile on them like right then and there, but they don't. So the whole point is you don't realize how powerful the military fucking reconnaissance apparatus is.
Gotcha.
And the intel that they have.
Yeah, so when they're making like an F-22 Raptor and they're putting this little thing on it, we don't give a shit what it fucking looks like. We just want to see it on infrared and want to shoot a missile at it and kill it. Yeah. Because we already know we're looking at all their shit. You can fly a drone real close to the end of the atmosphere. There's nobody on board. It doesn't matter. They can't see that shit, and that's when those drones have the good cameras. Those drones have like the fucking satellite cameras.
Right.
Those are the ones that see, like you're seeing like a building, you're seeing the people walk out. Those ones have good cameras. I don't know if you've seen footage from those drones. It's pretty good. It's HD, bro. It's real crisp. It's crisp as fuck. Yeah. But like they're like just floating along, just looking down, really easy.
But aren't you supporting my argument here?
No, it's not at all. No. I'm saying your argument was if I was in charge of the defense budget, I would want to know that if they were.
Do I sound like that?
If I was supporting the defense budget, I don't know what you said. No, but your argument was if you had the defense budget, you would want to know if they had more advanced stuff than us, so you'd want to have better cameras.
Like you would invest in that.
Yeah, invest in that. But my point is, they know what they have because they're looking at all of it all the time. So my point is, they don't care. Because they already know what they have.
They just got to identify it.
Because they're just looking at it.
Be able to fucking shoot it out.
Like, exactly. On a military plane, they don't give a shit what it looks like. They just want to see it on infrared so they can lock onto the heat signature and shoot a heat-seeking missile at it and kill it. And then move on to the next thing to kill. That's all they give a shit about. That's the only thing that matters. Right. They don't give a fuck about looking.
Documentation.
No, this isn't the History Channel. That's like death. They want to kill shit. That's
Ancient aliens.
The whole point is to kill shit.
They need some more footage.
Yeah, kill shit as efficiently as possible.
They need more content.
Yeah.
So anyways, That's that story.
I got you.
And so we will upload the video. It's a really good video. You should actually look at the video.
Okay.
Because it does. It literally, it's going and it's like
Yeah.
just fucking, what the
No,
fuck?
it's crazy.
It is
I've
an
seen
impossible movement. An impossible movement.
Yeah.
Like I am a little teetering, to be honest, because it's just so much content.
Just jump.
There's a lot.
Jump
There's
to
a
this
lot.
side.
So much.
There's a lot.
So much.
The thing is,
But there is something in the back of my house, my mental house, that's like our foreign entities have better technology than we give them credit for.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Right? So that would be an
sure.
explanation for that.
No, but here's the
All of
rebuttal. Here's the
explanation.
rebuttal to that argument.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me, if they had this technology, they would just let's just like float it around the Atlantic Ocean and run away? You kidding me? China would be, you are ours now, bitch. We own you. Like
Well,
we're
so
gonna
that-
fucking
so
fly
that-
this little tic tac in there, and like, you know, like they would immediately
So,
be using
Also,
it.
some of
like-
this shit doesn't even make sense with what we were talking about, like a human being able to sustain
yeah, that's true.
these kind of turns
Yeah,
or this kind of
it's true.
speed.
That's very
it
true.
defies the laws of what we
very
can
true.
Yeah,
survive.
very true.
Right. So back
I
to
mean,
your
unless
quote.
they have a bulky bro like me.
Eric,
a
You know what
bulky
I mean?
jockey.
Yeah, like, I got like hard bones.
Eric's like,
Yeah.
see how long I've been drinking milk
Yeah.
for? The calcium.
So good. But this does lead into what happened this year.
Yes.
This leads into what happened this year, and that's in January, February 2023. Remember this whole craziness? We kind of moved away from the, I don't want to call it the 2020
2020 problem.
sickness,
2020 problem.
2020 issue. And we moved forward, and then all of a sudden there was a high altitude balloon that was coming across North America. Do you remember this?
True.
Oh,
Okay,
of
yeah,
course
yeah.
January, February. It started in Alaska, and it went over Western Canada.
Yeah.
And then it went into the United States. And then in February, the U.S. Air Force shot down this balloon.
It was awesome.
It was rad.
Fucking
It was awesome.
dude. It was so like
Honestly,
it was
awesome.
anticlimactic, but I was like, this is amazing.
Yes. I was like,
Military.
finally. In February, the U.S. Air Force shot it down, right? And then wreckage was recovered and sent to the FBI lab in Quantico, which is in Virginia, for analysis. Preliminary analysis of the debris in June, the U.S. officials stated that the balloon sent information back to China. So they established that it was a Chinese balloon.
Via like collect call.
Yes.
You don't know what we just found.
U.S. President Joe Biden,
I'm sorry.
he
Sorry,
described,
it's so
laugh at
funny.
him
It's like,
whenever you hear
it
the
doesn't
name.
make any sense. Like,
he described the balloon as carrying spy equipment, and he stated it was not a major breach. He believed that the Chinese leadership was aware of the balloon, but they were embarrassed by the balloon.
they were
Because it
aware of
was
the
a-
balloon. This is tragedy.
So what he said was it was a weather balloon, experimental balloon that they lost
They
control of.
got away.
They lost
And
control.
they got away
And
with
it
it.
just
It's
had-
just an
It happened
embarrassment.
to have some spy equipment on
I know,
it.
like the spy equipment. I don't know how that. Who put the spy equipment on the balloon? Chang Sun, get over here now! Who put the spy equipment on the
I
balloon?
mean, that's
Erickson.
honest.
Erickson.
We're gonna post some video or some photos of the wreckage. You can see the wreckage, and it. What's really strange about this whole story is it looks exactly like Roswell footage.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
It was a Chinese
It's a
spy balloon
fucking
the whole
weather balloon. It just looks exactly the same.
And it's like there was rubber bands, and there was like, some,
Yes.
some fucking.
And there's
What
yes.
were they using back then? The
And
fucking
the
microphone?
And it's like the tinfoil NASA blanket and shit.
Yeah.
Yes, it's crazy. It's wild. Honestly, it's wild.
Yeah.
And that's like
And
sometimes.
do you remember
like,
when it happened? Like we were just like floating over Montana. Do something.
I know
Remember?
everyone's like,
Yeah.
why haven't you shot it down?
Yeah,
They're
it was
like,
3
and
days.
we're just waiting. We're just hold the phone, hold
Don't you
fast.
remember it was like 3 days of
know.
like
Being
a
there.
foreign
Yeah, like-
UFO floating over Montana?
But the fact that it took so long to do something about it, and then they're like, oh, we did it. Yeah. After the entire country's
Do
like,
something.
Shoot that shit down. This is on our soil, our territory.
Right.
What the
So the balloon was shot down over Myrtle Beach. It was an F-22 Raptor.
So
and
sick.
It
They're like-
was from Langley.
Dude, F-22
Yeah.
Raptors are like the sexiest fucking.
I didn't remember
F-20.
that part that it was in Myrtle Beach. I thought it stayed
That's
in
where
the,
it ended up.
I thought it stayed in the West over there?
That's how
No,
long.
because it was
that's
3
how
days.
Long
I
it
know,
took, that's
but
how long
I
it took
just
to
thought
shoot
it was
down.
I thought it was floating over there for 3 days. I don't
So
know.
China officially said they wanted the wreckage returned.
we want it back.
Yep, but the U.S. said no.
I know, like,
off.
why do we have to comply with that? They're
Yeah.
like, we're shutting Amazon down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
No more shipments.
You guys
So
want-
what's interesting is
You want your spatulas or not?
So, what's interesting about the story is February 3rd, the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mao Ning, said, "It is a civilian airship used for research, mainly meteorological purposes. Affected by the westerlies and with limited self-steering capability, the airship deviated far from its originally planned course."
Yeah,
Whoopsie daisy. Oh, shit. It's in America now. Oh, my God. There's an iPhone 15 on the top of it.
Might as well spy. Nothing left to do.
I mean, look.
So a couple days later,
beautiful.
Mao said that the U.S. hyped it up as an incident that was bigger and purposeful and even used to force an attack, but it was not called for and an unacceptable and irresponsible action of shooting it down.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine if we had a weather balloon accidentally floated into Chinese airspace? You imagine Xi Jinping would be like, the fucking American. It'd be such a shit show, but now they're like, it's irresponsible.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a random airship. Why would you ever shoot it down? How dare you?
Okay, so that incident happened. So I don't know.
I mean, that's kind of an.
Where are you at on that
What,
incident?
isn't that
That specific incident.
necessarily like it's not really a UAP? It's like
Yeah, exactly.
It's like an IAP.
It was a balloon.
An
It was a
an
Roswell
identified
balloon.
aerial
It
phenomenon.
looked exactly like a Roswell balloon.
Exactly.
Maybe that's what like maybe China is responsible for all of it. Maybe China is Roswell. What if China was like, we want to get pictures of Area 51. Send the balloon.
Right?
Send the balloon.
Send them to Nevada.
Send the balloon.
Nevada.
No, but this
fucking
didn't
America.
they then send? Didn't they send or we caught like 3 more after that?
Yeah, there's just never-ending balloons floating
There's-
around.
Send 'em all.
There's fucking like
Yeah.
satellites. There's balloons.
Although you know what a
First one was an accident. We'll have 3 more
you
accidents.
know what a
It's
crazy
fine.
strategy would be is you build 100 balloons and you just send them out.
What do you put like fucking like
strategy for what?
EMPs on them or
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
Like,
Just reconnaissance and that sort of thing. You just send out 100.
why 100?
You know?
Like a
Have you ever
million.
played Civilization?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you need
Just
the
floats
map.
the ship.
You need to see the map.
I know, it's
yeah,
like
you
this-
see the map. Just
It's-
send them out.
it's
Send
like-
those guys out.
No, it's like what is it? Was it like
World of Warcraft
no,
or
like,
whatever. You send it out.
What's the one with like StarCraft?
StarCraft.
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
you
StarCraft.
send it out.
Send a little guy. He's
Little
gonna get killed.
reconnaissance.
He's gonna
Yeah.
get killed. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Just trying to see what's happening.
Sacrificial.
It's like
Yes.
I'll make more Zorgs or whatever the fuck they're called.
Yeah,
Like,
Zergs.
Zergs.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zergs.
There was something that was created, and it was called "Is Awesome." It sounds straight out of Harry Potter. You ready?
What the fuck? Gadriam Leviosa.
And it was a U.S. government created department. It was called the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office.
The old domain.
Yeah, this was recently created, and so they started accumulating.
How recently?
Like 3 years ago.
Okay, that's pretty
Yeah.
recent.
So they started accumulating the UAP reports and the UFO reports.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you get a job in this department? Can I get this?
I know.
would
Yeah, let's
love
find
to
out.
work. I would love to work in this department.
Hell yeah.
So it was formed, and the All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office received 366 reports of UAPs, or UFOs. The total reflects 247 new UAPs and 119 that occurred before 2021.
Okay.
So
That's a lot of
see-
new. That's a
yeah,
lot of new.
yeah.
Holy shit! 2 years and
Yeah.
like fucking.
the preliminary report released in June of 2021 listed 144 reports, covered a 17-year period. Okay. The All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or AARO,
AARP.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
all in all, they had 510 UAP reports
That's a lot of reports.
as of today.
510.
But who like do the reports have to come
510.
from like a government agency or like it's me calling into the local police station? Oh fuck! I
I
seen
mean,
a UFO.
their goal was to destigmatize UAPs and UFOs.
To make it like more normal, they're like, hey,
and go, and we're working on it.
or it's like it's welcome to the universe,
Yeah.
brother.
I mean, I will say that.
Out of those,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
ready? Out of those, 163 were determined balloons.
Mm.
How
That's a pretty good chunk.
That's a huge chunk.
How convenient.
That's a huge chunk. Isn't that crazy?
I'm surprised there weren't like weather anomalies.
Then this is what they said. Are you ready? This is gonna tickle.
Piss me
This
off.
is gonna tickle you guys up real fancy. The report does not include the word alien anywhere.
Well, of course I would. I'm sorry. It's
So far, they have concluded at this time the answer is no. We have nothing regarding aliens.
Of course they. Why would
We
they
have
disclose
not
that?
seen anything that would lead us to believe that any of the objects that have been reported to us are of alien origin.
Cool. We wouldn't be the thing that defies our laws of physics. That's not alien. No, 100% no.
The director of the AARO, which
Thank you for not saying the full name.
Sean. His name's Sean Kirkpatrick.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. Is he an actor?
He stated, we are structuring our analysis to be very thorough and rigorous. We will go through it all. And as a physicist, I have to adhere to the scientific method, and I will follow the data and science wherever it leads me.
I love that the physicist is like, well, defying the laws of physics is totally human.
So
100%
that group that was determined by the government and funded by the government says none of those reports have led them to believe aliens were related to the UAPs reported.
And the government has never lied to you, not once, ever. Not in the history of mankind. They have never lied, ever. They've 100. They're batting a thousand.
Yeah.
Batting 1,000. They've literally just like laid it all on the line because, obviously every politician, who makes a meager salary of $100K is worth $27 to $30 million
coming out.
Come the fuck on.
Living in New Jersey,
living
living
the
a dream.
like fucking making billions on the stock market.
Recently, the Pentagon basically came out and said yeah, we have been seeing UFOs or UAPs and all that, right?
But they're not aliens.
Yes,
they did. They did.
He needs the link.
I swear to God, you guys come up with the most fucking
Christ.
random shit.
It's
Oh my
not
God.
random.
Go
It's fucking true.
I have friends who send me links or messages, and they're like, "Hey, man, so you heard that they figured out who killed JFK?" And I'm like, "No, they have not.
They have not. That's true.
They have not." And they're, "Oh yeah, it was released by the government. All these files." And I'm like, "Did you read the files?"
Yeah,
Because they did not.
Here we go.
So it's the same kind of thing.
August 31st, 2023, NBC News. Pentagon launches new website for declassified info on UFOs.
Doesn't mean that.
The Defense Department on Thursday unveiled a
Guys
website
are
that it serves as a
What's it?
clearinghouse for declassified information.
Does it say the name
about
of the website,
UFOs.
please, so you can tell
Oh
everybody?
my God. U.S. Department of Defense.gov.
There you go.
Literally. The Department
I
of
mean,
Defense.
if you own a .gov, you're legit.
You just
You can't. Actually, I don't think you can.
You
I don't think you
can't.
can.
You have to be the government, you stupid
Honestly,
fuck.
somebody give us a .gov.
Oh my God. The Pentagon releases new website on UFOs. Like, Jesus, Eric. USA Today, Pentagon UFO website with declassified info unveiled. Oh my God, CBS News, Pentagon launches
But
website.
they didn't say that they found a UFO that was of alien origin.
So that's what I was going to say. It's like,
Yeah.
why would they say,
I'm
okay,
not saying that.
No,
They're
but
just
this-
trying to get
this-
ahead of it.
This is what I was going to say, which is weird. Like, why would they say, yes, we admit there's UFOs, there's UAPs, or whatever, when they hadn't before?
Mm-hmm.
But then if they did know about aliens, like a body or whatever, like an alien,
Dude, they can
then why wouldn't they say about that?
They're just dragging it on forever, bro. You can
Forever.
drag,
So
you can
it's
drag this out
Forever.
forever. See, this is the next logical step.
They go, oh, we're investigating it.
You know what this is? This is political Jenga. They're like,
True,
we'll just
true.
take out one little piece.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah.
get behind that.
Look, they're not aliens, bro. They're just unidentified.
I can get behind that.
And then, literally in 200 years, we're like, yeah, of course we knew about aliens. What the fuck are you talking about? we knew this whole time. We thought we told you. We had the website.
That Mexican government footage,
yes,
that's true.
We had the website. We had the baby aliens.
Oh man, poor Mexican Congress on that one. Yeah. All right, so here we go. We're 4 hours in.
Yeah, where do we stand?
Yeah.
4 hours in. You want to go first? Anybody want to go first?
I think you should go first.
You want me to go
Yeah,
first?
Everyone
yes.
knows
You guys
where I am.
always go in, yeah. Okay, so I am more inclined to believe it now than I was at the beginning.
Believe what? Say it
That
out loud.
that maybe
On
there,
the record.
yeah, maybe there
Maybe. Stop saying
maybe
maybe.
Pick a side. Pick a side.
No.
Commit.
Maybe there
Commit.
was. Maybe there was a visitor at one point.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay.
At one point.
At one point.
At one point.
You know what?
Whether or not it's out of the 1,000 recorded incidents, it was
Or not,
one
yeah.
time.
Oh, once? Only singular time?
I don't see the math. I don't see the math on multiple times.
Wait.
don't?
Are you saying like?
What?
Okay, yeah. Go ahead.
Well, no. I mean, if
He's
you got
saying that an alien visited in the history of mankind one time.
I know.
once or twice,
You just said
An
once.
alien.
Is it or
An
twice?
alien.
Or
once
is
or
it,
twice, maybe I would
One
give it.
alien.
I mean, history of man,
Yeah,
that's what I just said.
that's what we were talking about.
4.
Oh my!
I can go with
you
4
are
times. I could go with 4
You
times.
do this just to fucking piss me
No,
off. Like,
I'm just saying. I could go with 4 times, maybe.
Where does this number come? This is like arbitrary
It's just my
number.
gut feeling. It's my gut, based on all of this that we've learned 4 times, maybe. That seems
4
logical.
times,
Okay.
maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's
You can't pick a side.
Maybe.
It's a long trek.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
All right, Jorge.
Yeah, no. I mean, I stick with. Basically, I think we kind of went over this in the
Yeah, we
first
did-
episode,
we
right?
did- we did kinda touch on it.
I think that we got some good research here, and like to back up. I think Sean and I are both on the same side that they
Yeah.
do visit
Constantly.
throughout.
Constantly.
Maybe I don't know how frequent, but for sure, like in the last couple hundred years, few hundred years,
Like
whatever,
they have like
right?
a weekly report.
Oh my god!
I'm not saying it's weekly. I'm just saying, dude.
How often? Let's get
Every year.
real.
Every
Let's
year.
get real.
Should I know?
You said
Just
you
say-
asked me for a number, so I'm gonna ask you for a number.
Oh, okay. A number of total visits
Total?
Visits.
I don't know.
in the history of mankind.
Yeah.
It's a yearly thing.
Dude, I'm saying I'm gonna say
Annual. He's at annual.
Annual.
easily 20 to 50,000 visits. In the history of mankind, of course, 100%. In the history
That's
of
what it
mankind.
sounds like when you
How
say
long-
4.
In the
That's what it
history of
sounds like.
mankind. Eric, in the history of mankind.
So we're talking about
Yeah,
what?
I agree
50,000
with you.
years?
I agree.
50,000 years.
Roughly,
Yeah,
probably
50 to
20
100,000.
20 to 50,000.
20 to 20 to 50,000.
Annual. Hello. 50,000 years.
You
50,000
got 1 a
times.
year. You're about 1 a year.
And what probably happens is like they probably come more.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
they probably take a little
Sporadically.
hiatus.
Yeah.
And like then they all take a
Yeah.
vacay together. It's like the whole fam comes down.
They're like,
about
yeah,
this?
it's
How about this? Do you-
Oktoberfest. Yeah, like let's come alive.
Prost! And there's another theory that's like funny is, you know, there's a theory that the extraterrestrial visitors are just humans from the future.
You know, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
That is a weird one.
Yeah.
That they're literally
That's trippy.
just us coming
Yeah.
back from the future.
I feel like that's a Nolan.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
That's a
Yeah, like
Nolan
fucking-
concept. Yeah.
Tenet.
Well, there's that the Tomorrow War. There was
Oh
you
yeah,
saw that?
exactly.
Yeah.
That was fucking trippy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
So yeah,
Okay.
that's
So
just
I-
It is.
You know what's
Yeah.
crazy? You guys are absolute idiots.
The best part, my favorite part is
Fucking trying to piss them off.
I told Eric about this because it was actually one of my favorite things that he ever posted on our social media, and it was Eric's like he's being super genuine. He's like, I love that. I just want to make it so like, we can just. You don't have to agree with people, and you can say what you want to believe, and it's fun. And then like he's talking about mint chocolate chip ice cream, and then Jorge goes, "Oh, I hate mint chocolate chip ice cream." And Aaron goes, "You are an idiot." It's like you're so stupid.
And here we go.
And it ends, and I was like, "This is the essence of the podcast." Like, we preach. We do not practice when we preach. We just fucking do whatever the fuck we want.
All right, everybody. Well, that's UFOs, UAPs,
Hopefully
aliens,
you guys
Roswell.
had fun with us going
Yeah.
through this.
I want to say that we did not cover everything, so don't
Oh,
piss
I know,
off at
there's
us.
so much
I know.
more.
Because we didn't cover everything.
But
It'll
you
be
can't.
75 episodes.
You can't get that mad at 4.5 hours.
It's not
Yeah.
bad.
You know what
It's
I mean?
pretty. It's pretty.
I mean, if
good.
you want more, you
bad.
got to go watch Ancient Aliens, I guess.
If you want more,
Yeah.
subscribe to my
There's-
Patreon,
there's a few
and I'll
seasons just-
subscribe to Patreon. I'll text you about
there
it.
you go. There you
Like,
go.
fuck
Come hang
off.
out with us on Patreon.
A couple of things that I just wanted to say before we end the show is we have
Eric got a new phone.
big time.
He just wants to show off.
I know.
No.
A couple things that I wrote down here on my iPhone 15.
No, right, titanium.
we have a Discord now, and there's some really cool people that
we're gonna
really,
shout out,
that really love our show, and
we love you guys.
They started supporting us financially, emotionally, all the things. And I just wanted to I just really wanted to say that, like, you know, I do appreciate you guys, even though we joke around.
We do.
But so just a few people: Marissa, Caprice. Oh, you're helping us a lot. We have more for you in the future. I'm super excited about that. Enzo, you were one of our first Patreons. Kayla.
The Duke.
Oh my God, the Duke. The Duke makes me laugh on a daily basis.
The Duke's my dog.
He's our historian.
He's our historian. He's the conspiracy podcast historian.
He says he's listened to every episode twice, so he knows.
And I believe him.
Yes,
and I believe
he goes
him.
through it. I mean, I think he's a guy.
I'm pretty sure the Duke is a guy.
Yeah. OJ the Juice, you know, he just loves our other ones, you know.
J Boots McGillicuddy.
Yeah. There's also Ashton, Hannah, you're awesome. There's Jade, John Michael, Nathan, Minato Yoshi, and of course Gamer Dave. He's been one of our OGs. We really appreciate it, guys. And then all of
Corey Lovely.
In just our first 2 weeks, we got about 30 Spotify Premium. I don't know your names, but I appreciate that because you guys support us too there. So we're growing a community, and I just wanted to say thank you.
No, seriously.
Same here.
Yeah.
Thank you,
We
guys.
really appreciate it, and it's actually, if anything, it just makes it more fun to be able to interact with you guys in real time.
Yeah.
Because like we try to make the podcast so we're kind of like talking to you and having a conversation with you like you're sitting with us. So it's actually really fun.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll catch you later. Next time, Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Look out for it.
Stay tuned. Nighty night.
Hey guys, are you obsessed with us?
That's cool.
I am.
Can you just
we like
not get enough?
That's all right. We don't blame you.
We just launched a Patreon and Spotify exclusive content. There are 2 ways you can sign up for exclusive content. The first is through Spotify. There's a link in our profile description that links you to the Spotify premium page. And that's only $2.99 a month. And it gets you an ad-free experience and it gets you extra episodes that come out every month. The other way is through our Patreon. All you got to do is go to Patreon and search The Conspiracy Podcast, and you'll find us. There are many different levels there, all giving different amounts of content.
And you get a lot of bennies with this, like maximum bennies. No ads.
You get some exclusive discounts on our merch.
Oh yeah, you get access to our. We had a Discord.
Yeah.
You want to like talk to us in real time?
Do you want to yell at us constantly live?
Yeah. Do you want to have free access to cuss us out without any repercussions whatsoever?
Or just simply suggest a new episode that we got to do.
There you go. And on top of it, you get 5 free mini episodes right out the gate.
And then 1 a month from then on.
What is a
right.
mini episode real quick?
A mini episode is basically a conspiracy or a mystery where it just doesn't warrant a full hour-long episode.
So go to conspiracypodcast.com/Patreon.